Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, Has.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
The first BO5
Are you ready?
of the weekend.
Tension on the back line, and even with Elioya locked out, Humanoid will pay for it with his life. MDK are gonna get a clean ace.
A-side, are you ready?
Yeah,
Yes, put them in close midi.
we don't have our coaches, no? I mean, they'll come soon, I hope.
We don't have coaches.
It's fine, we draft.
Good luck, boys. You have it.
The chase continues. Razork hasn't got a hope in hell of escaping this one as Super claims another. MDK 2 up and hook, make it 3! Oh, will he be able to get away from this one? Knocked out by Oscarinin, but Oscarinin can just change forms in auto. Elioya flashes back into the bush. Elioya flashes back. No way does he get out of this?
Oh my god.
My god.
On Jun on the backline, Ninja Scar's coming out. Gwen is immune, but Noah is not. And because it went to Gwen, Noah thought he was safe. He's locked up. They are the pride of their region, and they are pride of very mad lions.
Joder, sorry guys, I love you. I fucking love you all.
But there's the quickness. Devour comes out. The charm still landing onto Lavrov. He has a flash, but the Weaver's Wall will lock them in place as the damage comes down.
And now, realistically, we'll see the play in response from Shea on this top side.
So much credit to MDK. The Waller comes down. Nuke was tanking the tower. Has to flash. Merwin looking for the house in the back, but instead he uses the boomerang. And you have to watch that Nav as he gets in behind BDX. Nuke has the flash. Genex keeps Merwin at bay, but Nuke is locked up. The Nav into the wall. Doesn't even need to kill off Nuke. And now we'll see if Genex is able to survive. He's not Newcastle at all, but the Emperor has other plans as MDK wipe them away.
Madlands Koi will keep their dreams alive!
Welcome everyone to the Riot Games Arena, live from Berlin, Germany. And what a finals weekend we've had already to close out the LEC Winter Split. And you know it, the best is yet to come. Mad Lions Koi in the finals, one more best of 5 for them. But G2 Esports waiting, and we know how difficult that is. And with we, I mean of course myself, Shocked, but also Finn and Broxa, and Goldborg is waiting on the other side. Finn, welcome back, or should I immediately say goodbye?
Nah, I don't know what to tell you, but it's great to be back. I'm great to be back in the studio and of course ready to play next split, but what a series we have in front of us. Leading up to today, 2 back-to-back 5 games. I can only hope we get another one.
Yeah, Broxa was here to watch it yesterday from home on Friday, of course, but 10 games already in the back pocket of Mad Lions Koi. They're just going from strength to strength.
I can't even imagine how exhausted these guys are coming into the day. I think Finn knows it as well. Once you've played one best of 5, the next day you're just completely destroyed, because not only are you here the entire day, but the exhaustion, the pressure, the stress, it just adds up.
You think they're exhausted? I think when you're really hungry and you get a taste of food, it doesn't make that hunger smaller. It increases the hunger and you just want more and more and more. I think they come in today ready to take it all. I think they see G2 as a challenge that they need to overcome.
I love it, and I also asked Alvaro this yesterday. I was like, aren't you tired? And he said, no, this is 10 games of practice before we get into the finals tomorrow. But here we see, of course, some of Mad Lions Koi's play over the weekend. Finn, what has stood out to you? Why have they been able to take that next step, you think?
I've seen this sentiment that Mad Lions have like this incredible teamwork, and while that is true, I do have to compliment their players. I think the individual level of play they have shown, Mirwin with his counter picks, Elyoya with his immaculate leadership, and Alvaro with his engages, I think they just all stepped up individually and added on top of that team play an amazing team that just have so many threats.
I think that's fair. You know, we've seen new layers to the squad. I want to say Frescawi, right? Back on day 1 of the finals weekend where he was playing as Gragas and he was everywhere. They're just adding things to their repertoire coming into this finals.
Yeah, definitely. And for Frescawi, he already took down Humanoid, he took down Nuke. Now Caps is here, the final raid boss, and I'm curious to see if he can beat him as well.
Yeah, we'll see indeed, but I also want to take a moment to kind of look at how the experience has been for Mad Lions Koi. Of course, Ibai's team, a part of it with a big crew around him, of course, and it's not because you have a big fan base that you necessarily are going to make it, you know, hit the ground running, but we've seen them going from strength to strength, and just this crew behind them, I'm sure also the coaching staff around them, Finn, it's been kind of a larger-than-life experience.
Yeah, and I feel like this journey started almost a year ago when that Movistar Riders roster spawned with Melset, Frescawi, Alvaro, Supa. They've been working for a year together, and then they just plugged in Elyoya and Mirwin and just built upon that. And I think the result we see today is a result of a year of hard work from them.
I think the crazy thing is that everybody has their eyes on this team, but also on Carmen Corp. And this is what Carmen Corp dreamed of becoming. Like, we knew probably one of them could do well in winter, but who knows what to expect from a team that, you know, hasn't played in the LEC before, new organizations, changes and all that. And I think them being here right now, making it to the final, already in the winner split is crazy.
It's crazy, and it's also kind of one of my favorite ways that splits can go, Finn, because I asked Odoamne the same thing yesterday, you know, is this lighting a fire under your butt when you've been here for a while, knowing that these youngsters come and they just play in your face, they just play aggro, and they're winning so far.
I mean, seeing Mirwin play like this, just picking whatever he wants, picking strong champions that wins lane, it just wants, you want to challenge him, you want to see if you can beat him, you want to see if you can overcome that. So I think every top laner, every player, seeing this happen in front of them, I think it just should increase their hunger.
They're probably really happy indeed. And then let's talk about Elyoya as well. I'm sure we will today. But Broxa, you know, for a jungler and a player who is now also a veteran to take a step back and say, I believe in this project, I believe in these guys alongside me, and having that big responsibility, it's a great step, and it is really crazy that it worked out. It speaks to his affinity to work to make it to the top.
I was really skeptical coming into this year because Elyoya didn't look that impressive at the end of last year, but him being in this form now, I think also goes to show how dysfunctional of a team Matt was and how impressive the direction they're going in now is, because they really have managed to not only set Elyoya up for success, but find 4 players and the coaching staff around him that are all ready to compete for the top.
Yeah, and I think I saw a lot of comments in the beginning of the year that this is Elyoya's play. This is has full accountability for this roster, and I think we have to give him his due praise because everyone doubted this roster and everyone said, Elyoya, you're crazy. How is this gonna work? But he made it work and then went all the way to the finals in their first split. That is just amazing.
It's insane. It's a crazy genius, and I love that you say in the first split because he did this before, actually, in 2021. He was the rookie on stage. He also made it to the finals. He was able to take down the G2 dynasty, and now, 3 years later, Broxa, he is here with all these newcomers around him, and I know if you've missed it, they don't want to be called rookies and newcomers. They don't like that, you know? They want to show that they belong here no matter what, but his journey has been incredible. It's going to be really difficult today, but I think we should praise that it got so far already in winter.
Yeah, definitely. Like again, no matter if you call them rookies, newcomers, whatever, these 4 guys couldn't be expected to make it to the final in the first split. And I think, sure, we were pretty harsh in terms of rankings coming into it, but like 4 rookies being in this situation, new coaching staff as well, it's completely unheard of, and it just goes to show again how amazing all the players are and how great the ELs have become because they were ready.
They were. I've heard already stand out for Mirwin, but I want to hear more about it because that's what they're going to need. Today they're up versus G2, so it's not only the teamwork, Finn, it's also going to have to be every single individual stepping up.
Yeah, and here we see Mirwin solo killing Broken Blade in his first game against him with the Gwen against Gesante. Mirwin actually a connoisseur of the Gwen in the ERLs. Maybe we'll see him bring it out today, but I would want to see MDK put him in a lot of these comfortable counter picks for him. I don't know what side they're choosing, but if they are red side, I want them to give that counter pick to Mirwin and see what he can cook up.
They are in game 1.
They are in game 1. Exciting. Very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, generally, normally when we look at G2, they're like the drafting gods. They're able to adapt so well, but now these guys are coming and have played even more champions already, and I wonder how it feels for G2 being in this situation, because now they're on the other side of it.
They are. They were dominating the LEC, of course, last year, and now again in winter so far, looking unstoppable in playoffs, but you say it there. They haven't played on this stage in this finals weekend. On the other side, they're also hungry, and they have been. They have pocket picks. They have aggro play, where other teams maybe are, I want to say it's scared when they step into the Rift versus G2 in a finals, Finn. Maybe it's different today for Mad Lions.
Yeah, I mean, there is the argument to be made that Mad Lions have shown everything they have.
Yeah.
Because they've shown 10 games of drafts, and but they've also gained a huge comfortableness on stage. I think they're very comfortable on stage. They know what they want to play, and they know what really works for them. While G2 is hiding maybe their picks a bit more, they're coming in and they can prepare into Mad Lions what they want to play, and we will see what thrives there. Is it the comfortable drafts of Mad Lions or the surprise picks of G2s?
What do you think, Broxa? Because, you know, we know they can prepare very well, G2, even if we haven't seen them for a while.
Well, generally G2 has everything to lose, and I think Mad is in a very scary position where they have nothing to lose. Like, sure, I know they want to win and they want to go all the way, and they're a very confident team, but at the same time, them being in the final is already a huge win for them. And I think a team without any pressure on them is incredibly scary, and I wouldn't be surprised if they can really surprise G2 today.
We'll see indeed for G2, of course. We expect perfection from them because that's what they expect from themselves. That's what they've said as well, Finn, right? We go to internationals, it's not the way we want it, so we want to perfect it here as well. Do you feel like they've done that, both of you?
We'll see, but I do think every time G2 has been successfully internationally is when they are challenged regionally. So I do think, for the sake of the region, we would love to see 5 games here, and we would love to see MDK push them a little bit in draft, in lane, on the map, everywhere. We want to see how far they can push G2, so we actually get the best refined product of G2 come internationals.
And also another team, the other teams, hopefully.
My response to the question would be a pretty hard no. Sure, they've been winning a lot of games, but if these guys play this way at MSI, they're going to completely destroy it the same way they did at Worlds. So I hope, for the sake of Europe and for the sake of our region, that they're going to be challenged now, because we need somebody to be what Fnatic was in the past, somebody that can really push them to the limit and help them grow.
I love that, and I hope we see that today. But for more on G2's mid-game, Lore caught up with their coach Dylan Falco to break it down.
Dylan, thank you for joining me ahead of yet another final for this interview. Yeah. Well, congrats first on making it there.
Thank you.
What did you think of Mad Lions' road to finals? Quite unexpected, I would say, but them ramping up and facing you today. What did you think of the team and their success?
At least for us, behind the scenes, sitting in grand finals, it was a very entertaining run to watch. Both series going to 5 games. I think Mad also being willing to take risks in game and take risks in draft, which I think is great. And honestly, they were just such entertaining series, and we enjoyed it a lot, and I really liked seeing them win and make it.
I hope it's going to be the matchup. We hope it will, but focusing a bit more on G2, I think it's fair to say that you guys have been the most stable and solid team, of course, having the same team you had last year. There's a specific replay that I want you to look at. It's basically the whole G2 spreading pressure between two lanes usually, and here you see the decision of Caps not to match to defend on top side. Tell me about this game against BDS and the way you play on two lane, and how strong is it going to be when you come to the...
So Azir in particular is extremely strong on side lane. He can win against most mage matchups, especially later in the game, especially if you start getting ahead. And I think last year in these scenarios where there'd be a cross map play or an opportunity to TP in 5v5, we'd almost always fight. And even if in reviews or theoretically we would say that we should play macro and we should not like mess with them on one side and fight them on the other, now with the addition of Duffman to the team and us taking macro a lot more seriously, we're a lot more willing to do trades, to do objective trades and to play with our pressure.
I'm just wondering how teams match you in that area, because I feel like it's also brought you guys most success. And when you look at Mad Lions, Koi, for instance, today, how you think they're going to match into this play style? With the explosivity that they have.
I'm not exactly sure what Mad Lions will bring. I think there's certain obvious picks and strategies they've really heavily prioritized, but it's a best of 5, right? They need to be able to play multiple strategies. So I'm not sure what they'll bring. I think they're a pretty adaptable team, but I think we're just going to focus on playing solid and playing to our strengths.
You guys always bring new picks. They brought new picks as well. Anything cooking specific for you guys? Can you have more? That's what I'm wondering.
I feel like on this patch we've already cooked quite a bit. We had Twisted Fates top lanes. We had Zax jumping in. There's been Lily and Brand jungles. This is a pretty crazy patch. I actually really enjoy the patch. I think there's a lot of very interesting specific champions. I think we got a couple more, so maybe we'll see some today.
I can't wait. Dylan, thank you so much.
Good
luck today. And Chucks, back to you.
Thank you so much. We got a little bit of insight there into G2 from Dylan Falco. Brox, I'll go to you since you were pretty harsh on them, right? He's saying learning how to play with pressure more, but also the fact that, yes, you guys are talking a lot about Mad Lions, Koi, and their picks, but we've actually shown a lot of those things as well.
Sure, but I also think the counterpoint is that often G2 have gone a little bit too far, and sometimes they're not as controlled and as consistent as I would like them to be. I think here a team like BDS is the polar opposite, where sure, you know what they're going to draft every game, but they always have a clear game plan, and you can see that every player always knows their role within the game. And I think G2 really has to not necessarily find their style or identity, because I think them being fluid is great, but they need to be consistent. That's really what it's all about.
And I think a lot of that comes down to the discipline of them. I don't necessarily think that any of them are bad players. I think they're some of the best in all their roles. I think it really comes down to the fact that sometimes they just don't take it serious enough. We saw it first time they played against each other. BB was solo killed. We saw the bot lane as well when Mickey was playing Syra. That didn't work out as well as they wanted to as well. Take bad trades level 1 and disrespecting the opponent. That's what we see G2 at their worst. I don't need the consistency. I just need the discipline, and then the consistency will develop from that.
Yeah. I think it depends on the engine of the team, which is Caps, as we all know. Caps is the engine, the heart, the lungs, and the brain, maybe. We will see. He has his days off, but I think if Caps is on, he is really on, and all of G2 works so well.
Absolutely, we'll explore that a little more down the line as well, because there is really a lot to talk about. It's a very interesting final, so let's start at the beginning then. The early game, knowing that for G2 it usually goes pretty well. For MDK, even in these playoffs, they had to fight back from a deficit so often, Broxa.
And that's really the difference right there, because G2, sure, they're a pretty good early game team, but they almost never come back if they're behind at 20 minutes, whereas Mad, you know, they've already shown it plenty of times. They can easily fall behind and still make some big plays later.
No, absolutely. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that they have this trio with Frescawi, Elioya, and Alvaro. They're really good at hunting for targets. They're really good at hunting for shutdowns, even if they are behind. And I think the entire way that MDK orchestrate team fights is always the same kind of style. There's one flanker, there's 2 consistent damage, and you have the peelers. And this kind of style works out for them every single time if anyone's caught out of position and they catch them.
Because it's not like it's a style that is bogged down necessarily by one or the other pick. There are multiple picks in that plan that you can field, right, Finn? And I think this champion diversity is something on both sides that we will see, that Mad Lions Koi are almost going to have to take even a step further, it seems like, today.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see how it goes, because I feel like out of all the teams in Europe we have right now, I think Mad Lions Koi is the only one that can actually challenge G2 in draft and push them. they can out G2 if you will and outflex them. We haven't seen their full potential. I think we will have to see how Mirwin adapts to Broken Blade's crazy picks. Maybe he will use out crazy or he will return to standard. We will see.
And we see it as well right here. Yesterday, between Matt and BDS, Matt has played a lot more champions. Now, they have a substantial amount more than G2. Also got to keep in mind, they've just played a ton of games over this weekend. But at the same time, like Finn said, they have so deep champion pools, and it's so hard to know what they're going to bring.
Absolutely. They've only met once. You already brought it up earlier. Recap it a little bit for us, because it was only a best of one, and it was a long time ago.
Yeah, but I think it was one of those things where it actually came down to the fact that Yike and Caps had to bail out the rest of G2. While they had some success on the early game in the top side, they kind of faltered a bit. BB dropped his lead by getting solo killed. The bot lane lost prio, and Yike got invaded quite often because MDK's bot lane continuously kept the pressure going. And then it was just one good skirmish with Yike and Caps that kind of brought them back into the game where they could 1v9 it. And I think that's why G2 has been so successful in the regular season, and that's the kind of things that you can still abuse them on if they're not meeting themselves on the day.
I'm also curious to see what happens if Matt decides to ban Kalista today, because Jisoo played Kalista every game against BDS, and I think that was a band-aid more than anything. Bot lane has been an issue for them here in Winter compared to last year, where it was one of their strong points. And once Kalista is gone, once Hans is not as comfortable and they're not able to snowball early game as cleanly, it might be a tough time.
Yeah, we will see. I think Hans has always thrived when he had a stronger AD carry matchup. Hans always famously went for the Kalista Draven, which I think ever since 2020 has usually been banned against Hansama both sides, which is crazy for a player to draw 2 bans every single game for so long. We will see if he will have to go into the Varus if he wants to play more the strong AD carry, or how they will adapt if that would happen. Because I would assume, as MDK, you don't give Hansama Draven or Kalista.
Well, yesterday I was talking to Alvaro, and he was like, yeah, let him have Draven 5 times. Let's see. So he was pretty confident. Of course, we'll see how it is today. Let's talk about some of the champion pools then, and some of the matchups that we are looking at. We talked about Mirwin so much. Today, it's up versus Broken Blade. You said it already. Broken Blade probably wants revenge because it didn't go well when they met in the best of ones. But in terms of diversity, Finn, they are so fun to watch.
Just look at his champion pool, man. There's a Varus, there's a Fiddlesticks. He picked a Kali with Comet into K'Sante and he completely demolished him. This guy is so bold, so fearless, and he was not scared to play champions of different, what do you say, identities, so to say.
Yeah, and I think what really makes them so good is the fact that they do both, right? They are the crazy people that can seem like a gimmick player, but they're not. They always got the consistency down as well, and understanding that fundamental in terms of a normal matchup and the crazy matchup is what really gives them the edge. That's what we saw as well from especially Mirwin yesterday, when we see picks like the Akali that just gives them an edge in a matchup that you have never played.
Yeah, and Finn, I think that's the crux of it on both sides. There are many players who play a lot of champions, but there's a difference between practicing it and playing it in scrims and pulling it off in a specific situation every single time in an elimination game. You know what I mean?
Yes, I would have to give credit, I think. I would assume, because I've seen Mirwin, there was a thing on Twitter that he'd like posted a PowerPoint presentation about how to play Fiddlesticks. And I think when you play these chaotic champions, you really need to tell your team how to play with it. You have to not just play the champion well yourself, you have to make sure the team understands how you want to play. Because you can't just pick a champion and perform well on it yourself. You have to be as a 5-man unit when you pick a champion like Fiddlesticks, like Varus, like Jace. And if you want to execute on it.
You do. Braxa, you were talking about G2's performance before. Does that also apply to the top lane? What do you think of this matchup?
I think this matchup is going to be very important for the series. Obviously, our eyes generally are going to be on the mid lane, but these two have by far the deepest champion pools out of all top laners in the league. They both are very aggressive. They're both easily able to completely take over a game. But at the same time, their teams are going to have a hard time functioning if they're not performing. So whichever one of these two have a better day is going to be huge in the series.
Yeah, I think in the end though, I think G2 is a team that's mastered the style of picking up for your teammates. I think always if one guy underperforms in G2, the other guys pick up the slack. And I think that's why G2 has always been successful, because if one guy has an off game, another guy has an on game, so to say. And I think even if Broken Blade will struggle, as we saw last time, I do think Caps, Yike and botlane can pick up the slack.
Yeah.
Can we say the same about MDK? We will have to see.
We'll have to see, but mid lane for G2 has been sovereign so far. And for more on Caps, we asked him and Broken Blade on the debate of all-time best player in the West. Let's take a look.
I agree that the Caps is the best Western player that ever played the game. He has so much passion in the game. He wakes up thinking about League of Legends. He goes to sleep thinks about League of Legends. I've never talked to a guy who really breathes the game as much as he does, and I think all the world finals and stuff like that, MSI title, is because he works so hard for it, you know. And he has a lot of talent, a lot of creativity. So if you play a lot, it just comes by nature, and he really drags your teammates as well with the creativity and just the joy of playing League of Legends.
Rogue Blade ready to interrupt with a stun card. Cap still committing anyway! Goes in, gets one wall to try to make it two, and he gets another!
I think a lot of people have doubts on me throughout the years. I think there's always been ups and downs. Sometimes people just get bored when we win too much, I think. And a lot of time people want to see someone else win or something else, so maybe people make their own narratives. But for me, I always consider myself the strongest. And I want to prove that by winning more splits, by winning Worlds, winning MSI. And that is my dream, and I will keep trying until I finally can achieve that.
We can absolutely see it for Caps this winter so far. He says, I don't care about your narratives. You can spin up what you want. And that's why we rate him so highly, I think, because sometimes it is the crux, you know, it doesn't really work out. But that's never that way for a long time because he has this attitude. And I think Goldborg, we've seen that from Fresskowy as well, right? In interviews as well as on the Rift, he's also willing to push the envelope.
Yeah, there's this saying that an ally can only get you so far. So when you're pushing yourself, what you really need is a rival, someone that you want to beat. And for every single mid laner that wants to improve themselves, and especially a rookie like Fresskowy, that is Caps. Caps is for sure the best Mr. Wood we've had ever, and it shows that he still is, and that's the guy you gotta beat.
Caps just strikes me as a guy that breathes League of Legends. He's like, it's League of Legends, and he's just always thinking about the game, whether it's probably dreaming about the game as well.
Yeah, he is.
He's just always coming up with new plays to make, new champions to play, and it's just crazy how still to this day he's so creative.
And he's been necessary for G2 too in winter.
I think, honestly, the smartest move G2 ever made was stealing him from us on Fnatic.
You're not salty anymore?
this guy is so good. Like, you could put him on any team in the league right now and he would make them a contender single-handedly, because the gap between him and every other mid laner in the West is unreal big. It's so impressive how good he is after all those years. His growth has been absolutely crazy. I remember when we played together back in 2017, he was a little bit more coin flippy. So when I came in, I was supposed to be as structured and disciplined, as stable as possible to kind of balance it out. Now he balances out all the mistakes his teammates makes because he doesn't make any himself.
And I think that's where it really shows as well, that especially on side lane, you don't see the flips in laning phase anymore like that. I mean, we saw a bit of it last year, but we haven't seen it this winter, and that's why he's so scary, because he's stable in lane. He comes out on side lane later, he will just out macro you, outplay you, find the right team fight, and there's nothing you can do to stop him.
So, if there's nothing you can do, then what is Fresskowy gonna do?
His best.
He's been vocal about his lofty goals, and I love that also coming in, not being afraid of anyone, but obviously respecting the fact that Caps is just on top, Broxa. But from what you've seen from him this weekend, also, you know, I'm thinking of the Gragas, where he was 007, killing everyone and setting up the place for his team, you know. We're learning more about him, and he's learning more about himself.
He does remind me of a young Caps in a lot of ways, because he's very aggressive, very confident. He has not been afraid to play many different champions, even though he's a rookie. And I think him being so proactive already in his first split really showcases how great of a player he is.
I just want to bring up his Azir game, Game 5 versus Fnatic. He's playing as Humanoid, which is like the historically most intelligent mid laner in Europe, next to Caps. And then he has a complete performance with the Azir in Game 5. They were just out-macroed the entire team, and he solo carries the game.
Yeah, and I think that's really been the big development for Fresskowy as well, going from the ERL mid laner he was and coming into the LEC. Because even when they were playing on Movistar Riders, quite often their strategy is, can we get Super ahead? Super's carrying? Okay, let's play the game through Super and let's just early win game and then take it from there. Whereas now this entire team has become a great coach team that understand, what do I need of a mid lane? I'm going to go into the mid game. Am I the flanker? Am I the front to backer that just hitting frontline? And Fresskowy has become both. We've seen the Akali's, we've seen the Gragas, but we've also seen the standard control mage.
Yeah, slotting in very, very well. There's some matchups we even haven't touched upon yet, but I'm sure we'll get the chance to when we hopefully get 5 games today. So let's come back down to earth and zoom out for a little bit now. Looking at a G2, of course, poised to take yet another title, but the Mad Lions coy with also a great lower bracket run. And I feel like their whole winter split has felt like a lower bracket run because everyone was doubting them. Nobody had any expectations, Finn, but then at every hurdle they overcame, they got a loss, they looked at it. They said, what can we do better? And now they're 10 games into these playoffs.
Yeah, and that is scary because I think as a pro player, when you learn the most is on the stage. sure, practice can help you improve, but when you play on stage, the lessons you take from those games are 10 times more impactful. And the fact that they've had so many lessons and being able to practice so much on the stage and gotten so comfortable, I think it's not to be underestimated. Similarly to in Malmö, where Rogue made a lower bracket round and then you swept G2 in the finals, I think Mad Lions has the same potential right here.
That's the question, right? Will they have Montpellier on their mind or Malmö on their mind? The fact that for G2, you know, you don't know also yourself, I guess, Broxa, before you step on stage how things are flowing, and you're always a great player, but are you on that day the greatest?
Well, that's one of the challenges as a player, right? Like taking all the worries and nerves, putting them aside, and just entering your own little bubble once you sit in front of that money. So for G2, they've seen both sides of it. Great moments, not so great moments. But I think for them, with what they've showed so far, the split, sure, they know that MDK is a strong team and they're not going to underestimate them. But they also have a good reason to believe that they can take this series.
They absolutely do. I know you want to get in, but I'll give you the first word for the predictions.
I
Who's
mean,
going to win and why?
I think it's going to be a clean 3-0 for G2. You're talking about the lessons. This is still a young team for MDK. We're only in winter split. I think one of the greatest lessons they're going to get is this entire weekend they've had, only into them now actually losing it.
I have to say G2 3-0. We've been hyping them up all split, and now MDK has been fighting with the other teams, but we always said G2 was far above the other teams, so I think it should be a favored 3-0 for G2.
Okay, Broxa, can you steer the ship more?
Well, I believe
evenly?
in the ultimate storyline here. I think G2 is going to win the first couple of games. Sure, it's going to be 2-0, but then MDK, they're going to come back. They're going to reverse sweep them and take it 3-2. Because at this point, that's the only thing we need for this to be the most beautiful underdog story of all time.
I love it. But of course, you know, you're an underdog and you can be hyped up in the end and you can have the fans on your side, but you still have to show up today. I do love that it's very different stories, and in none of these is G2 bad, because in one of them they win 3-0, in the other they still win the first 2 games. So if you're looking at one thing, Goldberg, that we have to keep our eyes on going into this final that hypes you up the most into today, what is it?
It's just the mid-game team fighting, because it's where Mad Lion has started to come back. Even if they don't have the early game going for them, they still fight it in the mid-game. But that had also been where G2 is the scariest out of all the teams we've had so far. So that's why I'm curious to see them butt heads against each other.
And hoping that they both perform as they can.
Will G2 give them the team fights even, or will they play on the sidelines? We'll have to find out.
We will. Brox has some closing thoughts and motivator for everyone at home.
Well, I would like for everyone to keep an eye on top lane. How's the creativity gonna go?
Yeah.
Who's gonna be cooking the best? Can MDK stop Caps? How's Jisoo's bot lane gonna look? And will Hansama still be able to perform without Kalista? We'll see.
Many, many questions. I'm very curious indeed, but it's all on the line tonight in the epic finale of the LEC Winter Split as G2 Esports and Mad Lions Koi step on stage in our opening ceremony.
Hear my plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to glory and the fall. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the
Cold and harsh winter, only 2 teams heeded the call. Over the icy terrain, as the snow is already making a problem for me. Hopefully it will not be for our players, because they are stepping into this winter final. And for one of them, the fall. For the other, the glory. A ticket to MSI, and of course the honor of calling themselves the 2024 LEC Winter Champions. First up, G2 Esports, Broken Blade. Holding down the jungle, Yike! Sovereign in mid, Caps. Always guns blazing, Hans Sama. Our current MVP, Mickey X. Give it up for G2 Esports. Next up, they're on an insane lower bracket run. They've had so many fans here cheering them on. It's been an incredible journey to watch. It is Mad Lions Koi, Mirwin, the veteran Elyoya, superstar in the making, Frescawi. Our pentakill demon, Supa. Supporting them all, Alvaro. Well, in 2021, it was Elyoya as a rookie then taking down the G2 dynasty. Will history repeat itself here today as Elyoya has another chance to do the same? Only one battle left for us in the snow here in Berlin. G2 Esports or Mad Lions Koi?
The expectation we had since the start was to win everything.
Gwen is immune, but Noah is not. And because it went to Gwen, Noah thought he was safe. MDK absolutely outplayed Fnatic.
Sorry guys, I love you. I love you all.
We really want to win it, and seeing someone else accomplish that, seeing ourselves fail, it just shows like what could have been if we had worked harder.
We are not going without any fear, so that's going to be really hype.
Mirwin now looking to knock back here, desperate to get the 1v1 back. Oh!
Enemies are coming to get us, you know. If we are the #1 target, everyone has a target on us. And every team is fighting for their lives. We will have to be ready.
This time around, Hansama does have ultimate immediately. The follow-up is there. Severing bolt from the sky. And another kill to the side of G2.
The enemy team is standing up, hugging each other after winning. I want to be that guy, you know. I want the enemy team to be salty. I want them to be hungry to beat me, to beat us. That is, for me, the greatest feeling. To be on top and everybody's chasing you.
You cast to do it all, but the Emperor has other plans. Mad Lions Koi will keep their dreams alive.
It's not about the trophy, it's about to prove ourselves that we can do it, we are here to win.
You called him Elyoya and friends, you mocked them. Well, Elyoya and friends are going to finals.
I think it's just up to myself to not be my worst enemy, and I'm sure I can take them down.
This is G2's world. You're just living in it.
Welcome to the caster desk for the Winter Finals. I'm Dracos, joined by none other than Dagda and Vedius, and the much anticipated finals matchup is finally here. Boys, we started some 3-0s on the desk. I hope for our sake it's not. Brox is coping maybe a little bit too much with the dramatic reverse sweep
here,
angle.
Which means we have to go to 5 games.
Yeah, we need another 5, boys. Yeah. We got to go all the way.
He has to cast 15 games this weekend, folks.
I mean, I'm excited.
Caster magic to keep it going.
G2 Esports, of course, the Titans sitting at the top of Winter. They were our victors last year. Mad Lions looking to take that throne away from them just as they did in spring. It was Elyoya at the helm. Let's see if we can make that same magic happen. We've seen some incredible series from these teams in the past, and I'm hoping for another banger today.
And it's Elyoya that actually, when you look back at the years, has been the one that's come out on top. He's 3-2 domestically against G2 in best of series. So let's see if you can try and make that magic happen again. But it is up against G2 that have definitely looked the most dominant this split. So for this Elyoya and a group of rookies to come in and dethrone them would be such an incredible moment for what is only the beginning of these players' stories.
And while it's easy to look at the history of Elyoya in the context of matchup, or the history of the Mad Lions organization, now Mad Lions Koi, this is almost a completely new team, looking to start their own record, their own story against G2 Esports. And while they came up short in the regular season, most certainly, we've seen how much they've grown over the last 2 days. And the number one question I think on everyone's mind is it going to be enough? Going against a G2 who have had to show us nothing, who smashed BDS and who have made it look effortless. Now we're going to need to see what the adjustments are, what the adaptations are as we get into picks and bans for Game 1. Renata, the first champion taken away.
We imagine Kalista Maokai going to be the response from Mad Lions Koi, but G2, their bans are often very tailored towards the opponents that they're going up against. And the Azir being respected from Friskawi. He's shown some fantastic performances over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll see the Maokai ban here from Mad Lions Koi. It's actually going to be the Draven. So I think on the upside for G2, do they respect the Senna? It's not going to be. We've seen Senna banned a lot against Supa over the course of playoffs, but going to look towards the Zaya instead, which means that, I mean, realistically, if you end up banning more AD carries here, you're going to be in a bit of a difficult spot here for Mad Lions Koi as we move into this.
Could be a situation where we see Senna traded for Varus. Senna obviously used very well by both of these lineups. G2 will opt to lock it in. Mad Lions Koi, Varus next in line in terms of perceived meta power. See what the actual laning matchup looks like as we get further into the draft.
I think it's also the flexibility that you have with the Varus again, because Mirwin can take that into the top side if you want to try and go that. And oftentimes we see it paired with something like the Ivern here for Elyoya, and Alvaro playing that engage tool. So the rail still can be flexed into that bottom lane depending. Traditionally we've seen Mickey X go towards the Maokai, but with that band away, more than likely going to be the Nautilus on that bot side, which rail can do perfectly fine into.
We're looking at a potential Vi here for G2. I wonder if that is the direction that they choose to go to. Often something that Yike has a lot of comfort on, a lot of dive threat as well. Divine Nautilus could be a fairly good pairing, but the TF coming out likely for Broken Blade.
TF now being locked in already kind of telegraphs the game plan for G2 Esports, playing a lot more to side lane, something that Mad Lions Koi themselves have brought out and leveraged, but something that can often leave teams that aren't perfectly coordinated, you know, scrambling to deal with. It was the side lane pressure that dissected BDS in our upper bracket semifinal last week. See if G2 Esports can replicate some of that success here, as it is the Vi as predicted.
Yeah, I mean, you can even send this still into Caps, and even if you want to have Broken Blade, go for something like the Zac that he's been very willing to pair up with this Vi combo, where it's just backline access, incredibly easy to work with, and see if you can set yourself up. But I do think with the Twisted Fate, more than likely we're going to see more of a side lane threat, so you can play at this 1-3-1, and then look for picks off that pressure with the Vi.
And it's interesting because yesterday I feel like we saw Mad Lions Koi almost fighting back against what are the very conventional scaling front-to-back drafts of BDS. Today they're like, no, we're cool. We're going to be the ones taking the front-to-back. We got the Varus, we got the Ori, we got a ball delivery system, clearly prepared to fight 5v5 when they get the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine that the Hui is going to be next on the ban list. Don't want to give that over to Caps, given his proficiency on it. Is leaning towards a potential Akali, though. So they do have to be concerned about that, but we'll see what direction they do with the final ban. Ivan still being shown as a respect, of course, the Rel being a flex pick between jungle and support.
Well, the Rel and the Varus as well. Mirwin, when he had the Ivern available to back him up, looked nigh unstoppable in the 1v1 matchup.
Going to see the AD LeBlanc taken away here, which I do like. I think that just gives you a ton of threat access, and Cap's still one of the few remaining people globally who's willing to pick up this champion, so getting that off the board is going to be nice. But I do think you're looking at something that wants to try and play for that side lane control, so maybe they're happy enough to just try and go towards something like an Akali here for Caps in that mid lane. We'll have to try and see exactly what the plan is, but I do like the Ivern ban as well, just making sure that you're not going to have this very long-range comp with a ton of AD carries that Mad Lions Koi have run before.
I mean, G2 are looking at a Hui Nautilus sort of matchup right now.
Zac the hover here.
I mean, I think it could be good in terms of follow-up dive. I think that in the matchup, it struggles against TF, assuming that the TF is going top lane. But as a scaling teamfight pick, it does make a lot of sense. Eventually, you're going to get strong enough where you're probably not going to be too concerned about going up against the Twisted Fate. And it's something that Mirwin should be able to just weather the storm with.
And this is the situation where if TF is a flex pick, if they are willing to play at mid, we'd want to see that now, because Darius is the conventional answer into Zac. Usually banned away when you want to go for it. Mad Lions Koi clearly is the call here. We know this TF is top. It is not a flex. It is not going anywhere else. G2 could change that, though.
I really want to see them take a carry here for BB, because I think if you do put caps on the Twisted Fate, the Senna level 6, you can all in on that top side and look for that pick. So we still don't know for certain. There's still a little bit of flexibility here. More than likely won't be the...
You feel like it's for sure mid lane.
I was going to say, Kali probably not going to have the best of time against the Zac on that top side, so I think it will be the TF top, but I still think you have a lot of opportunities to play heavily up in that top side.
That's spicy.
Wait, is it Zac jungle, Rel support?
It could also be.
No. It's Zac support, I think.
Into Nort?
No. Okay. All right. I was like, it's crazy. He leaps through the air, telegraphs his approach, and gets hooked out every time.
So I think Yasuo is a great matchup into Twisted Fate. It was historically used as a great answer in mid lane, just because of how the wind wall, the stun card is what gives TF so much power and disengage. The wind wall just completely nullifies that potential. And the chase down and the scaling is something that Yasuo can just match in a side lane as well. Mirwin saying, no, I'm not bringing tanks into this matchup.
Just swap, right? You just put the TF mid and then nullify that. So you still get that flexibility.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? I think you made a great call, Dagda. My expectation was that they would keep that TF top, but G2 doing that last-minute swap. Fortunately for MDK, Orianna's still a great matchup into the Twisted Fate, but Akali gonna have a much nicer time into the Yone up top side.
Yeah, into the Yasuo, gonna feel good. Mirwin's first Yasuo this year. See how well he can pilot it into this particular matchup. The Twisted Fate matchup, obviously much more Yasuo favored. Pretty hard to beat a wind wall as a champion reliant on a gold card to get through a lot of exchanges. We'll see how that changes as G2 opted last second to switch up the lane matchups. I don't think MDK are going to get with anything too crazy here. Probably won't swap their laners manually, as we often see.
The energy is electric here in the arena. So much support for both of these teams. Credit to the MDK fans. They have been here every single day of the weekend, showing that love and support for Mad Lions Koi. But now the G2 army is here to try and rival them. We're jumping into game one of this best of 5 winter finals, G2 versus Mad Lions Koi. Not only title for the winter split, but also a spot at MSI.
And remember, the Mad Lions Koi just consistently have surpassed our expectations at every single hurdle to make it this far. But G2 feel, for many, like they are a cut above. And I think this first game is going to show us how much Mad Lions Koi can fight here. They've been put into somewhat unoptimal lane matchups by the last-minute creative flexibility of G2. Mirwin, can he come out on top in the 1v1? If he can do that in game one, in a slightly disadvantageous situation, that could just flip the script for this entire matchup.
But I think it does become very difficult for you to play aggressive in this matchup as Mirwin, because not only do you have to worry about caps when he hits level 6 going up to that top side to make things a bit more difficult, you even got like Senna ultimate that can come in from Hans Sam as well. So having access to make these plays is going to need to happen very quickly, and make sure that you can actually get this early lead for Mirwin, so that then it becomes a bit more difficult for G2 to just enact their will on the map with the amount of globals that they have.
For now, though, quiet level 1. We've gotten so used to Zac top lane, we forgot that he was designed to be a jungler. There he is. Speed, clear speed, still pretty slow. We'll see how much better it gets once there's a potential Bomby Cinder to come out, but obviously not going to feel too bad in terms of overall sustain. Yike with the Vi, obviously an early priority pick. We know what this champion can do in terms of early game impact. See if Yike can find some of these aggressive gank angles.
But one of the things about the Zac is how good it is when you've got a lot of immobile carries, as Hans Sam has demonstrated.
Ignited. Big level 1 exchange for the side of Mad Lions Koi. The fact that CC manages to connect, it's Hail of Blades Varus. You cannot be walking up to take those trades.
And that's what I was going to say, is that if you're able to play off of this as, hey, we're going to burn some Sunder spells in lane, get Yoya to come in with creative angles, this is what Zac does best. Put the pressure onto G2 and make sure they're actually in the back foot so they can try and play off these globals.
I mean, the beauty of what the Zac enables is that you have 3 pushing lanes. One of the big concerns that you have as a Zac player is the risk of getting invaded. You don't have a strong dueling presence in the early game. It's very easy for Vi to be able to invade, just cause a lot of chaos. But you look at the bot lane, very favorable trades going for Super and Alvaro. We're going to see another one on our screens right now. The push in mid in favor of the Orianna, as well as Mirwin getting that push towards the top side of the map as well. It's Yoya looking for the invades.
Getting aggressive here, has the red buff for himself. Yeah, trying to sidestep, is not going to be able to walk away. Aftershock now procs, some good follow-up damage. Alvaro and Supa have first roam here. Q out to safety, the flash from Elyoya, a bit premature there. Yike just barely able to escape, gets the red buff as well.
Huge win for Yike. Not only does he get the camp, but Elyoya tried to flash in front of the Q, misses, and now that's just a summoner gone on Elyoya when he was the one invading. So Yike will lose his chickens, but that could have gone so much worse.
Love the idea here from Mad Lions Koi as a hook connects. Don't think it's going to be too crazy. But basically, you're using your pushing lanes everywhere to just constantly find these small advantages. Typically, you will not see a Zac setting up for an invade, but Elyoya knows that his bot lane is able to come. Unfortunately for them, as Dagda highlighted, they end up losing the red buff regardless. So I love this aggression that we're seeing from Mad Lions Koi. 3 days of games. This is their 11th within a 3-day span on stage, but that aggression, that enthusiasm, that desire to win, they're showing no hesitation against G2.
And I think this is the correct thing that they need to keep up, right? You have winning lanes. Let's just try and use that pressure to keep Yike out of the action, because if that's the case, well, then you get to make plays.
Flash, instant follow-up. Elyoya now trying to go in. Hansama not going to be locked up. Able to flash back onto safety. Use the cleanse earlier. Now they're trying to turn it back onto Alvaro. Barely able to walk away. Supa. Any follow-up here. Doesn't quite have the cooldowns to finish the kill. You can see low health bars, but Yike nowhere in the area. Cannot respond. So Supa's just going to walk up here. Get a ton for free. Hansama and Mickey
They can't stick around. They cannot stick around. Elyoya has his passive. This is lunacy.
If you don't dodge his Q, you just die. Hansama tries to get to the side. Mickey X is a great hook. Passive. Not going to get procced. Elyoya hits the blob and walks away. One more blob on the ground. Walks in. They proc the passive, but now Supa can follow up. Is anyone willing to burn a TP here? Does they think there's a counterplay? There's nothing here. They've lost so much. Hook back in. Auto. E. Mickey at least getting one back. But MDK taking everything from G2 in the bottom lane.
Supa will take that every day of the week. He gets a kill. Sure, it goes to the support, but that massive wave has been lost to no one. It's actually a massive, massive win for Mad Lions Koi. Elyoya putting the pressure down when he needs to.
Beautiful play from Mad Lions Koi. We think back to last year, and this was a strong point for G2. Their bot lane was often how they won their games, but they overstay in this 2 versus 2. Dracos said it, the passive is available on Elyoya, but it's Supa that actually tanks up the tower, walks away with just barely enough health, the pop ticking away. Mickey is able to pop the passive out, but a nice response here from Mickey. Sees the hook, the arrow channeling, actually brings him within tower range, and he ends up trading 1-for-1. So this is kind of a best case scenario for Mickey, but as you rightly said, Mad Lions Koi going to be happy with that.
So, yeah, exactly. It's like, do we know if Mad Lions Kois are happy? Let's go check the e-buy camp. Yes, it would appear that they are happy. Unsurprising. And again, 700 gold difference in the, bot lane already is going to make this so difficult. But Caps now trying to punish, now trying to find the shutdown. Hook from Mickey going a little bit wide. Caps doesn't really have the damage here without another rotation of cooldowns. One more card. Red card should slow him down. Alvaro here to stop any follow-up. Supa just walking away on the edge of death, still coming out on top. But here comes Frescowie. Where's the ball going to go? Caps coming in. Flash away from the shockwave. Hansama now the one locked up. G2 just overcommitting. They're so desperate to get something back, and they will get Alvaro. But Frescowie just keeps going. One more out of the clockwork. Wind up finishing the job. Elyoya on the backside. Keep your eyes on that Zac. Here he comes. Q set up. Auto to Caps. Boom. Kiss and die, baby. Mad Lions Koi taking over on the bottom side of the map. Triple kill for Frescowie.
It's a kiss, but this is not made up. Mad Lions Koi are destroying G2 on the bottom side of this map. Getting the picks, getting Elyoya into position to follow up. 6-2 and a 2,000 gold lead for the Spanish representative.
The execution is just falling apart for G2. Mad Lions Koi, with the support of their fans in the arena, are playing with perfect precision. We look back at this bot play. Mickey isn't able to connect the hook. Supa buys enough time to create space between him and Caps, doing what damage he can on the back end as well. Then Alvaro comes in with the stun to buy enough time for Frescowie to join the fight, and once he does, this is when MDK find the turn.
Yeah, Mad Lions Koi just having that position to get that shockwave onto Hansama because he had no flash. And then even though Alvaro goes down, like Elyoya gives up on Void Grubs, makes it down to this bottom side, but these are the types of plays that G2 need to land. If you are losing out on these plays, and you're going to lose out when you come to team fights because the composition you have to make sure that you are making these plays succeed. That TF ultimate is now gone, and you don't get a second chance at us.
Frustration on the side of G2. Mad Lions Koi probably feeling electric right now. How they have to keep their energy up for the whole day, no doubt. But right now, game one off to an incredible start. So difficult for G2 to play this one out. I think just disrespecting a little bit in the early game how powerful the Varus was. MDK snowballing beautifully as Miro keeping the pressure up top side. Zach jumping in, connecting on the knockup means an instant ultimate if they want it. That's the combo. Stretching strikes there as well. Broken Blade dashing out, just barely able to escape. Miro on the hunt. Don't think he's going to try to flash for that one.
Credit to Broken Blade. The moment he saw the Zac, he actually used the R so that he could start the cooldown being triggered on the second half of it. He's able to get that small window where he can create enough space to get away from Mirwin. But Mirwin's aggression is not done just yet. Super doesn't have flash. The hook connects.
Counter punch by ult on the way in, but Frescowi's level 8. The shield is massive, and G2 just do not have the damage. Senna and Twisted Fate at this point don't have enough money. They're just not threatening enough on their own.
The ultimate from Super as well, used to buy enough space between him and Mickey. Mirwin now with a 300 gold lead. He doesn't find a kill, but that's the advantage he finds in top lane. 3-0-1 for Frescowi in the mid lane. Things looking up as Elgoya looks for another gank.
Knockup not quite going to connect. Casual sidestep from Caps. Elastic Slingshot coming in, but Yike is there to cover. Nothing will come from that one. Good patience from Caps. Doesn't burn the heal for movement speed.
I love this from Elgoya though. Like, you have so many of these lanes that are so difficult to escape away from a Zac as he jumps in. So just putting the pressure down, making sure that Yike can't get in. Like, Yike is trying to match Elgoya's pressure, but now Elgoya is in his face thanks to mid push.
Pull back there. Buff stolen away, and you highlighted the constant aggression from Elgoya paired with what were already reasonably winning lanes, accelerated obviously by some positive early plays as Miro and Broken Blade continue to trade. This lane is going to get a lot harder for Yasuo once Akali has some items under her belt, most certainly.
I will say
now,
that it's a pretty interesting skill matchup between the two. I definitely think that you can give the advantage to Akali, but there's all sorts of things that you can win more, and there's a lot of, well, skill expression available to both parties.
If you win while the shuriken flip, you feel great. When the shuriken flip comes out is, hard to say. There's a lot of dashes happening everywhere.
I mean, you can also just make life annoying by using, because her Q can be blocked by the wind wall, right? So you can just keep moving in and out of the wind wall while this Akali is desperately trying to hit her Q on you. Can't proc her passive, and then so much of her damage will be lost. So Mirwin right now has the slight advantage. A wave is stacking towards top side, but nothing really going to come off the back of it. Dragon has been secured by MDK. The Grubs, 2 have only dropped so far, so there is still 1 available. Unlikely that we'll see the 5 Grub buff hit. But so far, MDK off to a great start in game 1.
And I like that we're seeing this aggression towards Dragons as well, because MDK have not been a team that focus them. Yes, they're top of the league when it comes to Void Grubs, but they have not gotten hung up.
Nice wind wall, follow up, no ulti going to be committed there. Mirwin getting hit by the shuriken flip, a little bit difficult for the trade. Q3 won't connect that time. Ignite for Broken Blade, the big thing you have to keep your eye on there. All that additional kill pressure is dangerous. X-Flash not going to get traded here as Mickey's caught out. Frescowi on the roam down. Mickey should just go down. Frescowi gonna walk him down slowly but surely. Mickey a little over eager on the Hex Flash angle, just getting caught out.
That jungle does not belong to G2 anymore. Elgoya has been using the pressure from his lanes consistently to move into that half of the map and look for opportunities. He finds another, but let's see if Yike can get something back.
Fishing, waiting to hold on to the ultimate as long as possible to make sure PB can land his combos, but easy kill. Of course, the counterplay in the meantime is the bottom tower. G2 in a bit of a desperation situation, needed to force that play, needed to make something happen. But in the bottom lane, only 2 plates left standing. Caps now coming in, has a bit more damage under his belt. Maybe he can get the gold card down. He has locked up Supa. Supa going to be in trouble, but Elgoya is there to cover. Knockout coming in from the Nautilus. Good damage fall from the center, but not quite enough to finish the job. Ignite ticking will get it done. Shut down for Caps. Elgoya on the run. G2 trying to regain a bit of momentum here. Alvaro off to the side, ready to try and disengage, but just completely whiffs. And Mickey wants to keep this train rolling as he connects the hook on Elgoya. Frescowi can be the one to try to turn it back, but here comes Yike just in time. It was so good for Mad Lions Koi, but in a moment of over-aggression, G2 turned everything on its head.
Caps did such a good job in matching where G2 wanted to put their aggression. He leant topside as they were going for the dive on Yasuo, and then immediately leans that bot lane to make sure that he can cover. And Mad Lions Koi, they were over-aggressive. They don't respect the Twisted Fate. And with the heals, the shields that Hans Sama is able to provide, there's just not enough in the tank for Mad Lions Koi to take down G2 on the bot side. And Yike with the reset timer is perfectly placed to come in here as Mickey lands a great hook on into Elgoya, squeezing that one around Frescowi.
Frescowi was just trying to buy time. He thought the shockwave might be enough. Flashes away to safety, but Caps flashes after, secures 800 gold. And just like that, that gold lead that MDK had built disappears. You look at the bottom of your screen, Super still with a healthy advantage over Hans Sama. But across the map, things going in favor of G2.
And oftentimes when you look at a game of League of Legends, you look up at the top of the screen, you look at that gold lead, but it's important to understand what that means because it is just the Varus who is ahead. If G2 keeps starting plays where Supa is the first to die, Mad Lions Koi do not have a gold lead whatsoever.
I will also say, though, don't forget that Twisted Fate does have his passive. So even though it's looking like a bit of an even one in the mid lane, a 4-kill Orianna that already has a losing companion is going to do a lot. So.
It's fake data. Dad has a hedge fund. Doesn't count. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, however, Hans Sama needs to be careful. Nice ulti coming in from Supa. Follow-up immediately there from Alvaro. Ooh. Alvaro making sure that that one works. Now the TP coming in from Broken Blade. 3 members on the bottom side, a bit disadvantageous. Is the ulti now going to come in? Alvaro once again just trying to disengage. Leap out from Zach Elyoya, trying to make it a safety slowly but surely though. Broken Blade whittling down the competition, but it's just not enough damage. Gold card going in, and MDK happy to pick up the free kill onto Mickey. Here comes Yike, however. Can they get more in the extended play? The flash in, the full commit. Caps looking to follow up. Blocking in a blue card though, maybe not ideal. Once again, the damage, the follow up, and Supa still standing. They keep forgetting about the lethality bars. He is all of Mad Lions Koi's gold lead. And G2, oh, from downtown!
Lethality center on the opposite end!
It is nothing but a brawl between these two teams. MDK this time strike back, the frontliners doing their due diligence and just weathering so much of the engage from G2. A lot of single target damage on the side of G2, and as long as Supa gets given the space, you see him tearing G2 apart with those empowered Qs. Crazy fight going in favor of MDK. They get a tower in the top lane as well, and they've reasserted their dominance as they gain a 2K gold lead.
And you got to respect that G2 are trying to fight their way out of this deficit, but they can't afford to take more sloppy fights, because you saw in that one, you highlighted it. Yasuo wasn't even there. Mirwan's just farming on the top side. He's already got a Blade of the Rune King. He's sitting pretty. He's the biggest benefactor of that whole exchange, and he didn't even get any kills. Yike now has to be careful. Elyoya, 3 members here. There should be no way for Yike to get out. Chain CC just about flawless from the side of MDK. So a lot of their damage burned. G2 not going to go for any follow-up this time around.
They still can move into this mid lane. Rift Herald is up and available. Bot lane tower is gone. Supa just needs to be a little bit careful of approaching here, but Elyoya, he's waiting in the wings.
Broken Blade. Shroud, where is it going to go? Waiting as long as possible. Ulti still connecting. Queuing into Broken Blade, he's so low! Elyoya just hits him with the unstable matter. Bit of goo to finish the job.
And that's just another kill picked up for MDK. Moving around the map, finding pick after pick. G2, it is their mid-game macro that has been praised so much this split, and MDK is saying, screw the macro, we're just going for kills, and they're making it work.
I mean, they're punishing G2 for overextending on side lanes. G2 maybe just a little bit overconfident. Broken Blade really thought he could escape in that circumstance, but absolutely could not. MDK, they make a big enough opening in the early game. G2's mid game is so heavily nerfed. That said, G2 starting the Herald, hoping to get something back as the Dragon is meanwhile being taken by Elyoya.
I mean, you look at the comp and it's G2s that should be looking to attack side lanes, trying to find picks, trying to catch MDK off guard, but Elyoya's positioning on the map, he's just got such a great awareness. The amount of setup that he has from his team as well. Supa and Alvaro provide so much CC for the Zac to easily land those combos. And with the lead that they have more than enough damage. 12-8 is the kill lead, a 3.5k gold lead, and that right there is the damage we were talking about. A level lead over Hans Sama for Supa. 2 items completed, the lethality build well and truly on its way.
And this is where it gets difficult for G2 to really try and play at the composition, right? They have no real control over the bot side jungle, can't really overextend his Broken Blade because you just saw what happens. You're looking at the top side, maybe they can look for a pick on mid though, as the lanes aren't set up for Mad Lions Koi.
Slash forward. Elyoya spotted crucially by the Destiny. Cap's gonna get the gold card off onto Supa. They just want to delete this Forest to kick off the fight. Good read from G2. Supa out of the equation, and now G2 are the favored ones. Gold card coming in from Caps. Beer1 Windwall is just barely gonna block it. Going in once again with the Yasuo ultimate. Great Q3 coming through. Windwall not available. They have to be careful on the follow-up here. Gold card locked in for Caps. Is just barely gonna connect onto Yasuo on the backside, but Elyoya looking to disengage, looking to disrupt. Beer1 is their only remaining damage. There is no fight left here for Mad Lions Koi. Elyoya gives his life for the disengage.
He ends up going down, but at least the rest of Mad Lions Koi get away. That could have gone very, very poorly. There was no pressure on side lanes for Mad Lions Koi, so G2 found that moment to reset, run in mid, and see if they could get something back, and they'll get 2 for their trouble, as Yike was the only one who went down.
I mean, I'm impressed with how quickly Mad Lions Koi respond to this. We look at the minimap, we can see Mirwan still sitting top. Supa, everything gets thrown on him, but the front line, the combination of Zac and Rel providing CC to try and buy time. Frescowi getting solo killed on the back end by Broken Blade gets mitigated by that wombo combo of the Yasuo Orianna. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Mirwin being forced to flash, and Eljoya saying, you know what, I'll actually think we can turn this one around. When Caps throws out his flash, they realize, no, it's not possible. Eljoya, you'll have to give your life up. Ends up being a 2-for-1, but a lot of summoner spells used in that exchange.
Yeah, I don't know if they were just waiting just a couple seconds more. You can get the TP from Frescowi after he goes to the reset. Maybe they were trying to play for that, just messed up the timing a little bit, but everyone back on the map now. Because side laner, or top laner and mid laner didn't go down for Mad Lions Koi, at least they're in position to try and catch some of these waves before G2 are really able to get that big a tempo advantage that they want to. But with Supa just being able to full clear these waves, it knocks Alvaro a little bit, but now he's locked down.
Alvaro, Root is there. Follow up from G2. Potentially going to come in here. And such a difficult game for G2 to play out, but finding those picks onto Supa 2 times, really their path back into this one, taking that gold lead out of the equation. That said, Mad Lions Koi have to be aware of this. I don't think they're going to get many more opportunities to try and punish Supa like that.
But that's the thing. If you are Mad Lions Koi and you're not finding these windows to push outside lanes, you're giving this moment to Caps, right? He disappears into Fog of War. Supa cannot step up in mid lane because it's very easy for G2 to collapse once more, find that pick. He's not running the cleanse, he's running heal. So he is that prime target. So that's why you see Mad Lions Koi going, okay, cool, we need to start to set up vision. We need to try and find ways to get vision on the side of the map Caps is on, to spot as he starts to roam, to figure out where this Twisted Fate is trying to go to.
Mad Lions Koi still have a very powerful front to back if they can get first set up on the objectives, and they have the lead. G2, though, going to try to avoid taking those full-on 5v5s without an angle onto Supa, or one of the more vulnerable members of Mad Lions Koi. Do still have to respect what Eljoya and Alvaro are bringing to the table, however. The long-range engage potential is lethal. You can see no one on G2 in the bottom side going to step up this time around. They have learned their lesson.
Yeah, I think if you're Mad Lions Koi, it's just a case of, look, play the pushing game, ping-pong these waves, wait for objective fights, because that's where you're really going to be strongest. You've a 2-item Orianna already. Like, Frescowi is huge in these fights, and he's great ball delivery system with Eljoya, Mirwin. That wombo combo is nuts. But it's just a case of trying to hold on until you can get to those positions and try and find those fights.
It's going to be tricky. As we get later into the game, G2 now leveraging their Herald on the top side. Just for a bit of damage here, not going to be able to grab the tower. Maybe hoping to put more resources in the back pocket of Broken Blade. Have to be precise, locking down that Akali in the fights. Can be very tricky as Broken Blade gets more and more items under his belt to keep someone like Supa alive. Shielding from Frescowi will feel good, but let's see what Mad Lions Koi want to do next.
Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds. Mirwin likely going to push out this bot wave. Excuse me. Push out that bot wave and then give them access into this river. The contest over the mid wave is something we're going to be expecting soon. Hansama forced to catch this wave. Recalls now coming in from MDK. Similar for Yike. That gold is being spent. Items are being completed. Broken Blade, I would argue, overstaying a little bit on the top side. If he does have gold to spend, he needs to get back to base and spend it soon. And looks like he's going to do that right now.
Yeah, I liked how Mad Lions Koi have set up their vision here, though. You can see there's a ward just beside Broken Blade on the top side of the map. They're just trying to spot it if Yike is there. Now that they're going to spot Yike as he starts to move in towards River, they're a little bit more able to leave Frescowi on that top side to just clear waves against BB without the threat of Caps TPing up, Yike going, and then they take the tier 2, because there is always an angle where G2 just look for trades. It's been the trademark play of G2 on going for these cross maps. So now when they see Yike, you can see Frescowi feels way more comfortable just sit under that top lane and take that wave.
Mickey stepping forward, Yike behind him to clear out a little bit of vision here. Every little bit of poke Supa can get before the objective gets started does matter. Big thing though, Hansama, obviously the healing on Senna-Q scaling with lethality pretty effectively. So at 2 items, you're already getting about 200 heal per Q. The Mad Lions Koi really need to be able to follow up instantly when they do find that angle to poke out someone on the back line.
Dragon started up. There is absolutely no vision at all here. This is terrifying if you're any member of G2, because there's so many ways to set up for Mirwin on the engage, and that's why they're leaving Frescowi in that top side. Curious to see exactly how G2 want to respond. Cap's only just leaving base, does have the destiny to get there though.
TP now coming in from Frescowi. G2, is this their call to back off and simply go for top lane instead? They don't have a wave to play for, so BB's going to come in, Yike off to the side. Mad Lions Koi grouped up. Mickey gonna find the hook onto Supa. That's crucial. Again, the Senna ult, immediate follow-up. Caps on the back line, and Supa just deleted. Right as the fire starts, he's ticking down. He will finally fall. One final auto to get it done. Win well from Mirwin. It's beautiful, though. Hansama now gonna be in trouble. The Dragon offering him quick access into the backside. Knockup coming through. Q3, fantastic from Mirwin, but it's a scrappy fight. Caps still untouched. Gold card now coming in. Q coming through, and Mirwin, the one to start to take over again. Just clean with the knockups. Mirwin playing like a madman, keeping the fight going. He cannot miss. A tornado. It's a quadra for the Yasuo, and an ace for Mad Lions Koi.
They think they want Supa, but it's Mirwin. That's the problem. This Yasuo Yasuo has been incredible in these fights. The setup for him has been so good. And he's finding those moments to pop up. A quadra kill and Baron for Mad Lions Koi.
And at the end of the day, you can see here in the fight, G2's composition, they burned so many of their resources, so much of their upfront damage. And Mirwan's just able to live for so long, constantly getting Q3s, leaping on Hansama, who has no chance in the 1v1.
Great decision making from him in that play, because you can see there's double knockups on several different members, but he's like, no, if I can get onto Hansama, that's realistically the core problem that we have here. He's going to be a lot of that consistent damage, so get rid of him. Caps isn't going to provide that damage, so then we can just turn on to BB, who's going to have attempted to one-shot Supa. So great decision making mid-fight there from Mirwan.
Baron going down for MDK, G2 trying to respond by locking up a dragon, slowing down the progress in the game. Mickey going to input buffer the hook, but only into the wall. Will not save him. One member down, 2.5 minutes left on the Baron from MDK. Let's see what they can get done. Their siege obviously very menacing with the poke from Varus and the follow-up from Zach.
MDK in a fantastic position now. In these extended fights, they just continue to come out on top. It comes back to that topic of G2 having so much single target damage. Even if they do get that initial pick, it's not enough as Aljoya forcing his way towards G2's
coming out
base.
from Supa. Good follow-up CC means an instant pick. Q out of safety from Yike. A bit over eager there with the flash back in. MDK already breaking down 1 tier 2 tower, very likely to take an inhibitor here on the next wave.
The level of confidence we're seeing from MDK. This is not what we were expecting from this team coming into this winter split, but they are decimating G2 in these fights. 24 minutes in, they're already knocking on the doors of the base. Broken Blade is bot lane pushing what he can, but that's another tower that's going to go in the favor of MDK.
And so often we talk about playing with nameplates off. Mad Lions Koi feel like they are perpetually playing with nameplates off. They don't care about your history or your pedigree. They're going to get aggressive. They're going to force plays. They know how their comp works. They know their limits. And they're playing it fantastically.
And out of the game, they just get to keep playing forward, play aggressive, get into the face of G2, shove out your waves, make sure that you're able to set up for next Dragon if you really want to. But I think at this stage, if you can just keep G2 in their base, play for objectives every single time they're up, it becomes impossible for G2 to try and play the game. This comp needs wide open fields where TF can abuse the fact he can teleport around the map. If you can just TP from your bot inhibitor turret to the top inhibitor turret, it's way less threatening.
And I also just think that at this point, you know, Hansama is just too far behind the clock. He has 60 souls. Yes, 60 extra range is nice, 45 AD, some crit chance as well. It's not enough for him to be a sustained damage threat. You highlighted earlier, a lot of single target upfront damage for G2. Even if they kill Supa, if Mirwan is still alive, if Frescowi is still alive, it is so hard for G2 to come out on top in a team fight. It's a really tricky puzzle for them to try to get through. MDK not going to give them any free kills or opportunities, especially as the map just continues to get smaller and smaller for G2.
I mean, and the truth is that, like, after they killed Supa, I thought that they'd immediately be able to just shut down Frescowi, but he had the flash available. He's now got the Zhonya's as well. It's only going to get harder to find these kills in isolation outside of what it was already difficult before. And I think that MDK just have a very well-rounded composition. They have so many damage threats. They have such a strong front line. They have a huge amount of utility. And the beauty of this Yasuo is that you can keep matching on the side lanes as well, whether you send the TF or the Akali. And the moment that you send 2 people off to a side lane, because of the gold lead that they have, MDK just barrels it down a single lane and they force an objective. So they've got a really good handle on how G2 is trying to play the map right now, and they're not giving them an opportunity.
It's so tough. Mirwan is essentially a Kaisa at this point in the game. Elyoya goes in, Mirwan can always follow. And it means every potential Zac engage is a death sentence for G2 backline. They don't really have the tools to stop these engages from coming through, and they don't have the damage to get through enemy frontline. It's so hard to play. Broken Blade now going to step back. Mirwan immediately going to ult and try to kick things off. Broken Blade getting shredded down. Alvaro with the instant follow-up. They don't want to give G2 a chance to breathe, a chance to scale, a chance to do anything. Pushing it on the top side, breaking open a tower, breaking inhibitor, and they're looking to end game 1 here and now.
It's over. MDK. You still have Caps pushing the base. They're trying to go for the tower, the recall to come through and hope to save the game, but you just don't have a chance here, G2.
One tower falling, but look at Hansama. He just doesn't do any damage to Elyoya. MDK taking their time. Caps throwing down the ultimate. Maybe they buy another moment. MDK getting chunked out will finally be forced back here. With the base left weaker, the inhibitor knocked down. Mad Lions Koi in complete control.
Minute 45 until Baron is up. Just over a minute until Dragon's up. I think if you're G2, it's more of a case of, well, screw Dragon, we don't really care about a third one. We just need to try and get some sort of control on the map, some sort of gold into our back pockets. But even then, it just feels like as soon as that Baron comes up, the MDK Stardust and how do G2 try and contest from a position like that?
I mean, their best plays are trying to look for picks, trying to catch MDK off guard, but they have not been able to do a very good job. But it comes back to what Dracos was saying earlier, the ability for the Yasuo to follow any sort of engage from the Zac. Look at how easy it is. Like, there's nothing that G2 can do to stop this engage. Very well played by MDK. They know that they're stronger. They force their way in through top and immediately come back out onto the map. They don't even give G2 the room to breathe. They're right back into mid.
G2's only angle is to force picks. If you group as 5 and run it down mid, no one is isolated. No one is left alone. You've got Mirwin off to the side. Caps can't handle that problem solo. And even if they commit resources to Mirwin, they've already lost mid lane inhibitor. Mad Lions Koi, credit, so many teams fumble, so many teams get stressed out and get lost in this mid game. They're not concerned about Cap split pushing on the top side, they're going for the throat.
Yeah, they just know that they can immediately go in onto this bot side if they really want to, look for the dive, because, well, you don't have the TF there, you just have the numbers advantage, and you can see Yike is going up top side to try and support Caps here. I think they're going to try and look for the pick on Frescowi as he goes under the tower, but Alvaro trying to get in a position to cover for that play, as Frescowi's playing pretty far back to make sure that he doesn't go down in that engage.
Nothing but respect for MDK. We go all the way back to the draft, and you think about how teams have often struggled to deal with the flexibility that G2 showcased, and they handled it extremely well. They've come in with a very clearly defined plan, and here is Elioya again.
Safety, but that's not safety, baby! That is death! Only way out of that one is in a body bag, and Hansama is going to find that out firsthand.
They're looking straight at the Nexus. They're looking to end this game in sub 30 minutes.
Pushing forward, Mirwin. Windwall can block so much. Broken Blade gonna try desperately to flank onto Frescowi. All the lockup now being committed. Gold card going in. Windwall not gonna block what they needed to block, but Frescowi going golden. The stopwatch buying him a brief moment, and a moment is all he needs. He will finally drop, but all of G2 are falling in the meantime. Broken Blade, we're gonna watch the end in slow motion. Is Hourglass buying only a brief second. Game 1, Mad Lions Koi from start to finish. Aggressive. G2 punished in a few instances, but game 1, Mad Lions Koi, first blood in the winter finals.
They came in, they saw the draft, and they said, I don't care, we've got pushing lanes, we've got Elioya on something he can engage on. Let's just get on top of G2 and start the party, and it is absolutely rocking for the Mad Lions Koi fans right now.
Incredible stuff in game 1 from Mad Lions Koi. We're gonna have to see how G2 adapt as we get closer and closer to our second game, but for now, a quick break.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
anyone willing to burn a TP here? Do they think there's a counterplay? There's nothing here. They've lost so much. Hook back in. Auto, E, Mickey at least getting one back. But MDK taking everything from G2 backside. Keep your eyes on that Zach. Here he comes. Q set up auto to catch. Boom. Kiss and die, baby. Mad Lions Poi taking over on the bottom side of the map. Mirwin playing like a madman, keeping the fight going. He cannot miss. A tornado. It's a quadra.
And welcome back to the LEC, where Mad Lions Koi keep chasing the championship after having just taken a game against G2. I wanted to take a look at how that came about from the early game and what they did so well. So first of all, in this instance right now, you can see we're gearing up for a dive on the bot lane. Now, one of the main reasons that this has come about is actually because Hans and Mickey, let's be honest, they've taken some extremely poor trading in this area. Now, what is even more bad for them is the fact that they're losing a lot of waves to this tower right now. So even though Mickey inevitably is trading against Super when he goes for the dive, the big thing right now is all the minions that Hans is currently missing, as you can see it on your screen. This means then, when this minion wave is stacked under the allied turret and your own minion starts stacking, it's going to start a slow push. Now, what this means often in pro play when you see stacked minion waves is that they want to dive. So the call right now for Mad Lions should be, we need someone to help on the dive that's about to come up. But they're actually not doing that. Elioya is going to try and do the Crocs instead, or the Grops rather, and leave Super kind of on his own hill down towards this bot side. And of course G2 wants to go for this opportunity. The main problem is this hook does not connect with the stun card from Caps as well. And since the coordination is not there with the CC, the rest of MDK starts coming through. You can already see it now on the minimap. Frescowi is coming through, Elioya is going to make his way through, and as we speed up the clip, you can see that suddenly G2 finds themselves in a horrible position. They've already lost Mickey, but Yike goes for the re-engage. That's a bad call, because as we talked about, Elioya's on the way, but Caps and Yike still see an opportunity for play, and that's where it all goes wrong. So a dive well set up for MDK in the early game into the bounce back that is then countered by MDK again, suddenly has put them in such a favorable position that most of the time at this position, you'd probably say they've just straight up won the game. But that didn't happen. G2 still managed to crawl their way back into the game. And to show that, I'm going to throw it to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, GB. Indeed, you would think, okay, pack your bags in game 1, G2. Let's head over to game 2. But I want to dive into this 11-minute fight immediately, Broxa, and look at kind of where it seems like MDK got ahead of themselves a little bit and G2 capitalized very well.
Yeah, so first of all, as we can see, obviously, there's a little bit of top lane shenanigans. Caps is moving on the minimap. But then, right after moving towards top, he actually changes his mind. Frescovi has mid push. Caps is aware of it, leaves, goes for the bot play. But this time, while Elioya is here, they are just too far up and nobody is ready to follow. I think this could have been a great play for MDK if it was, you know, a preset plan, if Frescowi was instantly TPing to follow Caps if he went. But now, at this point, sure, you have a fed Orianna, but she has no mana, and she's way too late to the party.
And you all die.
Yeah, I think problem here was Frescowi wanted to push in the mid wave because TF ult the top, but I think in this scenario you have to play so fast because TF is already top. He has to just leave the mid wave even and just go both fast because they were actually making that play without him there. So it was actually an even numbered fight for G2.
And I have to say, when I was watching it, and I feel like you had the same inclination, it was like, oh, MDK, are you losing the plot just a little bit? Because there it was also, they could have disengaged maybe a little bit earlier, but they kept going in. I was certainly afraid that that was going to keep happening, especially, Finn, when you give G2 an inch.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 had some really good fights, some really poor fights. Name of the game for me is kind of G2's over-eagerness in a lot of fights. I could see them, it started in the bot dive, they went way too fast, a bit too deep. Like, TF is ulting in, stunning the guy when Nautilus is not in hook range, and they always went a little bit too deep. And the thing with Mad Lions Koi's comp is that it's very good to punish when G2 goes too deep. They lack a little bit of range, but they have a lot of upfront damage. So G2 going into them and they're actually there, they actually win the fight. As you will see later with this Yasuo quadra kill, it's gonna come up soon.
Yeah, I think generally, you know, for both sides, there was some mistakes that we wouldn't see normally, but it's a final. There's some nerves, of course, but here, as we see, G2 goes for the play. Mirwin finds a free opportunity on Hansama, who for whatever unknown reason has been left completely alone on center. And you can see it right here, how split G2 are. Like, they're fighting so many little skirmishes all at once. But if you do that against a comp like MDK's, you have no chance of winning.
Yeah, this was just way too deep from G2. They tried to dive the tier 1 tower to kill this Orianna with only a Twisted Fate and a Vibe. You just don't have enough damage up front to actually kill the guy.
Has that on his arm? Is that to K-Droll?
Well, yesterday,
he
at
typed
some
it in
point he
chat.
actually typed it in
Yes.
all chat. It became a bit of a meme. I'm sure Twitch chat enjoys typing XDD right now as well.
I'm sure
but
they
look
are.
at him. Look at
Yeah.
that Giga chat. What a game.
That graphic went really fast, but what I wanted to talk about, maybe if we can bring it back up, is that he had an instrumental moment in this game where he had to step up because they needed him to clutch there and get a couple of kills for Mad Lions Koi. But Finn, you were telling me that he wasn't necessarily put in a favorable position in the game to start with.
Yeah, so the reasoning for the Yasuo pick was to counterpick the Twisted Fate.
Right.
But then the Twisted Fate goes mid. So what do? Now you're playing Yasuo against Akali, which is a pretty hard matchup. Akali getting level 6, level 7 has a lot of kill pressure on the Yasuo. So you have a lot of timers you have to respect and give some creeps. And that's how you saw how this lead didn't really, like Broken Blade got a small lead in the laning phase because of this, but they really had a good comeback.
We're getting into draft in a second. Just one more point that I know you wanted to talk about. It's the jungle support proximity, the way Mickey X and Yike respectively played together versus the others.
Yeah, I felt like every time this game, Mickey and Yike tried to re-enter a point of control that Mad Lions had, they would enter from 2 different angles, while Alvaro and Ilyoya always was together. They were always ready to pounce on whoever was alone walking into their zone, and I want to see Yike and Mickey try to sync up a little bit more next game.
I'm also curious to see how it's going to go if it's the same again, because I think this time around it could have been way worse for G2 if Caps wasn't so proactive on Twisted Fate. Like, he was just always first into the play. Sure, sometimes they were over eager, but without him having that pressure, it would have been really rough.
Right, so we can look at some key picks here because I think that G2 got a lot of what they wanted as we go into this champion select where G2 is electing to stay on the blue side, so we'll see what happens.
I have a big proposition for G2.
Yeah?
If the enemy team is banning Kalista and Draven, I think you should first pick the strongest AD carry that's open, and that is Varus. On this patch, we've seen incredible Varus priority everywhere. So if they're investing so many bans into taking out Hansama champion pool, please just pick the Varus. Please give Hansama the strongest AD carry so you can play with that bot pressure you're so used to.
I actually like the Twisted Fate ban a lot from G2 here. I think they took a bit of a risk putting Caps on the pick, but you need Caps to be on something stronger that can carry. Sure, he can set his team up for success, but this was a little bit too extreme. Generally, I would be surprised if G2 decides to first pick the Senna again. Like Finn just mentioned, something like Varus that can generate more pressure and control in bot lane would be great, but we'll see how it goes. Last bans, we saw very different approach from G2. They banned Renata, Azir, and Saya. Now, Twisted Fate and Sam instead.
I really hope they pick the Varus here, because if you go over Varus 1-2 to Mad Lions, who's flexing this top as well, it's such a headache to draft against. They're banning the Tamkench to weaken the Senna response to Varus. So I'm really expecting G2 here to angle up for the first pick.
Do you think MDK should just ban the Varus?
We will see what they banner. I think if MDK bans Varus, you enter this territory where there's a lot of AD carries out. So whichever team is more practiced on the more second, third tier AD carries will end up being favored. I could see a Varus ban being really smart here by MDK. We'll see if they implement it.
I like the change from G2, really getting rid of the Tom, so Senna prior drops, getting rid of Twisted Fate, so you don't have to worry about Mad picking it, and you can get Caps on a more of a carry. Rel was really annoying for them last game with the rest of the knock-ups. And now, with MDK banning Vi, I think we're going to see a Maokai first pick. It is already considered one of the best, if not the best jungler in the current patch. Taking Vi away gives him even more power.
Yeah. We do have seen Yike being able to play stuff like Ivern, stuff like Belveth into the Maokai. I could see them being willing to give this Maokai away, which, as you rightly were, it looks like they want to pick it. We shouldn't talk about Halberds, but they do look in the Maokai. But here we will see the Varus response almost guaranteed from the Mad Lions Koi, which really frightens me for G2. I wonder what they have prepared bot lane against it.
What do you think, they should pick outside of the AD carry here? Sure, they could go Senna, they could go Varus. If you were in their shoes, do you think they should lock in the support right away? Is that top lane prior pick that makes sense?
From what I see now, people seem to prioritize the Senna a bit higher than Varus, which seems to be the meta in these scrims. Usually with Senna, you want to pick either a solid blind support here, or you just pick a jungle to match the Maokai. Zac is being a flex, so you can flex to top, jungle, and support, so it's been pretty popular as a pick next to the Senna, but you can also just lock in Azir, because that's what you do when things are tense.
I love that. When things are tense, always pick Azir.
Yeah. I mean, Fresco had incredible Azir performances, especially against Fnatic that I remember. Always just such a backbone, like 2 items, 3 items. You know you can just go in group, and his soldiers will do so much damage to whoever's going into you.
Oh, you sold me this Varus, and now I'm not seeing it. You're letting me down, Finn. So why is it going a different way?
I'm being let down, but here the Varus finally comes. G2, I guess, expected them to give the Varus back, or they had a plan into it. So they do pick the LeBlanc to combine it with, which is a lot more early game priority than Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate really gets unlocked on the side lanes. He's not that strong 1v1, but LB together with the Maokai has a lot of gang setup, and this Azir can't really play too far up the lane because one chain connects and there's a Maokai flash Twisted Advance on you, Bramble smash to the back, and you're one shot. And they do look in the Nautilus to match it, which is the common theme with the Senna. You want a strong engage support so Senna can walk up.
This is more of a G2 comp that I can appreciate. We see Yike on a strong early ganking jungler that can also easily engage in team fights. Hansama obviously doesn't get his hands on Kalista Draven, so you take the third strongest AD carry to get the bot lane pressure. Caps' LeBlanc has been incredible this split. I don't think he's lost a game on it yet, and he's going to be able to take over and do his thing on side lane. But at the same time, MDK also getting a lot of comfort here. And I think the name of the game is already going to be slightly different with MDK having incredible team fighting. G2 with LeBlanc going to be looking to split and play side lanes a bit more. So I'm curious to see what MDK is going to lock in here. Next, top lane, probably going to be last pick for them, so Mirwin can lock in something spicy.
Can you explain this Lilia ban to me? Because they already have jungler. Do you think they might flex the Maokai?
I mean, the Maokai support has been a flex. Mickey, I think, has played it already. People are playing it. It's just solid engage support, similar to a Nautilus. Xinjiao is the common pairing with Azir. You want Azir with strong DPS. You want like a bruiser jungle that you can take fights any time of the game. I think Xinjiao, Lee Sin, even Sejuani is fine here. Whatever you actually prefer in this scenario. Looks like he's leaning towards Sejuani here. Or it's gonna be a sack.
That's why you don't talk about hovers.
Yeah. My mistake. I'm a rookie on the desk, but we will see the sack again. He will jump onto the Varus. Varus obviously being very mobile, can struggle against the sack that just can jump on you, and if that E connects, you cannot move for the next 5 seconds.
I think also by picking that, and with the current bans that have been locked in, they're almost forcing G2 to put Maokai in the jungle, which is why we're going to see them picking Renata almost immediately. Now, top lane didn't really go the way G2 wanted it to last game.
Oh, the Cassandra coming in, guys.
I was about to say, I think they're going to put him on tank duty. It was funny, they did the same thing to Broken Blade last year in playoff. They just put him on every game. Now Cassandra is here.
Isn't that the tale of top lane? And Nara on the other side. Here we go.
So hard not to pick Cassandra there. Like, it's just so convenient.
So
you just plug him in and he's ready to go.
So Broxa, when you see the drafts, who wins based off drafts? A little info for you. Supa is 5-0 on Senna in the LEC 2024.
So I think this draft is actually a lot more fair for both sides. I think MDK were favored in the previous one, but now both of them have comfort picks, comfort drafts. MDK is a bit more team fighting oriented. I think G2 can fight back now with the Renata and Cassandra as well. A lot of it in my mind is going to come down to how mid lane plays out. If Caps gets an advantage, they can't really stop him on side lane. But if he doesn't, their CS is going to be huge in team fights.
Yeah, I need to see this G2 bot lane dominate early. Because last game they were playing the Senna Nautilus and getting pushed in by the Varus. I want to see them have the aggression.
I love it when you give me a straight directive what to look at in this game. It is the bot lane that we want to see. As said already, Supa is 5 wins on Senna this split so far, so we'll see what happens. Let's head over to our casters.
The energy is still electric here in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin. Unsurprisingly, Mad Lions Koi fans got a lot to cheer about. A lot of people talking about this matchup assumed the 3-0 for G2. G2 feeling untouchable in S tier, uncontested for so much of the season.
We need to stop doing tier lists.
No, they're great. What do? They generate discussion and flame for me and Rob.
They increase the number of DMs I get exponentially.
That's right. Tier lists are a machine to make DMs.
That's true.
The machine is working great. Anyway, the machine that wasn't working so great in game 1 was G2 as a whole.
I mean, based on the weekend, G2 should win this game, then maybe they win another, and MD can come back, then we have an epic FUD game where it's all or nothing.
Okay, don't make it sound so matter of the fact. Like, that's not the craziest thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
No. The script writers are still doing their thing, all right?
No, I don't want to hear about it. This is...
we think back to last year, G2 and Mad were our split winners.
Yeah.
G2, then Mad Lions in spring, and then G2 again in summer.
Also, this was our rematch from winter last year. This was a 3-0 for G2 against Mad Lions, and now we get them again in winter, but we'll have to see if it's going to be the same idea.
Mirwin. Potentially overstaying here. Is Cap's going to start chain? He is. He's going to miss, however. Nice little thumbs up.
Ain't got no 2 chains this early. Needs to be level 6 before he can grab those.
Yes, but yes, he does.
Just thought I'd randomly shout that
You
out.
just wanted to say 2 chains
every
in a cast.
every caster, when every LeBlanc is playing, is like, oh, it's 2 chains.
You know 2 chains has 3 degrees?
Really?
Yeah. Man has been to a lot of school.
Yeah, but that doesn't flow off the tongue as well. 3 degrees is like,
Now, when we think back to the previous game, it was Hans Summer who was on the receiving end of a Varus damage.
Yeah, Halo Blades Varus level 1. This time it's Supa.
This time it is Super, already suffering from some of the early trades. I would say that Renata is an even better matchup. Renata gives you a lot of agency in the 2v2, but the hook connects.
Guardian proc.
I think it was MDK's bot lane that took more damage, though. I think the bone plating there as well from Mickey mitigating a lot, along with the shield that he gets. They're going to be very close to level 2. 2 more minions and they'll get it. And MDK already on the back foot. You can see the difference in priority this time around. MDK with 3 pushing lanes in game 1. This time around, not quite the same.
But importantly, MDK respecting the strength of the enemy bot lane. Right as I say that, though, Albro takes a pretty horrible trade. Because you remember, level 1 for G2 was such a disaster that it really cost most of the laning phase for them. But now Yike on the way down. Wave stacking up. Cannon is there, but G2 might just be ready to force the dive. Elioya only on Wolves.
So, I mean, if you were concerned as to whether or not MDK knew Yike was in the jungle, the moment that they saw Mickey sweeping that tri brush, they knew that Yike was in their jungle. We look at mid lane as well. Our Observer's highlighting it for us now. Caps with the push. Generally, you gain control over this lane. By doing that, you kind of win control over the damage advantage that you have against an Azir who can't trade that effectively against the LeBlanc. So Yike has the freedom to steal away the blue buff from Elioya. He clears his entire top side. Now the question is, how will Wolves factor into the equation here? Looks like Yike going to choose to just be happy with the blue for now, not take any more.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful those Yike, because their wave is still pushing into Mad Lions Koi, so there is an opportunity for Elioya if he wants to try and swing back into that bot lane once he knows that Yike has cleared out of his jungle. That's been something where G2's bot lane has got caught in the past and has kind of given these leads over, but trying to get that early vision down, you can already, I think, is necessary in this bot side, and it's just not quite there at the moment for G2 actually to play hyper-aggressive now in this bot side.
Cap's continuing to trade as much as he possibly can. Keep in mind, Fresskowy already forced to burn TP, went back up, boots refillable. Caps just trying to get as much damage down as possible. Fresskowy just trying to force the wave in, make sure that Caps cannot have a good back timing. But here is Yike. Knockup is there, but Fresskowy's just too damn low. Caps has the cooldowns, taking his time, waiting for the flash back out to safety. Stretching strikes, is it enough? Caps on the hunt. Fresskowy, first blood for the side of G2.
Nicely done by Yike, just walks in towards mid. Fresskowy was trying to go for the trade, thought he was safe with Elioya, but now Yike and Elioya spot each other. Battle for the Raptors, battle for the chickens!
Right now the smite coming down, Elioya with the XP advantage. And as excited as Berlin is, I don't think the Maokai-Zac battle is explosive. Bot lane, though, certainly will be. Bailout still taking on to Mickey X. He's going to flash out to safety. Now they desperately need to get a kill back. And the assist is there for Mickey, and they're trying to turn it. Super holding on. One more auto to finish the kill, but Hansama continuing to walk forward. Halo Blade's there. There's absolutely no way Senna should win this. Goes coming up from Hansama, flashing into the Shroud, knowing he has to finish the job, and he will get it done.
And that's not all. In the mid lane, kills are still dropping. Caps gets himself another. Mirwin was able to find a kill. We're going to need to replay to break all of that down, but G2's bot lane comes alive here in game 2.
Massive win for G2 on the bottom side. Hansama, a little bit nervous, it seems, about where Zac is, so he'll just end up giving his life across just in case. Yeah. I think he wasn't sure where Zac was and was like, hang on, if he comes over a wall,
unironically, it is a faster recall. His death timer is faster than the recall timer.
But still, a tactical death, yeah. But I think you're quite right, Dagda. I think he was just very concerned about a potential Zac collapse, and so chooses to execute. He still holds on to his shutdown for now, still holds on to that gold lead as well. And G2 leading in kills, have about a 900 gold lead for now.
And a much better start. The fact that you have Caps being able to pick up those kills in the mid lane as well means that he's going to be significantly more of a threat. And it feels like when these fights kick off, Hansama is going to be the one that's kind of like in the front line trying to take poke damage. But Caps is going to be the one that's finding these fights. And if you get to a position where you have that early Dark Seal, you start to stack that, your combo will just nearly one-shot, if not one-shot, either Super or Frescowi and take them out of the fight. And from that point forward, G2 can just pave their way into a lot of these fights.
And while TF had more reliable setup, the LeBlanc just had so much more damage. Caps can get it done kind of in isolation, doesn't necessarily need the support of his team. Once he builds an individual lead, you can see he already has the edge over Frescowi, chain connecting. Dashing back there as Frescowi takes over to level 6 just in time. Might just try to force Caps back to try to win out on the trade. Which one is real? Frescowi, uncertain for a moment, is going to hit the correct target. Caps waiting for Yike to come through. Frescowi now going to be in trouble. All of his cooldowns burn. He's got nowhere to go, but Elio is going to try to make the difference. LeBlanc, though, slipping right out. Twisted advance to take Yike out to safety.
Super and Alvaro had roamed up from the bot side as well, so didn't want to overextend on that one. Yike trying to see if he could get that smashed and just escape, but now Mickey hit.
Hook. Oh, root follow up there as well. Mickey gonna be in trouble, has the bailout, but no one is near dying. Still holding on to life for a brief moment though. Mad Lions Koi just don't have the damage.
And now they don't have the health bars to keep sieging onto this dragon. Let's see the HP. Thank you, observers. Elyoya is keeping the aggro. That patience meter almost reset. Caps needs to reset, and it looks like G2 is saying, you know, we don't have the health. Frescowi coming back out onto the map. Super's still full. Means that MDK should be able to secure their first objective. A single grub went down in favor of Yike earlier on. But overall, if you're a G2 fan watching, you're feeling pretty happy right now because you look at the scoreboard and you see Caps 2-0, Hansama 2-1. Your carries are in a great position, and Broken Blade, yes, he's falling behind, but in a matchup that you expect him to, and Cassante will always find a way to Cassante.
Certainly, and I think the question for me now is, Mirwin, can you be more than just a lane leader? Can you do more than just shut BB down? Because I think there's more pressure on him. He has this advantageous matchup. He has this gold lead to make a difference for the team, especially as we start to get out of the laning phase.
But I think that's where Mirwin is always shown on this MDK roster, right? When you look at like the champions he's played with, like the Akalis and the Fiddlesticks, it's all about trying to get this backline access. And with Nar, getting that backline access is critical as well. So when I see if he's going to be able to be set up for success with Mad Lions Koi when you get to objectives, because if he does find that opportunity onto Hansama, that could be game-changing, but you're gonna have to try and get to that position. Right now, G2, ton of control, and it's gonna make it difficult for Mad Lions Koi to easily find those opportunities when we get to objectives.
And the biggest concern I think Mad Lions Koi have as we get later in the game with Caps having this kind of lead is how do you lock LeBlanc down? Your only reliable point-and-click CC is from Alvaro, and it is heavily delayed. This is such a difficult LeBlanc to deal with. MDK have to be incredibly decisive around every other pick that they get because taking LeBlanc out of the equation is going to be next to impossible.
They've chosen to go for a swap. Mirwin did spot someone out. He is suspicious. Something is going on here.
Hex flash forward. Yike on the way, flashing back into the waiting arms of Elyoya. Sapling going to hit for the slow. Maybe they're happy to just take Elyoya out as well. Nice ulti to root him to make sure he cannot elastic slingshot to safety. Using his own ult, trying to let's bounce out. But Mirwin waiting over the wall will just watch his jungler drop.
Great timing on the handshake. Elyoya started the elastic slingshot, so it's no other way to get out of it. No flash there in G2. The rotation pays off with a kill, and they will get the Void Grubs as well. That'll be 3, at least to start things off for them. Super, though, on the roam. Alvaro is over the wall as well, but I think you're a little bit too late to make this play happen, Mad Lions.
Alvaro just hovering around.
I think Super's just trying to swap to topside to match the fact that the bot lane of G2 have moved up to top lane. MDK trying to get the matchups that they want. It's not necessarily about moving Hansama and Mickey out of this bot lane 2v2, but getting Broken Blade to safety. He is struggling in that 1v1. Giving him the ability to play on that weak side also puts that pressure on Mirwin and mitigates his ability to build a lead. But now MDK have gotten the lane assignments that they want, but the resets now coming through from Hansama and Mickey, and Dragon spawning in about 2.5 minutes.
And I think that's where you could have used that opportunity, Super and Alvaro, to go for it on the bot side. Use Elyoya's reset to go for plates, but BB looking for Mirwin, yeah. But I think you could have actually had Elyoya immediately go to bot side. That's where all his camps are spawning. You work with Super and Alvaro, zone BB off turret, look for turret plates in response to the Void Grubs, but not really going to be in a position to do that. And actually, the reset comes through, but they just send Hansama and Mickey back to that top side. So Super and Alvaro went for the reset themselves because they thought, oh, well, we have to go and match them on the bottom side of the map. But now instead, it'll be a slow push here for Hansama and Mickey, and then I imagine afterwards, they will then reset, but it's going to be like 45 seconds time, which means it's going to be perfect timing for the Dragon, where you will have to catch this wave of Super, move your bot lane, they'll get pushed there, and then they can rotate into River as well.
One of the crucial things that we've seen shift into this mid game is the fact that Frescowi now has control over this lane. The additional cooldowns you have on spawning the soldiers, the fact that he has just more damage at his kit means that you'll see him leveraging his range to get these nice little trades. He also, notice where he spawns the soldiers very close to him to be able to trade back onto Caps. So basically he puts it within range of Caps' W, so if Caps Caps wants to go back to the W. There's still an opportunity for Frescowi to get those autos in. He's playing the matchup very well, coming out slightly ahead in some of these skirmishes. And he's controlling Caps, which can often be a difficult thing to do when this man gets a lead on the block.
Certainly, Yike on the top side of the map, just shadowing in the event that Elyoyo shows his face. Of course, Lethality Varus absolutely clears Senna when it comes to wave clear at just about every single stage of the game, so Super going to be forced to respond here. Quick recalls coming out from G2 Esports, and as you highlighted earlier, Dagda, potentially heralding a lane swap and a bit more attention towards Drake. Broken Blade, nice knockback there, hoping to catch Mirwin out, but Mirwin has not hit him under tower. Broken Blade just going to go for the all-in. Senna now coming down for a little bit of extra shielding. Broken Blade determined to find the solo kill, and he will get it.
Nicely done by BB. Positioning there to make sure the ult hit a wall because it does extra damage if you manage to yoink someone through a wall. So setting that up, doesn't worry about getting him under the tower, just wanted to get the kill. And even with Super's ult down and Mirwin now down, it feels inevitable that this Dragon control will go the way of G2.
And now he TP's back to top lane. Mirwin, of course, does have the TP, but the bot lane being top with the Dragon spawning in 14 seconds means that they can't do anything about it. He can now set up a freeze in the top lane as well. I mean, G2 getting everything that they want right now. Their bot lane was winning in isolation, their mid was winning in isolation, and now Broken Blade is definitely back into the game after what has been a difficult laning phase.
I think fantastic turn from Broken Blade. Wanted a bit of redemption in this game too after Mirwin was able to do so much on the Yasuo. But of course as well, G2 just good map play. Senna, natural weakness is no matter how strong she is in the meta, no matter how much her damage can be, how well she scales, her wave clear is atrocious, and G2 are punishing that so well by rotating lanes consistently up in tempo, consistently first to these objectives now. They can set their sights on the top side of the map after they take this Dragon, if they so choose. Elyoyo hovering, looking to lay down a bit of vision, but the Dragon will fall in favor of G2.
There's a very narrow window for grubs, but the Heralds will be spawning not that long after them. So if either team wants to contest them, they're going to have to get them immediately on spawn and be right in position. G2 may just prioritize these plates though. Caps continuing to find these trades in mids. There's MDK kind of forced back into their own half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Hans and Mickey will be able to get push here, so maybe there's an opportunity to rotate towards Void Grubs, but this is just super nice. You can see here, so he gets past Mirwin with the Ghost, then gets the knockback, uses the Q3 to send him back, and then it's just trying to position him beside a wall to make sure you can pull him through. You get that little bit of extra damage, and then even with Super coming in, there's just so much damage from the Cassante. I think Vedi put it well, it's Cassante just Cassante.
And I think you can see there, if that's game one, maybe there's a little bit more elation for Broken Blade, but that was just a sigh of relief. Just happy to have cleaned the solo kill. Be playing well in the individual 1v1, continuing to see aggressive trading on the top side of the map as well as in the mid lane.
Oh no, not again.
And boost strikes, maybe hoping to get a little bit more here. Mirwin about to go mega, but doesn't have enough time! Broken Blade cuts him out of the sky, and now Hansama's here as well, rotating just in time on the top side of the map. G2 not giving Mad Lions Koi a second to breathe.
It's supposed to be a winning matchup for the Gnar, and now Elyoyo is in some serious danger.
And there's 2 chains, baby. The Caps might not have 3 degrees, but he's got more than 10 titles. Might be enough here.
Is it going to be up?
Ulti now coming through. Frescowi caught out, rooted. The pushback will not connect whatsoever. The chain flashed away from just in time, but the tower top lane already taken down. The counterpunch in the bottom lane from Mad Lions Koi, very limited.
And it's going to be late to the punch because you've still got the Rift Herald there that's available that G2 can move over towards after this push as well. And Broken Blade wants to get in behind him. Ghost isn't quite up and available, but he should be able to get him though.
We've seen this before when Mad Lions Koi start to fall behind. Supa takes such aggressive risks to try to bring them back into the game. He's just going to get walked down here. The Q's still throw. If he does not dodge his Q3, he's going to get knocked out. But Caps is here as well. It doesn't even matter what he dodges. A flash to safety, but there's no escape. Pick on the bottom side in favor of G2.
The pick means, though, you can't continue the Rift Herald. Look at the rest of Mad Lions Koi. They're starting to move over. Frescowi is going for a reset, so maybe G2 could consider something there, but they're happy to just get the turret on the bottom side. So even though they can't get that Rift Herald, G2 still coming out with map control.
This is very quickly becoming the BB show.
Where did he get the flexing taco emote? How do they have infinite emotes I have never seen in my entire life? But as highlighted, G2, Masterclass and Macro, moving around the map. Mirwin, the strongest point for the team, has been mitigated, has been shut down.
I mean, right now they're just gaining control over the top side, reclaiming what they believe was rightfully theirs in the Rift Herald. MDK forced to back away. Zach, I don't think you're going to be able to get much here. Cassante does not care for your presence. And now they can just drop this Herald mid right now if they want to. The Maokai is still hovering around the top side of the map. This wave is likely going to be disappearing soon. But G2, game 2, they turn things around in a significant way. Bot lane wins in the 2 versus 2. Caps is able to work with Yike to find a bunch of kills. And then all they needed was Broken Blade to kick it into gear, find a solo kill or two. And now it feels like the G2 is just winning absolutely everywhere across the map.
Yeah. Caps going for Lich Bane first on the block, an adaptation I love, obviously offering much more pressure to towers on the side lane, and in extended trades can get so much work out of multiple effective Sheen procs. Creative itemization at this point in the game is Mirwin just trying to do what he can to clear out these waves to get a little bit of pressure down. Caps, though, is scary, is threatening, and Mirwin just gonna have to walk away from that one.
Kind of surprised to see the Swifty boots from Mirren though. Thought he would end up going towards Merc threads because I mean you do have like so much lockdown that's there on G2, and I think you're going to be looking for a lot of these team fights. I can kind of understand with the Ghost being on BB and you don't want the Tofu slows, but I still think the Merc value probably a little bit higher here.
Definitely feels tricky. Went for it very early in lane, built a lead potentially off the back of what was a laning itemization choice, but definitely now that you're starting to fall behind, it could hurt. Broken Blade, nice sidestep there on the stretching strikes. Handshake pulls Supa back, instant cleanse out to safety. Can't really do much to hit him in the shroud other than Hansama's ult, but he's just going to flash in and full commit. Blood in the eyes of Hansama. They want to keep that train rolling as Broken Blade on the bottom side. Q3 coming back, bringing Alvaro back into the waiting arms of his AD carry. Alvaro nowhere left to go. Taken down in an instant. Hansama finding the quick kill there. Caps now following up on the top side into Mirwin, knowing that he's isolated in the 1v1, but Mirwin is not afraid.
Taking some very nice trades there from Mirwin, but it doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things as Hansama picks up another 2 kills. He has to invest both of the summoner spells, and you would be thinking to yourself, hey, that's a great opportunity for MDK in the upcoming fight, but it feels like G2's not going to give it to them. Pick after pick. G2 continue to find MDK scattered around the map.
There you're going in, but he doesn't really have any damage. This isn't threatening at all. So he will just be forced to flash out to safety, and the minions are going to proc his passive. Frescowi on the backside, it's a bit disjointed, but G2 getting routed. Hansama trying to hold on to his life. Can they find a kill and get the reset? They cannot. Bailout will not work. Broken Blade now charging forward, looking for the Intofu strikes. Mirwin killed on the backside of the fight. Alvaro will not find a wall to connect. The hook will not take him out to safety, and G2, they see blood in the water. They want more. They're looking at this tier 2 and potentially the dive. MDK, can they hold the line? The answer is no. They're forced to back away.
The lines pounce, but they didn't see the trap G2 had set. Double TP immediately from G2 to follow up. And yes, they managed to get Hansama, but again, you are losing out after the plays. A massive gold lead for G2, but tier 2 is still standing. But with the mid now gone, it feels like both top and bottom are going to be very easy access for G2 as they start to push the map forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have to stand corrected. I said that G2 wasn't going to give them the fight, and then MDK forced their way in. It was a good pick onto Hansama. The collapse looked very promising, and we're going to look back at it here. Haljoya with his range gets interrupted very nicely by Mickey. Hansama with some good spacing forces Haljoya out of the fight, but then look at Frescowi and Mirwin on the backline. They know who their target is. The bailout comes down quickly from Mickey to try and keep the AD carry alive, but the chain CC is good. But then the rest of G2 make their presence known. Mirwin loses his life. Alvaro has no means of escape. And even though it costs Hansama his, it's a 2-for-1. Or 3-for-1, I should say, in favor of G2.
5-0-1 for Caps. Has not bought anything since that Lich Bane. When he does finally recall and spend a bit of money, he's going to be huge.
He's sitting on 2,600 gold right now.
I would say that's a concern.
There we go. There it goes.
Here we go. Moments. There it is. Little Luden's companion. Later maybe than expected, but yeah. If LeBlanc didn't hurt already, she's certainly going to hurt now. Level 13 as well, 2 abilities maxed.
And still a massive sideline threat as well, so the opportunity to just keep Caps pushing on side, forcing Madline's Koi around the map. Hansama gets pushed in mid, you then rotate Yike and Mickey to whatever sideline you want to go to, because BB's winning his as well. It's very easy to try and play at the map from this position as G2.
And I think both of these teams potentially overestimating the Senna or underestimating their opponent's laning prowess with something like the Varus with Halo Blades early on has just generated such a massive advantage. And we can see here, Elyoyo in the previous game, when he had winning lanes, when he had pushing lanes, could dominate the entire map. We talked about it, but with his lanes so often in losing states, the impact of the Zac has been heavily mitigated.
Hansama feels that his life is in danger.
Flash out to safety, nice disengage ult coming in, handshake as well to stop the play in its tracks. G2 essentially baiting. Knowing MDK could not resist the sight of an AD carry left alone under the tower, but now Mirwin on the chase on the Caps. Caps potentially overcommitting too much, but Caps already dashing back into the waiting arms of the rest of the team, just barely gonna get the shutdown. Hostile takeover coming through, but G2, too much damage. Hansama untouched. They finally got Caps, but this time it is Hansama who survives and will take down so many members of Mad Lions Koi.
MDK recognize that their side lanes are being pushed and see a window to attack the mid lane. They have numbers advantage. If they can find that pick on the Hans, maybe they can convert it into a Baron. But the disengage tools of Maokai, Renata, and the Varus ultimate were all too much, and MDK could not find the target that they wanted.
And this is what makes G2 so difficult to play against, because you can see they're aware. Hansama is playing as far towards that top side as he possibly can, because he knows that's where his safe zone is. And the immediate ult from Yike, because he's covering the push on mid, and then the collapse coming through from Caps and BB is a massive turnaround here as well. Yes, you get Caps, but the shutdown goes to Alvaro, which is not the target that you want, and the hostile takeover just sets up beautifully for the rest of G2.
And what makes it even worse for Mad Lions Koi is that they lose all that farm in top and bot as well. All that additional gold wasn't caught by anyone. They looked for an ambitious play, and they just could not make it work. G2 now with a 9k gold lead, the Baron secured as well.
And this is the problem when you make plays like that when you're already at a deficit. Table stakes is losing 600 golden creeps just to try and make that play happen. So when it goes against you, you're down even further than you were before. Tricky game for MDK to play out. Respect that they're getting aggressive. Respect that they're trying to find a way back into this one, but G2's gold lead is starting to feel insurmountable.
Now they're beginning their siege, the 4-1 setup. They have TPs available on Caps and Broken Blade, but acknowledge that if they spread themselves too thin, there is a very easy way for MDK to force a fight with Zac Nautilus at the helm. So the siege slowly. Caps going to be doing a lot of... Oh, Alvaro trying to predict.
Ward over the wall.
Nicely done still from
Is he going to follow up?
So
that's still there.
Alvaro actually threw out his hook preemptively, expecting Caps to come over the wall. It doesn't quite connect. Then he goes over the wall, still gets good damage.
Unstoppable now, going to bring it back to try to get away. BB trying to make it out of safety. Reset on the W is going to be pretty big here. Mirwan going to go mini. Broken Blade should just be in trouble. Is trying to run out to safety. Has the luxury of the Ghost. Mirwan desperately trying to chase, but can't quite finish the job. Meanwhile, G2 have broken down the bot lane tier 2 tower. And Broken Blade's not done. He wants to keep that 1v1 going now that Zac's not in the picture. Broken Blade wins those.
BB demolishes Mirwan, breaks Elyoya's ankle, and Caps TP back in on full HP, so now G2, they just get to put Thresh on the base, and Mickey's going.
Into the flash. Two members locked up, Supa and Alvaro hitting each other. Yike following up with a little bit of damage. G2, no more follow-up though. They just want to zone away. They just want to knock down this inhibitor. A few more autos should do it. Caps seeing an opportunity. Now the follow-up is there. Supa still alive on the backside of the fight, trying to keep this one going. Caps quiet for it. Yes, he does! They get the kill! The bailout coming through clutch. G2 refusing to lose another member. Frescowi, the last man standing, to push back. It's going to cost him his life. Yike now escaping. Twisted advance, stopping the tower aggro. How are G2 still alive? 23 minutes. Anything Mad can do, they want to show they can do better. Looking to end it faster. Looking to end it cleaner. And on the edge of madness, G2 will find the game to win, but Mirwan's not going to go quietly. Frescowi still standing. They have to just escape. They have to get out with the Hex Gates. MDK will live for one more fight at least.
The immediate resets are coming through. Dragon in 13 seconds, but MDK, the damage has been done. The base is torn asunder. And at 24 minutes into the game, how the hell do you try and come back into this one?
MDK are going to be looking for another desperation play. They're going to see if they can catch G2 off guard. I saw in game furious pings towards the timer of Baron. 3.5 minutes is where they believe their next opportunity lies. They've got to try and stall until then, get as much damage as they can until that point, and hold the line for as long as possible. The question is, will they be even given that time frame? That timer in your top left is what MDK is banking on for a potential comeback. But G2 have the Nexus in their eyes, and I don't know if they need to wait that long.
And it's so hard too, right? G2 are so far ahead, they have luxury items on Mickey already. They've got a Mikhail's coming through. The already limited engage options for MDK just continue to get smaller and smaller. Windows of opportunity closing left and right. And Mad Lions Koi, one fight perfectly executed. One misstep from G2 and perhaps they can find a way to at least even up the gold. It won't win them the game outright, but it can buy them a bit more time.
But the second you lose control of this topside jungle, that's where the game is said and done, and G2 are trying to do just that. It becomes so easy for Caps to push in top, start to look for picks, and Mickey just sitting there with Caps, trying to see if he can set up for that, but here's the collapse.
We're on to Mickey. Chain gonna connect. Caps just gonna bounce back to the distortion there. MDK, good patience. Know that if they overcommit to Mickey, they could just lose the game. Hansama, Yomu's procs, TP now coming in. Mirwan looking for a flank angle. How much more time does he have left on the Meganar? Not a lot. I don't think he can get to the fight. Hansama flashing out into safety. Mirwan mini Gnar off to the side. No rage. Isn't going to be super effective here. Elyoya doing what he can. But the front line doesn't have any backup. Mirlin's just a little yordle. He can't get anything done in this one, and Broken Blade just looking for another 1v1. Mirlin flashing out to safety. LEC down, 2 members down on the side of MDK. This should just be the G2 victory lap in game 2.
G2 looking to bounce back after what was an impressive MDK game 1. They shifted their priorities in the draft. They got more advantages in the early game. And now G2, in an even faster fashion, is looking to close out game 2. They're taking the second inhibitor. Frescowi, though, still stands in their way. He may be enough of a deterrent. Broken Blade's shield stay alive long enough for him to still take the Hex Gate out.
Kanik Rooker, and everybody, you hate to say it, you hate to see it, but it's a very good item.
And they walk away, they choose to reset. G2 not gonna push any further than they need to. The Void Staff now completed for Caps. MDK, while they've definitely been pushed back this time around, they're an adaptive team. They learn very well on the fly. They've already demonstrated that time and time again this series. Let's look back at this fight in top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Drake has kind of called it. Mininar is about to come in for Mirwin. So as MDK are going for this, they don't really have the follow-up for Elyoya there. BB in the front line, Mickey X with a great ultimate across the back line of Mad Lions Koi, and Mirwin, he's trying to stand this, but how are you supposed to really follow up on G2, who are just set up in this perfect circle where they can dish out damage from the back line? And Mirwin, speckled on his back with arrows, is just going to walk on out of that one.
And even if you had the perfect angle, the perfect flank, enough rage to try and throw out that Gnar ultimate, still might not have been enough. G2 are so damn strong. 13k gold lead. They can beat you with their wallets at this point. MDK will have to out-execute. Broken Blade, untouchable. They don't really have the damage. If they auto-attack Broken Blade, someone else will auto-attack them, and they will lose that trade. So Broken Blade walking up fearlessly. Hansama, ulti is going to connect on him. Elyoya instantly going to try to follow up. Decent damage onto the backline, but again, the follow-up is just not there. Hansama's still at 50% health. They're trying to lock up Caps. They're trying to catch him out. In the meantime, Caps will get knocked down. Potentially a glimmer of hope. Shut down on the Caps is big. Elyoya down in the exchange, however, Frescowi getting chunked out. Hansama is still just so damn strong. One more arrow might be enough to just finish the job, but Broken Blade doesn't even want to wait for another arrow. He wants to finish it here and now. G2 fire back in game 2, and I'm damn pleased to say it. We got a series on our hands.
We're guaranteed another 2 games. G2 may have found themselves short in game 1, but they bounce back strong in game 2. I am fascinated to see how Mad Lions Koi adapt moving into game 3. But before we get there, we gotta go to a break.
Quick break when we return, game 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knockup is there, but Frescow is just too damn low. Caps has the cooldowns, taking his time, waiting for the flash back out to safety. Stretching strikes, is it enough? Caps on the hunt. Frescowy, first blood for the side of G2. Nice knockback there, hoping to catch Mirwin out, but Mirwin has not hit him under tower. Broken Blade just gonna go for the all-in. Sentinel now coming down for a little bit of extra shielding. Broken Blade determined to find the solo kill, and he will get it. Back to the waiting arms of the rest of the team, just barely gonna get the shutdown. Hostile takeover coming through, but G2, too much damage. Hansama untouched.
Well, G2 gave Mad Lions Koi a taste of their own medicine and added some extra salt, I'm gonna say, because what a convincing win out of G2 in that second game where they remained on the blue side. If I was Mad, I'd be a little bit shell-shocked, Finn.
Yeah, I love when Broken Blade said it's Cassandra time and just Cassandra all over Mad Lions. That was what a performance by him. Like, how many solo kills did he get, man? It just kept getting up.
Kept racking up, exactly. Also love here's the G2 in the opening ceremony behind us. Hansama T-posing all over them also in this game. I said before, Supa 5-0 in winter on Senna, Goldborg, but it was the Varus' turn.
Yeah, I think it was so important for G2 that they actually managed to stabilize that bot lane. The fact that they could lane past 3 waves is usually a good indicator that you're smooth sailing going into it. This time around, though, absolutely able to take over the laning phase from the get-go and even find some kills. And I love this little interaction from Mickey. He kites it out with the bailout, then dying to Super after, and just as Hansama picks up the kill on Alvaro, well, the bailout comes through and he's allowed to then get the kill further on Super.
I mean, I said this in the last draft already, but now I've seen it 2 games in a row. It's a Senna-Varus matchup, and the Varus always comes up on top so heavily in the early game. I really want these teams to like increase the Varus priority in this series, because I feel like whoever gets the Varus gets to dictate the early game. Whoever dictates the early game dictates the mid game, and there is no late game. These games end so fast when one team gets a lead.
Yeah, so far it's been really win lane, win game kind of philosophy coming out of it. And I think even more so when you realize how much of the AD carry pool is already getting pinched in this draft phase. The Kallista's gone, the Draven's gone, and suddenly if you're not willing to play the Ezreal or the Aphelios, well, then the priority come on Senna and the Varus instead, and they are just 2 of the strongest in the pool.
Yeah, I wonder if that adaptation is going to be made now or what we're going to see. Of course, you said in the beginning already, Finn, much happier with from G2 in terms of how they can play to their strength with this draft. We saw it in the Cassante, we also saw it in LeBlanc, in the Varus, you know, kind of a dream scenario almost.
In a way, I think G2 almost conceded to the craziness of Mad Lions, because they banned the TF. The TF is like, what's G2 mid-work and Mad Lions mid-work, but they were like, okay, if we take the TF out of the game and just play a more standard kind of style, we're gonna be the better team. And that's kind of what they showed this game, I think. There was no weird picks, there was just standard drafting, standard play, and G2 just outperformed them in every lane.
But I also think it's where it started getting incorporated, right? The Senna before the Varus, the Nautilus before the Renata, the Azir before the LeBlanc. It's G2 who sets themselves up for comfort in this situation, but it's also MDK allowing them this setup by saying, this is what we're picking, we're feeling confident in it. But with such a confidence, always comes the other end of that catch, and that is giving G2 exactly what they want into it.
Yes, and also playing exactly how they want to play, you know, getting that early advantage. And we had a stat at the beginning of the day being that G2, they often get ahead in the early game. Mad Lions Koi have been behind a lot in this finals weekend. Most of the time they've come out on top, but I think now you're running into a different beast. This is now G2 you have to fight against from behind, Finn, and that's just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, you need to draft for your strongest lane matchups, I think, against G2. You can't afford to play these matchups where you're just like losing the early game, because G2 will get a lead like 2k golded at 14 and just run away with the game. I want to see them really like, because if they pick the Varus, they actually can't pick the Cassante tops as safety, because usually the Varus is they can't pick the Cassante. Because as you see here, like Broken Blade is just tearing the game up on his Cassante. Here was a Caps and the LeBlanc, the good matchup. It's just so hard for Mad Lions to keep up.
And I think normally we'd have like, okay, let's have a look at the mid game. Let's see how they came back. Let's see the kind of intricacies that happened. That just wasn't the case in this game. That's why we're seeing so much of the individuality right now, because everyone was winning on every single front of G2, and they were just able to win lane, win game in this kind of style.
Let me ask you, when we look at Mad Lions Koi and what has kind of been X factors for them, I think more often than not, it's been Mirwin, both in the draft as in the lane performance and not always necessarily, but the impact later on the flanks in the team fights as well. Is it as simple for this series as that for G2 to neuter him in the top lane, and then you will get the freedom to do what you would actually like?
I think this game Caps was a huge issue for Mad Lions.
Yeah.
I think Caps since minute 2 pretty much had full control of mid. with the LeBlanc into the Seer matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe if the LeBlanc is just such an early threat, maybe they need to take that out, because I think Mirwin was doing really good this game. I think he just overstepped one time, and that's how he got punished. He was actually really ahead in lane against Broken Blade. He was playing the matchup very, very well, but then against Cassandra, you make one misstep. You get sent to Narnia with a little ult, and then,
Yeah, I think it really is the fact that they were never allowed to play towards the strength of MDK, which once again is Alvaro and Elyoya. When they sync up together, they are ahead and they find picks in the enemy jungle, or they find picks before skirmish starts around Dragon. But in this scenario, you were just never allowed that luxury, and therefore you just never got to play the game.
Yes, but I would not be very smart if I just said they're going to get run over now by G2, because that's not what I've seen from Mad Lions Koi if they've been on the back foot. They're electing to go to the blue side, Finn.
Well, I will assume they're gonna see this draft through to the end of the series. They're gonna ban the Kalista Draven, 1-2. And then their third ban is kind of a flex ban, and then they can kind of see how they want to adapt depending on what G2 does.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're definitely looking at here in terms of, is it Elyoya now that's going to be picking up a brand for himself because Yike hasn't shown too much priority on it? Is it a Maokai instead, which had a lot of priority in this draft and then has a lot of priority for G2? I think there's a lot of different options that MDK can approach this from blue side.
There are a lot of questions. We'll see where Mad Lions Koi decides to go and who moves on to match point in this game.
That's a damn good question. I will say one thing. We have unanimously decided on the caster desk, I know there's some uncertainty on the desk as to what is important. Varus is important.
He's going to be banned.
He's going to be...
He should be banned.
I'm really confident G2 is going to slam Varus
At the very
ban.
least, they should not pick Senna into the Varus. Because regardless of whose nameplate has Varus attached to it, the lanes seem pretty unwinnable. Mirwin,
I like
of course.
that, Mirwin.
Is he? Oh, okay.
The
That's
user
not a
of all
mouse.
chats.
He's not a mouse. I thought he was mousing left-handed. I was like, how did I not know that lore?
All right, we're getting ready for game 3. We're guaranteed 2 more games. Let's see what the Mad Lions have prepared for us in game 3. They'll be shifting over to the blue side. Prior to yesterday, all of their games in playoffs were on the blue side. They'd found a lot of success on blue, but then they started winning on red. They did that today. Let's see. Kalista Maokai is something that Mad Lions typically like to get rid of. They don't put a huge amount of value on the Maokai, but G2 also, when they're on the red side, have a tendency to ban it themselves. So, where will the Varus fall, and what's going to happen to Maokai? Val going to be taken off the boards. Kalista, Cassante also removed as well.
With the Vi ban, though, it does mean that the Maokai can be banned by Mad Lions Koi if they want to, because that was what they changed last game to get rid of, but not going to be the case. Instead, the Twisted Fate going to be taken away. So
versus Maokai.
Yeah, I think... I don't know. I don't know where the... Okay, so Varus. It should
Surely it's Varus.
You may have Varus. They take Senna.
Whoa.
I feel like we've been watching different series. I don't want to jump to any conclusions.
It's all right, fine. You know, like, we'll give the benefit of the doubt to the pros. You know, maybe it was just, we misclipped the play. Maybe it was the Renata that was the problem, and instead they'll find a way to navigate that. But I don't see why G2 can't just lock in Varus.
Oh, that seems pretty good. Maybe not like the most signature G2 special, but ultimately great scaling. Obviously pretty lane dominant pick in the Varus as well. So something that Mad Lions Koi are going to have to dissect and deal with.
It's also something that when Caps has this Azir, he tends to play a huge amount of side lane. They're like willing to give up a lot so then he can get the farm to get to 3-4 items and then carry the game himself. So I'm curious if maybe Mad Lions Koi are kind of going, hey, maybe we can look towards something that can play hyper aggressive, hyper dive, and see if we can play to catch G2 when they go for this. But it's going to be kind of tough, to be honest, because already with the Senna, it's not like you have that a ton of opportunity to play hyper aggressive on these early stages.
In game 2, Renata was taken away, and also the Tahm Kench potentially mitigating some of the strength of this Senna. I wonder if that Tahm Kench will now be locked in, or if instead they want to prioritize the Nautilus. Instead, they want to try and get that answer for Frescowi, something that we often see from him whenever the enemy mid laner is locked. He wants to respond in kind. The beauty of this rel is it can be flexed into both jungle and support, so Mad Lions want to keep that flexibility alive. G2, how will they round out their draft? They could consider a Renata right now if they want to. Maybe they want a little bit more engage in the form of the Nautilus. Maybe they want to lock in their jungler.
Nautilus? So I actually thought they would take the Renata, ban away Nautilus, and like, you've already got the Maokai that's gone, and maybe you're kind of pushing into some weird territory where you're kind of like, hey, maybe we go like double range bot lane for Super Alvaro on that bot side. But I think the clear thing that we've seen with Mad Lions Koi drafts is that Alvaro needs to be that engage tool. So in a lot of situations, it feels like maybe this is kind of going, okay, we take away the Braum. Maybe you want to try and take away something like a Leona or something, but Leona doesn't do a huge amount with the gold. So I am curious if it's just going to be that TK ban that we were kind of already alluding to.
It's interesting because I feel like G2 have put Mad Lions Coin in a position where they're saying, like, yeah, you can bring the Rel bottom, but it's just not going to be ideal for you. And we're going to ban out the other options and essentially maybe force the Rel into support position, or at least certainly limit the power of the flex pick. The Ivern taken away. Again, I feel like this is a pretty universal power pick with as popular as Varus is in the meta. It's just so good against Poke. It's so good with Poke. Very frustrating champion to play against. So, like that ban, G2 Esports, do they just ban Renata now here too with a Tahm Kench instead?
All right, they're showing that same respect that they did in game 2. The Ivern going to be taken away from Mad Lions. Koi with a Viego as well. I'm trying to think. Xin Zhao. It depends on, like, Sejuani could be an engaged jungler that they're thinking about. Maybe they want to remove that one. Because, like, when you look at G2, they've got the Nautilus for the engage, and so your question is, like, where does that secondary form of engage come from? Is it maybe you just look to get rid of the Zac yourself, so it can't potentially go into the top lane?
So Brand is the call
I think
out
also
here.
does make sense. We've seen the power of Brand, and I think Brand's just great into engage in general, just because, oh, you want to come into my Pyroclasm? Sure, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Walk into me, I will push R and kill your entire team. Fun. I think Xin is an interesting pick here because on the one hand, you get so much value out of the ulti, but on the other hand, really hard to get on top of Talia.
Okay.
Someone was really excited in the crowd about Viego.
Hey, Yikes Viego. I mean, back in the day when Yike first joined the league, we were like, this is his one trick. We weren't sure about other stuff he played, but we knew he could play Viego.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of this and Kha'Zix were the two picks that he had, but I think coming into this, this is perfect because I think you've already got pushing bot side, less of a pushing lane mid, but at least you can try and wiggle off a bot side into invades, but Ayoya going to take the Velvet into Yike as an answer.
So now the real play from G2 is flex the Varus top and then pick a different AD carry. You think you can do it, Moment? I can do it too. Not that I expect that to happen. Hang on a minute.
Wait a
don't
second.
Tease us.
Wait a second.
No, you don't talk about the hovers. We
Yeah,
know
but
that. You
I
never
can
talk
think about them, and I'm thinking, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, Kennen into the Rumble would be a pretty conventional option. Obviously, you can try to match some of that team fighting power. Range matchup also going to feel pretty good. Not a champion I've seen a lot. This is normally
I feel like we've seen it once or twice this
Yeah,
split.
basically every time Odoamne is about to get kicked out of the league, he starts playing Kennen, and that's usually where those 1 or 2 picks come from.
But look at this comp from Mad Lions Koi. We have seen one Broken Blade Kennen game so far this winter split. But when I kind of look at the comp in its entirety, G2 Esports, a lot of long range. They do have decent engage. I think that the Azir are going to be used to match on any potential side lane threat that the Talia is going to be posing, the roam threat. I think Mad Lions Koi are investing their resources towards bot lane play, though. Very similar to what we saw in game 1. Talia is just a very effective roaming champion, and being able to get that push against the Azir and then look to attack that bot side of the map with the setup that they have from Rel is something we'll have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, I'm curious how these team fights actually go, though, because, like, Frescowi has a ton of ways of separating fights, same when you look at the Rumble ult as well. And I think when you're looking at G2, there's a huge amount of burden of execution on Mickey X and BB setting up for the big team fight engage together. And if you can play that disruption, I think Mad Lions Koi have an opportunity to kind of deal with Kennen as he comes in, especially with the exhaust that Alvaro is taking. You exhaust Kennen, deal with Kennen. You already have that separated fight because Frescowi's playing on a wing, and maybe you can take the fights that way. So I think there's going to be a lot of cool opportunities to keep our eyes on flanking opportunities on both sides and see how those fights are going to be split up.
A lot to keep track of, but here we are, game 3. 1 win apiece for both Mad Lions Koi and G2 Esports. It's the best of 3 left in front of us. Who can be the first to find those 2 wins?
Let's watch MDK's level 1 here. Moving into the fog of war. Frescowi was spotted out by Yike. And Elyoya moving primarily to get information as to where Yike is starting. Love the fact that we're seeing both Yike and Elyoya on these carry junglers. 2 junglers that have risen to prominence over the last few years in Europe. You see a very deep invade coming out from Alvaro. Belveth has made her way into the jungle. They're seeing if they can maybe find a collapse onto Broken Blade, but he realizes that he is in danger. He's already moved up to the lane, started with his E. Neowin not going to find anything. So no level 1 play found by MDK. Just a bit of vision invested and information gained. A ward dropped by Yike on the on his own red to see if that is being stolen away by Elyoya.
Of course, a lot of tension here in these first few levels. Both games have essentially been snowballed from very early points. Both teams finding very dominant wins thus far. We'll see if this game's a little bit more even Varus has been the laning terror that has defined both games. This time G2 were given it freely. Mad Lions Koi, a lot of faith in Supa on this Senna. Bring them more advantages here in game 3. The biggest difference, I think, for me, though, is Elyoya in the jungle on a much more impactful early game pick. Can look to support bot lane.
Shock said it on the desk, 100% win rate for Supa prior to the previous game in playoffs on this champion. So MDK do have a huge amount of faith in him and the champion. We'll see if things pan out differently this time around. Fresskowy already with the level 2. The cap's going to quickly match.
This also, for Mad Lions Koi, kind of seems to be the fallback plan for when they're pushed against the wall. Like we saw yesterday, game 5, it was, hey, we're going to bring out the brand for Elyoya. We want Elyoya to be the carry and try and use these advantages for himself versus what we've seen so far, which is like on Zax or Iverns or these sorts of things where he's kind of playing to set up the team. So I'm curious now if this is going to be the moment where Elyoya can try and come alive here and find his moment to get in on Yike. Like, you have push in mid, but that's kind of your only opportunity. So for Elyoya, it is going to be a bit tough to invade, because that's oftentimes what Bel'Veth wants to do, is invade, get those leads, and start to take over the game in that way.
And this is part of the reason I think it's such a boon for Mad Lions Koi to have a player like Elyoya on their lineup. Because even though he had a really rough series against Fnatic, he himself said just kind of outclassed by Razork. The fact that when they are against the wall, they still have the faith in him to play these kind of hyper carry style picks in the jungle is massive. You want that veteran that you can rely on in the clutch to just be your consistent performer. And right now it feels like that has to be Elyoya. That said, early laning phase already much quieter on the bottom side of the map. Some early trading, yes. Supa and Alvaro are doing pretty well for themselves. Honestly, we saw both lane phases end in the first 3 levels in terms of early advantages. So already going much more smoothly for the side of MDK in this game 3.
Yike sees a gank angle.
Crowd comes out, flash hook. Supa now trying to follow up. Yike not quite going to connect on the stun. Alvaro now running. Curse of the Black Mist, keeping him shrouded for just a moment there, and G2 not going to find much of anything other than some summoners.
Good job by Supa and Alvaro to try and avoid that. I did misspeak. They should have pushed on bot side, because Rel very good into the Nautilus, and just being able to abuse that fact they can buy space there. But Yike trying to get in and disrupt that, so then he can make sure that, okay, Hans and Mickey can keep control here, so then at least Elyoya can't have as much control. But the fact that Supa and Alvaro are able to escape away from that is a big win for them.
Definitely is. Riptide not going to connect on Alvaro there. You can see just sweeping out, going to catch a little bit of vision.
Elyoya already there on the respawn of the Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, so is Yike. They're perfectly mirrored in their path.
They really are.
But Elyoya's just a little bit ahead on his trip to mid lane.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, but look at the collapse from Alvaro as well, recognizing that Yike was making this play.
Dash in, flash out from Yike, quick.
Tries to sidestep the stun from Alvaro, but he doesn't throw it out. Nice small advantage gained by MDK. Good use of that early ward to spot what he was up to. And again, we mentioned it earlier, really excited to see both these players. Oh, Caps.
Nice flip back.
He's getting very
low.
low.
Down to Fresskowy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the third volley. Mostly going to hit the minions there. Caps has to play very safe.
We've been casting Caps for many years now. He's a man that loves to hold his flash until the very edge. And it's caught many mid laners off guard. They sit there and like they overstay. Maybe they think, oh, you know, I can actually get him. He's within kill range. And then sometimes he's been able to punish them as a result of that. But Fresskowy showing that respect, knows he's going to force him back. Just going to go get a nice base for himself and then TP back into mid wave. But a slower early game compared to what we've been seeing so far in this series.
I do think, though, we're going to see Elyoya start to transition a lot of the advantages he's gained into the Void Grovers in a moment. If you look at the experience, you can see Elyoya is a camp ahead because his Krug spawn on the bottom side. So he's going to reset. They have to pick up his Wolves, pick up Krugs, hit level 5, and have that level advantage over Yike, who I think will need 2 more camps before he can actually hit that level. So Fresskowy already you can see up here. But I'd like to see Elyoya try and finish off one of his camps before he goes to this, because you're just so close at level 5. It makes it very difficult for Yike to contest you if you go for that play.
We'll move over to the Gromp as Mickey X returns to the bottom side of the map. Reset from Supa is there. You can see Alvaro will not head straight back to lane instead, potentially fishing for a play in the mid lane. Both mid laners reset. I definitely like the Lost Chapter purchase for Fresskowy a bit more. Obviously, whenever you're running Nashers first, the purchases are a bit cheaper, but a bit more awkward sometimes in terms of their impact in lane.
Alvaro just helping get the push out in mid means that Fresskowy can be in a position to assist Elyoya in securing these grubs. This forces Broken to play on the defensive as well, knowing that his jungler's on the bot side of the map, but the vision was already set up by G2. 2 control wards invested in the bot river. Gains that information, makes the cross map a reality. This Void Grub's a really nice pickup for the Bel'Veth in particular. Plate secured in bot lane, but overall, we continue to see a relatively slow passive early game between these two teams.
And you can start to feel the tension build, right? Game 1 and Game 2 both felt like haymakers for each respective side. Now, much closer, much more controlled. Neither side getting overly aggressive. Neither side going to make the same fumbles in the laning phase that they did in either of the previous 2 games.
But again, I think a huge amount of this game is going to be about junglers, and Yike now moving down to the spot side, wants to see if he can make a play onto the spot side. I think it's a little bit dangerous to dive, but Yoya, he's on that top end, and he's the one that's actually stole away. He's going to be able to steal away the red buff as it respawns here as well. So Yike not getting his foot clear on this bottom side because he went straight for Dragon now. Won't be able to go for the invade onto the red, and I think this is where Yoya is going to slowly start to creep ahead when it comes to the jungle. You can already see level 6 versus level 5.
Super and Alvaro respected that Yike could be on the bot side of the map. The ping came out from Aljoya to indicate, hey, he could be on my red buff right now, just be cautious of that. And as you'll notice, Alvaro moving back into his side of the jungle. He's going to go see what information he can garner. He'll spot the red buff still up.
Caps flick back there. Aljoya immediately going to follow. First blood for Mad Lions Koi. Senna, although the fact that Senna gets that kill is massive as well.
Cap's a player that often plays on the edge. Sometimes you slip. And that was a really nice knockoff by Friskawi. A great team play setup, actually hands the kill over to Super, and MDK draw first blood.
And it's just a nice transitional gank from Aljoya. He knew that Yike had to go back, clears 2 camps were in his jungle and go for the reset. And now Friskawi was hovering up towards his top side, but he only wanted to get down to his bot side to protect his own camps because Hansam and Mickey had gone for a reset. Maybe you can try and invade as Yike, but now Yike realizes he has nothing but his Krugs in his top side, and Aljoya is going to start to very quickly keep this lead going. So if these 2 junglers meet, this is where MDK have their lead.
And Friskawi, of course, has the semi-global pressure of the Weaver's Wall. So the potential for playmaking as he gets more wave clear, as he can get ahead of Caps in that eternal wave clear battle, is just going to continue to mount in the favor of Mad Lions Koi. Yes, Mirwin is losing out on top lane pressure, but that Rumble All can still be incredibly impactful in the fights to come. Another flick back connecting. Alvaro ready to follow up. Caps waiting. Did he burn the dash? It looks like he did. Now finally going to use it out to safety. Exhaust ticking. Super desperate to get the final kill here, Yike. Stepping forward. Hoping to just disrupt a little bit. Caps will walk away, but he's already lost so much life, he can't afford to stay.
And this is a great read coming through from MDK. Caps could have pushed and moved in towards topside with Yike, but because MDK collapsed on mid, they push Caps back. Aljoya gets its full topside, and now Broken Blade is overextended.
Broken Blade overextending. Flash forward from Mirwin has just overheated himself. Broken Blade should be able to walk away to safety. G2 holding on. Caps sticking around despite the blinking health bar.
This gives an opportunity for Hansama to push in the bot wave. MDK are able to get a plate in mid, but honestly, I think they overcommitted their resources. It's a huge wave that someone needs to catch. Yike in a bit of danger.
Flash forward, knockup is big from Aljoya. Can't quite finish the kill.
Another exchange of flashes. MDK putting a lot of pressure down, though. Flashes being used across the board. I'm impressed that Cap still hasn't been forced to flash, but in the midst of all of that, Broken Blade committed his ultimate into a top lane skirmish, forcing a lot of pressure down onto Mirwin, and ultimately ends up just being a flash for flash.
Hasn't been forced to flash, but did die with flash available.
Yes,
so has just chosen not to flash and chose
Correct.
death instead. Just to be clear here.
G2 though, rotating Hansam and Mickey up towards his top side. They want to try and contest for this next set of grubs. I'm curious to see if MDK read this though. You can see Supa starting to reset. I think he should go top here. And Alvaro kind of hovering in that mid wave, waiting to see where Hansam and Mickey will be spotted, because at the moment Aljoya has that level advantage. You want to try and push that forward to use that on towards the Void Grubs. And now with them spotting us, curious Supa and Alvaro are going to go contest mid wave instead, so they can lean in through mid rather than contesting the push on top side.
Super approaching. Friskawi just going to clear the wave as best he can. What is the actual angle here for Mad Lions Koi? They're committing a lot of resources to the top side of the map. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Broken Blade pushing in. Someone will eventually have to catch that wave. Pressure on the top side of the map would normally favor G2, but Mad Lions Koi willing to commit a ton of resources just to ensure that the grubs will go down in their favor. G2 don't have a man advantage here. Broken Blade on the bottom side has to recoup some of this advantage. They're willing to concede that gold. Now they've caught out Yike. Threaded volley coming in. Yike can't just ult to safety. He is unstoppable. But the root still connecting, and the follow-up is there! Supa, the Spanish sniper, just finding it point blank with the ulti.
MDK are just playing significantly better around Aljoya, and they managed to move their members up, push through mid, they pick off Yike, and this is, I mean, look at the gap that's in the jungle. It's nearly 600 gold. This is absolutely absurd, and now the problems start to come through where Yike just won't be anywhere near strong enough to try and move in towards these fights. You got 2 kills on towards Supa, who's going to be an absolute menace. And you've got control now where you can go for the reset, finish off your Kraken Slayer, and come back out as Dragon's going to be on the map, although Aljoya going towards his camps may actually give time to G2 to maybe pick Mirren and also look for a Dragon themselves.
Mickey on the way down. Yike on the way down. Broken Blade ulti in the bush, ready to go. Should just proc it immediately here to find the stun on Mirwin. Mirwin can try to throw down the equalizer, but should not be enough. Just trying to buy a bit more time here, get a bit more damage down. TP is available if the team wants to commit, but Mirwin's just buying as much time as he can, dashing around. But now Hansama's gonna be able to walk up and pick up this kill, just get donated this one, so.
So a bit messy from G2. They had to commit 4 members. Ultimately, they do get a kill. They should unlock the dragon for them as well. But on the top side of the map, Super's going to be able to grab himself a bunch of plates, and the entire top side jungle is available for Elyoya to pick apart. The red is about to respawn as well. So Mad Lions Koi not going to be too upset about the loss of their top laner, even if it does mean more gold over the Hansama. Super having a much healthier early game compared to what we saw in game 2.
Also having the 5 grub buff is big just for shredding these towers, because again, Senna's threat onto towers is not normally significant. However, that extra damage over time is definitely paying off for the side of Mad Lions Koi. In the previous game, Mad Lions Koi were behind on every single rotation because the resets from G2 were just better, but this time around, Mad Lions Koi playing it so much better equipped as well to respond to G2.
I think a huge amount of that is going to be trying to get back control here against Elyoya as he's moving around the map again. You're going to be looking towards Rift Tower coming up in just over a minute's time, and that's going to be the next big port of call, because if you can get that for Bel'Veth, obviously massive for her. And just trying to keep control of this top side with the amount of vision that they have. Looking at Caps, but I don't think he'd be able to get the flick back here. Alvaro is waiting in the wings. Maybe it's actually just to rotate everyone top, and BB doesn't have his flash up and available. This could be a great timing attack.
Mickey X caught out here, sidestep is clean. Hook onto the minion, not ideal. 2-man knockup, Aftershock procs, flashing out to safety, exhaust still ticking. Broken Blade, how much are they willing to give to keep Mickey alive? The answer is not a lot. Kill going down, Elyoya instantly going to transform. True Form now unleashed, and priority access to the Herald in 27 seconds as well.
I mean, Dagda's done a great job of breaking it down, but MDK have just dominated this early game largely thanks to some great pathing. Super, has he overstayed?
Nice cancel on the base. Super desperate to try and get a kill back. Broken Blade is still standing. Yike now on the chase. Conqueror fully procced here. Ulti coming out, flash out from Super, not enough! Big shutdown for the side of G2.
Small misstep from Super there, thinking that he could get a kill back onto Broken Blade. He comes very close to getting it, but he does not expect Yike to be in the area. Frescowie now on a ward.
Frescowie, ulti over the wall is big. Mickey X is there as well, but Talia still living. Damage not quite there. Hansama, how much left on the piercing arrow? Mickey now the one who's been caught out, and Elyoya's instantly there to follow up. Mad Lions Koi ahead in the play.
And there's nothing that they can do to try and answer with this. I think BB has to try and reset, but there's no word for him to really TP into. So what almost was G2 finding the pick on Super and turning that into more onto Frescowie actually turns back to Mad Lions Koi getting control over the Rift Herald, which they wanted from the get-go.
Credit to MDK, a slow and steady early game, but their advantages are continuing to grow. They have the Herald now to unlock that mid tower against an Azir. That's incredibly valuable. Yike trying to steal back a red buff for himself. I believe he didn't have the smite available, and now Mickey could be in danger again.
Root there, Elyoya ready to follow up. Knockup is there, and Mickey's just gonna go down. And this is not the Senna we saw in the first 2 games. Supa scaling up cleanly, 47 souls already. Looking like a powerhouse, essentially even in itemization with the Varus, and you could see just leveraging that range so incredibly well.
The amount of Void Remora that are here is absolutely absurd because of the second charge as well. This tower gonna fall.
No.
Oh, TP behind though.
Caps looking for the flank, desperate to get something back, looking for the push back onto Supa. Will catch him out. Hansama now trying to follow, but the Weaver's Wall stops the follow-up coming in from the rest of G2. Hex Flash in from Mickey X, but it might be too little too late. Knockup is there. Yike has to try and turn it back. Broken Blade! Can he be the difference maker? Reset coming in for Yike. He's now taking away Frescowie's body. Alvaro gonna get taken down as well. Resets coming in left and right. Hansama now looking to follow up. Blood in the water. G2 hunting for more. Broken Blade desperate to get the stun. Only one stack will be forced back. G2 lose their tower, but get some kills in the exchange.
Frescowie with an incredible wall to shut down the flank from Caps. Unfortunately ends in disaster as Broken Blade finds his way into the fight and gets a huge ultimate to turn it into G2's favor. Keep your eyes on this TP flank from Caps. It could have been a great setup, but Frescowie, that wall was incredible. The problem then becomes Broken Blade. You look at the left side of your screen, Mirwin is trying to keep him away. As Mickey goes in, that ultimate stuns up so many people. Yike gets that initial reset, and immediately MDK is forced to retreat.
And as you say, I think the wall gave them false confidence. It was so good, but it meant that they overextended then after they got the kill and thought maybe we can make this play happen. But Supa had already burnt his flash. He had no way to try and get out of that, and he ends up falling in the exchange. And now, with 45 seconds until Dragon, MDK control the area, but G2, they have members all over the place and come from multiple angles.
MDK learning firsthand that they're going to have to get more respect over to the side of that Kennen. Mirwin can mark Kennen, but he can't stop him from getting into the fight. He is not enough of a threat. He does not have the CC.
Exhaust is up for him now, though. That's the big one. Alvaro has that exhaust, and that's going to be key. You need Alvaro to match wherever Broken Blade is, and also having that Locket of the Iron Solari will help out big time when it comes into these fights. So MDK posted up, good vision control, not really letting anyone from G2 in here.
Nice sidestep there, but it's not going to stop MDK from taking the tier 2 tower. Mad Lions Koi, steady, controlled, continuing to extend their gold lead.
Caps is hovering here, though. I think he's on a ward and he doesn't really realize it. G2 trying to see if they can get into position now. Caps definitely going to be spotted. But what can G2 try and find here?
What wards did G2 really have for him to TP? I meant for Broken Blade.
Yeah.
He does not really have a lot of options. He's pushing in top tower. Here comes the TP. It's not the best flank. Alvaro spots it out.
On the control ward as well. Easy
Vicky now on the flank.
Broken Blade.
Doesn't have the
setup for the
flash,
5v5 is real. Currently, we're just set up for the 50-50. Broken Blade off to the side. Flick back, not quite going to connect. Crucially, G2 now stepping forward. Weaver's Wall comes in, but the Dragon already down. Elio manages to grab that one. Alvaro now running, but Broken Blade losing out in the individual 1v1. Mirwin trying to make the hero moment. Stops the flank from coming through, but MDK need to get the hell out. They've already got what they came for. Caps now fishing for the push. He's going to get it right on the Frescowie, and the rest of the team now unleashed. Elio, maybe he has the damage. The retreat now coming through. Supa needs to run. They need to get the hell out, but Yike is chasing through. Ulti reset is there. If he wants it, he's taking his time. He turns right back around and finds the double.
G2 find the fight that they need. Mad Lions Koi, they all turn on to Broken Blade, which gives the rest of G2 the room they need in River to push up, to sandwich them, and find the engage that they want with Caps. Just a cherry on top with that shuffle.
You keep your eyes on Broken Blade as he's trying to find this flank, but MDK are doing a good job of shutting it down. Dracos is highlighted in the play-by-play. Broken Blade just couldn't get an angle. This wall looks good initially as Broken Blade is losing his life. He's forced to use his ultimate, but then G2 turn their attention. Mirwin, who is isolated, loses his life. Then the resets come through for Yike, and Caps finds an angle onto the back line. Gets a two-man ulti off, and then it becomes a matter of cleanup for G2. MDK do get the Dragon. Unfortunately, the cost might not have been worth it.
Certainly not. And again, I feel like Mad Lions Koi getting these leads, but then learning firsthand some of the strengths of G2's composition. They finally respected the Kennen, but then they underestimated what a Viego can do. The resets coming through, allowing G2 to take over that fight. Certainly Caps as well. Mad Lions Koi just need to be a bit cleaner in the execution. The first wall in the previous exchange in mid, close to perfect. This one a bit lackluster. Need more from these picks because Caps is just getting stronger and stronger. 66 gold ahead. It doesn't matter too much, but we know what Azir can do in the late game fights.
It's the fact that Yike has been pulled back into this game, though. You're slipping 600, 700, 800 gold behind, but now with 4 kills, this Viego is a beast and definitely a force to be reckoned with. And now especially if Broken Blade can get in, like all he has to do is get members low for Yike to finish off. This combo for G2 is so incredibly strong, but I think that's why Mad Lions Koi have to, if they can zone BB out, jump on the rest of the team. BB's out of the equation, that's fantastic. You just want to keep him away, and as long as you can get on towards Caps and Hansama, no one's really tanky, and that's where you can burst them out.
You know, you were talking about Yike and how he's back into the game. Big fan of this Viego build of the Kraken Slayer into Titanic Hydra into then just more HP. You can either go for the Black Cleaver or you can go for something like the Sterax. But initially it's very squishy, but it's a lot of damage. You know, you can have your auto attack into Q, into Titanic, into like it's a lot of burst damage that can catch a lot of people off guard. Gives him a lot of dueling prowess as well. And if he does run into that Velvet, I'm curious as to who actually has the advantage in the 1v1. Speaking of, Elyoya may have caught Caps out.
Caps already using the shifting sand, no dash available. Elyoya. Empowered blast going to follow up. Caps now in trouble. Push back under the tower. Caps trying to dash his way out to safety. Elyoya flash back in. Wants to keep the train rolling. Reset ulti now coming in, but Yike is there for the follow-up. Elyoya may have just given his life, but Mirwin on the way to cover. G2 should just back away here.
Nice play from Elyoya, utilizing the environment. Blast clone to get in front of Caps, even though Caps still doesn't flash, by the way. I guess he didn't get an opportunity that time round as Elyoya flashes back over the wall and shuts him down. Closes that kill gap ever so slightly, but the gold continues to remain dead even.
And I think this is a huge opportunity for Mad Lions Koi to show us more of what they've got in the mid game. G2, the mid game terrors, yes, most certainly, but if Mad Lions Koi can navigate this, it builds so much faith in them as we continue further into this series. This is not match point. There will be more games to follow, and if they can outclass G2 in mid game, might even start to look like series favorites.
This is where I think you've got the opportunity for G2 to get vision control on top side. You'll trade tower for tower. So yes, the kill goes across in favor of Mad Lions Koi, but it is going to be an even trade on map states with the cross map coming through for G2. So this is where you kind of got to go, okay, everyone in G2 top side, right, we are making a decision. Are we playing for Dragon or are we playing for Baron? With where Alvaro's positioned, it looks like they're going to try and set up for vision on the Baron, or at least make sure G2 can't go for the counter punch towards Baron. And Ayoya, no words in his back pocket, but can at least start clearing out that vision to make sure that as MDK move down, they can get vision control on the spot side for the Dragon in 35 seconds.
Vision placed in the mid lane, potentially a future flanking ward if MDK can find the angle. G2 trying to retake some control over the map, fighting for mid prio here. Veil procced on Supa. We'll have to just back away there, Edge of Night. Both sides can shred a Baron if left unattended, so have to be careful. Group up in the mid lane onto Alvaro. Ulti now going down. Now fishing for a little bit of follow-up. Instant burst damage going in favor of G2, but there's the follow-up coming from Broken Blade. Not working whatsoever. MDK happy to punish. Equalizer raining down from this guy. Ike getting the reset. That's a shutdown. Mickey now running out to safety. Another kill coming through. Ayoya can start to farm these resets. Everyone overheating, but Hansama, can he handle him in the 1v1? Flashing out to safety. Arrow going down, taking Supa out. It's all on Yike. Yike has to be enough. He finds one reset. He finds another. Caps off to the side. Ayoya needs to get the kill on the Caps. Caps flashing out to safety. Yike still has the reset up and available. 1v1, Yike versus Ayoya. Yike desperate, and he will get the kill. He will get the shutdown.
The smite comes through, and it's Yike who gets revenge against Ayoya. And now on the hunt, Frescowi has nowhere to go.
Ulti reset is there, goes in, gets stunned up. Frescowi just trying to sidestep. Yike now chasing Frescowi versus Yike. Empowered Blast Code, his mid laner just experienced this a moment ago, but Frescowi this time rock surfing his way to safety. Yike still on the chase, flick back there, good bit of extra damage, but now the TP coming in and the extended play. G2 are looking to take everything. Moving in onto Frescowi, should just be a quick kill here, quick kill pickup. Massive death timer now, 42 seconds. G2, what can they get done with it?
What a crazy fight in the mid lane. Broken Blade's ultimate not doing the damage that G2 needed it to do. Ayoya and Mirwin were just tearing apart the backline, but it was Yike with his resets that really saved the fight for G2. They will secure their third Dragon of the game, but there's a window for Baron here for MDK.
Main source of damage is going to be Ayoya. They need to wait for him to get there. MDK going to start it up. Mirwin is going to do a lot of work here. No TP on Kennen, and Kennen and Mickey have just gone back to base. G2 don't realize Cap's going to try and get a ward down here.
They just spotted it out with the Blast Cone, with the Scourge Bloom, excuse me. Know that this is coming. TP now used. Man advantage for the side of MDK. Are they willing to risk the 50-50? Yike ultimate up and available. Can't go over the wall. They need to. 3K getting lower. That bar is piercing arrow getting charged up. They know they can't go as long as he's charging it off to the side. Alvaro just trying to make space. Baron going down in favor of MDK. Well played from the Mad Lions Koi support. But G2 are now going to fish for the fight. Caps sliding, gliding, finding Supa. Broken Blade off to the side. Looking to eliminate Ayoya in the 1v1. Mad Lions Koi quick on the retreat. It is Baron for 2 kills in favor of G2.
And G2 managed to get there just after Baron goes down. 2 kills. It's more of a case of how much can G2 get off the back of this as well. They should be able to get the mid lane tower. BB pushing in that top side. 30-second death timers means that will more than likely just be the mid lane tower. But it's an answer back for G2.
A fantastic decision by MDK. The G2 have to scramble back to try and punish. While they are able to get 2 kills, the fact that this Baron is taken off the board means that G2 is very limited in what they can actually get. They steal a few camps, but MDK with the Baron firmly plant themselves in this game 3.
And again, it's the fact that Supa ended up getting caught there by Mickey as he comes through. Supa goes down. Great positioning by BB to immediately turn on to Ayoya. 2 big threats eliminated from the fight. And this is the thing with Mad Lions Koi's draft. It is very, very squishy. So if these fights end up very separated, it's going to be so tough. And Caps, beautiful stuff to get Supa there, coming in from the top side, and then falls back to deal with the other threat of the Belvez.
I mean, it was simply a matter of get as many Barons as we can in that final fight. G2 were able to get back out onto the map, but Yike now has an opportunity to spend his gold. He's picked up his 3rd item. But MDK, they don't care. They know they have the Baron buff. They know the gold is dead even, and they will begin their siege. They're pushing in mid with Mirwin. They're taking away G2's jungle as well. They're trying to set up a siege. Alvaro, could he be in danger?
TP ward there. Super gonna lose the Edge of Night. Only a minute and 10 seconds left on the Baron buff. You can see thus far it's essentially dead even. The 1,500 gold from the Red Bull Baron power play entirely mitigated by G2's follow-up push and team fight. Mirwin wants to get more here, but the waves aren't really synced. As a result, we'll just have to settle for poking away at this wave from a distance. Han Sama not on the bottom side of the map. Potential an opportunity for MDK to try and punish Fresskowy. Ready to set up the Weaver's Wall.
16's very close for Broken Blade and Mirwin. Getting all 3 points in your ultimate. It's a lot of extra damage coming into these team fights.
Root out onto Alvaro. Weaver's Wall now coming in, but there's no immediate follow-up. G2 grouped as 5. They're just a ball of death. And Mad Lions Koi do not have the firepower to fight back. Caps committing the ulti. Will not connect on G2 now on the hunt because yike! Here he comes, taking the form of Alvaro and turning it back as Supa is picked off. Now the Senna stolen away, can start to heal up the backline. Broken Blade chasing forward, fishing for the stun, desperate to get it on a Fresskowy, but there is the TP. Here comes Caps. He might not have flash, but he is ready to go. Committing onto Mirwin. G2 find the opportunity, find the fight. Mirwin now running, but yike will not be denied. He wants more, and Caps will take the shutdown.
The Weaver's Wall was not a friend. It kept Mirwin out of the fight, and it meant that G2 could take a 4 versus 5 and immediately find that advantage versus Mad Lions Koi. And once again, G2 finding these small advantages. You'll see it as we come into this. Watch the wall from Fresskowy. Mirwin gets stuck and can't come into the fight, so it ends up as a 4 versus 5, and from that point forward, Mad Lions Koi are running from the hills as G2 are able to take the fight in the front to back.
Mirwin, that ultimate being unavailable was so much damage lost in such a narrow choke point. It could have been such a difference maker. But G2, they didn't care. They used Alvaro against his own team. And I mean, it's just a bunch of junglers that Yike has played before. Rel into Talia. This is his playground. And he is having fun with Mad Lions Koi right now. 8-1-10, the scoreline for Yike.
Heroic performance from Yike, no doubt. Berlin continues to come alive. Also, shout out to the Blast Cone that will eventually respond by that blue buff. It has been involved in essentially every major play in this game. Caps waiting to the side. Looking for the shuffle, looking for the drift. Instant flash out. Caps, can they get the punish back? Knockup is there. Caps going golden. Flick back should be clean. Coming in from Fresskowy, but the flash out of safety means it didn't quite connect. Mirwin off to the side trying to keep Broken Blade out, but he's just giving his own life. And in the meantime, here comes Yike. 8-1-10, looking to get a little bit more done. Elioya, nice sidestep. Flick back is big onto Han Sama, but Elioya just doesn't have the follow-up. The Viego just continues to take over the game.
It's a double kill for Caps. Fresskowy, he's gonna have to use the ultimate to get out. Will it be interrupted? Oh, Mickey commits the flash, but it's not quite enough. Fresskowy back in time to defend. The Dragon Soul is on the cards for G2. And it's been a very close back and forth fight that could have been determined by a single different play. But it is G2 that is coming out on top, and it's Yike that finds himself at the top of the scoreboard.
And so much of this game was neck and neck, but when you look at the kill score now, understand that the last 3 fights have gone so heavily in the favor of G2. Yes, Mad Lions Koi got that Baron, but they're going to need more Barons if they want to come back in this one.
And you can see it looks so close for Mad Lions Koi so often, but Cap's been able to flash away from this. He went golden to stop the flick back, and then that's all the damage from the Talia. BB is able to get onto Mirwin to take him out of the fight, and Yike is doing so much work in keeping Mad Lions Koi on the back foot in the rest of the 3 people that you can't stop to turn around on deal any damage. And now with the Soul as well, that only becomes more difficult to take down G2.
I mean, I will say that, like, what is the threat onto Han Sama in these fights? He's only gotten a single death in the whole game. He's just sitting on the back line, throwing out that ultimate, throwing out that empowered Q. And the problem is, for MDK, you've talked so much about it, Dagda, the second that Alvaro disappears, the front line disappears as well, and it just becomes reset central for Yike.
And a huge amount of it has to be separating the fights, and they just can't do it because G2 are coming in from every which way.
TP topside, Broken Blade here to back up, make sure that no one gets picked off. Shepherd them in, hook onto Alvaro, solid start, Broken Blade going in and instantly finding everybody he needs to. Fresskowy getting cut down, that's one reset coming in, and now it's the opportunity for Yike to take over. Viego Playground coming through once again. G2 more than enough damage to finish the kills. Mirwin now running G2. What are they gonna look for? Supa next. Looking to lock him down, stun comes in, there's just no getting away from Yike. Legendary now on the Viego.
And it feels like there's no getting away from G2. The early lead for Mad Lions Koi disintegrated. Baron will be next to fall as the towers and top will go as well. G2 have come alive in the mid game once more.
And there's a perfect world you can see for MDK where they lay down a Weaver's Wall, where they have the equalizer and the immobile backline if Hansama is caught off guard, but they have not found that fight once this game. And G2, now in this late game, effortlessly dissecting them.
This is Mad Lions Koi trying to find a collapse on top lane, but it just gives the perfect angle for Broken Blade. His ultimate connecting onto 4, and it feels like in so many of these fights, MDK is just immediately forced to retreat. There are so many huge AoE threats that they have to be cautious of. The Azir ultimate, the Varus ultimate, the Kennen ultimate, that they just constantly find themselves on the back foot. G2 with a convincing teamfight win. They have the Baron, they have the Salt. Now all they need to do is find that Nexus and bring us to game 4.
And it's tough for Mad Lions Koi because they had such a good start. They had gotten the ball rolling. They were looking for the fights. Their aggressive playstyle, trying to find picks, was starting to come together until G2 just found that outplay, found those moments to come alive. And now 4 rookies and Elyoya are going to have to find that opportunity to dig deep and see if they can find that miracle this game or find a way to turn it around coming into game number 4.
So hard. The Varus, so incredibly powerful at this point in the game. The poke is lethal. 2 minutes left on the Baron buff here. Soul already backing him up. 2 minutes till Elder Dragon spawns. G2 certainly have the runway to a victory here, and Caps looking to accelerate the pace. An excellent flick back is there, but Broken Blade mitigated for a brief moment. It doesn't matter, he's still in 3 with the ultimate, baby. It's a wombo combo. G2 marching into the base of Mad Lions Koi, looking to move up to match point.
You just can't give Caps his ear. This man has looked so good on it all split long, and now in finals he finds the shuffle once more to shut down Mad Lions Koi.
Flicks are coming out, skills are being used. G2 really need that minion to get closer to the tower to get rid of the backdoor bonus, but should just be able to end the game on the next wave. 11 seconds on Alvaro. Maybe G2 get overeager, maybe they overextend. Mad Lions Koi hoping, but it's just not gonna happen. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the kills. G2 want to finish in style. Match point, 2-1 to G2 Esports.
An impressive bounce back from G2. As we said, it was incredibly tense for the vast majority of this game. But as we got into the later game fights, G2 just found their window. Well played for Mad Lions Koi. They're gonna have to bounce back as we jump to a quick break.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come.
Ahoo!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Molotov still up.
Caps flip back there. Elyoya immediately going to follow. First blood for Mad Lions Koi. The piercing arrow, Mickey now the one who's been caught out. And Elyoya's instantly there to follow up. Mad Lions Koi ahead in the play. Yike has to try and turn it back. Broken blade! Can he be the difference maker? Reset coming in for Yike. He's now taking away Frescowi's body. Alvaro going to get taken down as well. Shot for the flash. Both gone to Alvaro. Solid start. Broken blade going in and instantly finding everybody he needs to. Frescowi getting cut down. That's one reset coming in. And now it's the opportunity for Yike to take over. Viego Playground coming through once again. G2 more than enough damage to finish the kill.
And welcome back to the LEC Winter Finals as the day started amazingly for Mad Lions Koi, but things are getting a bit darker here after 3 games. So it's time for us to check in with Ibai, Hoko Stream, and motivational words for the rest of the team in the hope to see them come back. Ibai, thank you so much once again.
Hello.
What do you want to see from your team here in Game 4 for them to come back?
¿Qué quieres ver en la partida para el Game 4 para combaquear? Bueno, creo que debemos volver a elegir lado azul muy probablemente. Creo que este plan de partida ha estado muy bien. Así que yo creo que hay que repetir y seguir jugando igual. Y realmente da igual lo que diga porque se va a inventar todo lo que esté diciendo. Por lo tanto, aprovecho para saludar a mi madre Silvia, que se tiene que operar la semana que viene. Desde aquí le deseamos mucha suerte.
He said that we should go back to blue side because we liked a lot our game plan and we felt really comfortable and we trust the team fully. And he said as well that I'm gonna translate it so bad. So hello to his mom Silvia, that he's gonna be in surgery next week. So yeah.
Shout out to that, of course. I found out that Mad Lions was going to be blue side indeed for this game. Any motivational speech for the team, Ibai? You're the coach right now. Motivate the team and the fans, team.
¿Qué le dirías al equipo ahora mismo para motivarles o el momento? Bueno, para mí les diría que están haciendo historia, que confiamos en ellos hasta el final, pase lo que pase, que sé que lo pueden hacer y que creo que nos vamos a ir a la 5ª partida, así que lo vamos a conseguir sin duda. Aquí, okay. Perfecto.
I translate or that's it? Okay, he said that we trust them fully and we legit think that we can go to Game 5 and we legit think that we can win the series, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's it. We are with them even if we lose anytime. That's mine, but we trust them till the end.
Full trust. We want to see that Game 5 though. Gracias por la entrevista. Thank you for the translation. I hope at least it comes back to you.
Thank you so much and muchas gracias a ti, Skane. Eres perfecto para mí. So. Here we go. It is match point for G2 Esports, though. And I'm glad we got the rallying of the troops from Mad Lions Koi because I think they're going to need it after this game specifically because I feel like this was a very frustrating game to play for them.
It felt like the game was in their hands and they just kept slipping out and out of it. Like I feel like they had control, they had a firm grasp, but then G2 with this tiny little maneuvers just slightly crawled back into the game. Here we have a fantastic fight. I think great clairvoyance by Mickey to just flash over this wall, realizing his Kennen is fighting the Rumble that is trying to mark him. By killing this Rumble first and winning the fight, getting the reset for Viego, he can just go into their backline and create a fight where Viego is going to clean up.
You were going insane at this play, right? And you guys as well in terms of kind of the clutch that Mickey was bringing.
Yeah, I think that's the entire thing going into this one. It's just the fact that it's the presence of mind that Finn is describing, where one Viego reset is able to make you take over the fight. And I think it's specifically in a scenario like this, where at first it's not looking like the greatest, but you get one reset, then suddenly the entire fight goes back to G2.
I think G2 is just finally starting to really come together. Sure, Mad Lions made a lot of mistakes here and there, but this is the G2 that we expected to see from the very start of the series. Sure, MDK were really strong at the start. They had practice over the weekend. Now G2 is warmed up.
Yeah, but this is just the Caps and Yike show once again. This is what we saw in regular season, even when it didn't go through from a team perspective like we saw it in Game 2. Going into Game 3, there's 2 key figures you've always been able to reliably rely on, and that had been Yike and Caps in winter season.
I mean, Yike was just so clutch in that fight. He kept finding the resets. When Yike could put on a Belvev, you know he was comfortable as well. He was so happy playing the Belvev. He just cleaned up, and the Hans Q from downtown as well, securing the resets. Beautiful.
You know, when they're in that flow state, G2, it's very hard to stop them, and Mad Lions Koi definitely felt that. I also felt when, as we were watching it, rather, that, you know, it happens once and you don't kill the target that you had intended, but you keep going in, you just know what's going to happen because G2 have been so crisp, and I felt they were banging their head against the wall just a little bit, or am I wrong in that?
It's like a sunk cost fallacy with like, you use your engage tools on one guy, you feel like you should die, so you're like, we gotta kill him, but then you suddenly overstep, and the enemy team has a great turn angle. I feel like it happened 2 times. Mickey is a master at this, baiting the team in, making them think they have him, and then turning S5.
And then closing the door as the players are coming back and Caps is playing with the audience as well. So let's talk about going forward then, going into this game for Mad Lions Koi with their backs against the wall. Let's bring up Elyoya, because he did have a good early game, Broxa, but he's gonna have to do so much more, right? Not only in the game, but we know him as this leader now of MDK, needing to pull them back into this series.
Well, I think Elyoya showing up is, you know, one thing, but the pieces around him weren't really there. And I think it starts with the draft, really. We need to drop the Senna priority. Varus is now 3-0, Senna 0-3. It's just not working out. Super needs to have more impact in the game. The Rumble blind pick definitely didn't work out. And just overall, stop giving G2 everything that they want, because your jungler winning early game is fine and all, but if you cannot teamfight in middle-late game, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I also think it becomes so much more difficult beyond just the grasp of what a draft is. I think it's when you play against G2, some of the biggest lessons that MDK is going to be learning here in Europe is playing against G2 esports, and even more so in a best of 5. So there's a lot of good takeaways coming out of a game like that, because even if you're ahead in the early game, going into the mid game, you can't just throw everything at it. You still need to understand all the micro going on in the fights, and that's why G2 has the edge right now.
They do, and I think that's great how you put it. You still need to find out how that works when you're in a final. Finn, you have been lamenting the Varus situation and the fact that it was Senna over Varus. What can you tell MDK going into game?
Please, please, please. This Senna is not working out. The Varus has been winning every game. You gave it over 2 times. But I do think they've come to their senses. I think they choose blue side now, so they can actually first pick the Varus or ban it.
They had blue side last time, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I think
this is where they learn.
Okay, this is where they learn.
Every game is a lesson, maybe 2 lessons.
Maybe a few more. Please. We'll see what the learnings are here, but I want silver scrapes. I don't know about you guys.
I would also like silver scrapes. Vetty might actually die because he's cast 14 games, but I say worth it. Sorry, Vetty. It bangs too much.
I mean, we're in now, you know what I mean? If we're here, may as well.
Betty's cast them, but Mad Lions Koi have had to play them. This would be them pushing it to 15 games over the course of this weekend if they hope to take this.
And, you know, Alvaro talked about it on eBuy stream. Shout out to the person on Reddit who was able to dark my something. I'm sorry, I forgot your username. Who was able to translate a lot of the stream highlights. Like, Alvaro personally talked about, like, ears start ringing, not used to the white noise. His back is hurting, you know what I mean? And like, there's no way he is not feeling that strain and that stress, and the fact that he has to play at the absolute peak to have a hope of beating G2 in this game.
And it's also against a fresh G2, right? You know, like you took advantage of the
I'm the G2.
Point.
I just rolled up on finals day. And let me tell you, I feel fine. I feel good.
And I mean, that's how G2's feeling right now. They've just come off the back of a huge turnaround win as well. So, bans very similar to what we saw in the previous game from the side of Mad Lions Koi. The question is, will we see the Varus taken away? Cassante, Maokai is what was taken away by G2.
No Senna and the Varus. One time. No Senna and the Varus.
Here we go. The tension
will they pick Senna?
Is palpable.
In the Varus.
Maokai, we're waiting till the last moment.
Wow. For drama? What?
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I'm pretty sure there was an issue.
Hold on. Okay. Was there an issue?
Yes.
Okay. Well, update as to what that was intended to be. You know, wait to hear from the production team backside. I'm sure our competitive operations team is quick at work dissecting what exactly happened there. But the misban was not intentional.
Yeah, I do feel like it'll probably be the Maokai ban, and then it just becomes a case of Varus, hopefully, going to be the first pick for Mad Lions Koi. It has been very, very dominant this split. This series, as Vetty was saying as we were walking off, 100% win rate over the course of this this series. So definitely something you want to try and get your hands onto, and then see if you can operate into a very aggressive bot lane, because it feels like even though we got a very big jungle gap coming through for Elyoya in the last game, they couldn't really transition it. It feels like having that bot lane control is really the thing that latches on to winning opportunities in these games.
And I, you know, it's easy to tunnel on a very specific pick, of course, right? Like when there is that consistent factor. But GB made a really good point on the desk, which is very much that when you need someone to step up, you often look at Caps and Yike, at least exclusively for this split. Broken Blade did have some fantastic engages on the Kennen ultimate, but it was really Caps who was able to find a lot of those great shuffles. It was Yike who was coming up clutch in that crucial mid-game teamfight. It was in the mid lane. Everyone was dying on both sides, and it was thanks to Yike that they were able to turn that one around. So, unless Elyoya can find a way to shut this man down, I think it's going to be a difficult struggle to be able to get the upper hand.
All right, so peripheral issues you can see on stage. A brand new keyboard is being brought up to cap, so we will restart Champ Select with the same bands as soon as that setup is complete. What I will say about this series overall is that I think that when we saw the Senna really work, you wanted to play team fights very slow, very steady. And so if they want to pick this champion, I just hope that they have champions that have a similar aligned goal, because all of what Mad Lions Koi wanted to do was very fast. A Rumble Equalizer, you have the wall, you bring down your full combo, and then Senna sitting there, auto-attacking 3 times, and that's her contribution to an entire fight. If you want to bring the Karma back, if you want to build a draft around this pick, I can understand wanting to play it.
Great point. Karma has just disappeared from the priority in these drafts.
But based on the pace that both these teams play, I almost feel like you should just let Senna go. I'm not going to say that her not winning a game yet is the reason you shouldn't pick her. It's just that both teams want to blow all their cooldowns and pop somebody in an instant, and that's not a game state where Senna usually comes out on top.
See what the adaptations are. So far, the bans from the side of MDK have remained the same. They don't want to have to deal with the TF anymore. Draven, Kalista pinching that pull from Hans Summer. We look back, Hans Summer didn't have the greatest regular season. Narrowing his pool has often been found to be an effective strategy. Internationally, that was also the case. Let's see if they do take that Varus away from him, maybe force him back onto the center.
I think someone who has had a great split, though, is BB. Because I think there was a huge amount of criticism that's been leveraged at him over time, of even last year, where he was like, oh, he's trying to do the shot calling. That's why he isn't as strong in lane. That's why he's not working out for BB. You can see he's a bit of a goofball.
Yeah, just inciting another delay of game, really shortly as his jungler. Probably cannot believe he's realized his mistake. But confetti is fun, but dangerous.
I do think for BB, though, like, this is a guy who, when you look at the league, is second when it comes to goal difference of 14. He's first when it comes to forward percentage of 14. Like, his team fight KD is second highest in the league for any sort of top laner, and he's second highest in damage per minute. Like, BB has had a fantastic time, and not only is he still shot calling, but he's been able to transition those leads very well in game. And also at times we've seen, like when he's on the Zac, TPing down to fix stuff up on bot lane. Like, this guy has had a fantastic split, and I think it's something that we haven't hit on enough.
Look at
how strong he has been.
Yike looks at it. So what I will say is that, like, I think big credit to Mirwin in game 1. I think he was ultimately like a massive factor in why Mad Lions Koi were able to win that so confidently. But similarly in game 2, he was the only strong point on the map, and BB was able to shut that down. And I feel like this top lane matchup has been pretty volatile. Even in the previous game, the impact in fights was felt a lot more. Definitely the laning phase was in terms of, you know, exciting action. But the top laners, I think, can't be underestimated in terms of their impact in a lot of these games.
Sure. I think that in a meta where it feels like the top lane has been considered to be on an island, unless you're on Cassante, it's nice to see these unique champions that we've consistently seen from Mirwin and Broken Blade matching him just in kind. We've got 2 very creative top laners kind of debuting and showcasing all the different champions that they have at their disposal. And I'm hoping that they've got something new cooked for us up as we continue in this series. We are just confirming everything is working.
Yeah, I apologize. I was supposed to give the update, but I got excited about my point. It was 3 minutes, and that was about 2 minutes ago. So we're about 1 minute out. You just need to confirm keyboard settings. Again, it's a fresh keyboard here, so make sure everything feels good.
And I can say with confidence that these MDK players are still confident. There's still a bit of banter in the all-game chat. These players are still happy to be here. They're ready to play, and I'm sure that they've got something ready to bring us in game 4. They're no strangers to this now. Over the last 2 days, they've gone the full 5 games. The exhaustion has to be kicking in, but they know what is on the line. A spot at MSI, the Winter Split champions. And for MDK, it would be an opportunity to take down the greatest organization in Europeans history in G2 Esports, which not many organizations have been able to do.
Certainly not. I mean, it feels like when G2 are in form, they are unstoppable, and they have been in form this season. They were the expected favorites as they made no changes. They have made good on those expectations thus far. Mad Lions Koi looking to upset the apple cart. Only they and Fnatic managed to get a win off G2 in the best ofs.
And that's the thing. I think Mad Lions Koi, even if they don't pick up the win here, should be very proud of what they have achieved. I mean, last time we saw 4 rookies make finals was 2016 with Splice. And if you're looking at it, when it was the first time they made it for an actual first split, it was with UOL in 2015. Like, this is a team that, even though this is just the beginning of the story, this is still an incredible chapter. And if they can manage it with this Varus first pick and actually take down G2, what an opening to that story will be.
No! Every time!
They're going to do it.
Okay, all right. So we need to see what G2's interpretation of Senna is this time around, how they want to leverage this pick to find more success. Because again, win rates aren't conclusive evidence, but Senna has not won a game yet, and Varus has won every single game.
Based on the trend, Rel would be the expected answer here, but are they going to shake things up, or do they want to stick with this flex that they can use in both support and jungle? They've primarily been using it in support, but they're going to stick to this style. The Zac, I mean, we look back at the first draft, right? This is very similar to what we saw. MDK able to get themselves the Varus, the Rel. They early prioritized the Orianna. Frescowi is known for answering the mid laners once he can see what he's going up against.
Talia again.
Potentially.
Karma? Okay.
Looks like it's going to be.
Senna also pretty immobile. You know, if you miss position one time, if you don't have the mist up to give you that movement speed steroid, can get shut down pretty easily.
Is it Nautilus? It's likely going to be Nautilus. All right.
So I imagine we'll actually see the Rel then transition into the bot lane for Alvaro. You get that Nautilus matchup again, and making sure that you're going to be totally fine for Supa and Alvaro to get that push. So this could open up Elyoya to actually go for the Xin Zhao, which hasn't been crazy high priority over the course of this series, just because of the way the drafts have worked out. But I think when you've got good push in mid lane from Talia, and you should guarantee push on bot lane, I think this is where we could actually see Elyoya go back towards that pick and just make it a nightmare, honestly, for Supa and the Azir for Caps. Sorry, the Senna and the Azir to actually do some damage here.
Yeah, definitely could be tricky to navigate for now. The Renata banned out. We're still respecting the Rel flex pick here, knowing that Nautilus isn't going anywhere else.
To me, it feels like they're trying to funnel the Rel into the support pick. I imagine Braum is going to be next on the chopping block for G2. Both good matchups into the Nautilus, and also just kind of mitigates. Often we see only a single or sometimes two champions act as that engage, and Braum just gets in the way of that so significantly. The Yone ban is very interesting. I'm curious as to what this is suggesting for Mad Lions Koi on the top side. Could it be that Varus is top lane?
Varus top lane, yeah. You know, just kind of threatening. The second you start banning top lane champions, the echoes of doubt start, you know, coming into the back of G2's mind. Is it a Varus top? Something you always have to respect. Zac now taken out of the equation as well. Not the best matchup into Varus, but obviously has insane CC set up for anyone else who wants to make their way topside.
And the Zac as well. I feel like that we're looking at a Varus top here. Mad Lions Koi have a lot of flexibility. G2 jungler going to be locked in very likely. Let's see what direction they decide to go in. It's going to be the Lilia for Yike, one of his favorites. A champion that has very fast clear speed, can put a lot of pressure on the enemy jungler. The question is, will Elyoya respond in kind? We saw some of his brand performances yesterday, and it is a very strong champion in this man's hands.
It was game 5, backs against the wall, and Elyoya had a massive performance. Will Mad Lions Koi give him that faith one more time?
And you do have a very short-range composition that you can try and get a lot of value out of that. Looks like we're going to go back towards what is basically a poke comp, though, for Mad Lions Koi, with the Jace going to go up towards that top side. I have to make sure that you got a lot of vision control down, though, because, I mean, if you set up a long-range Lilia bowling ball, slows into setup coming through from the Nautilus, there's a lot of engage tools that could come through here.
Alistar support, okay. So they want a little bit more engage. Alistar going to be a very effective front line, and it means that this Rel is going to be in the jungle. Elyoya taking on the responsibility of providing that utility and trusting his laners to beat those carries.
Ooh, okay.
Gragas being rounded out in the top lane for Broken Blade.
Gragas obviously a lot of engage or disengage potential depending on how this game plays out. The Alistar will sacrifice a little bit of lane prio in the early levels, but makes it so much more difficult for Yike to play the game, especially the reliable point-and-click CC, limiting a lot of Lilia's impact.
I like the Gragas pivot here, though. It means that you can try and clear out a lot of the wave states against the Jace, because you tend to go that AP build. You can one-shot waves. Makes it very difficult for Jace to actually get a huge advantage in that matchup on the top side. And then as well, you've got the opportunity with a very, very squishy lineup to just go, cool, can we find a flank position for BB? Because even though you do have the Alistar and the Rel, if you can find that flank, it is going to be disgusting for G2.
It's a lot of magic damage for
I was going to say,
though, and you're very reliant on Hansama to be your primary AD threat. And then the question is, how much free damage does Hansama actually get onto this comp? It's Varus, Talia, Jace, a composition that's primarily going to be hitting you from the other side of the map. So,
and also for soul stacking is the other big thing, because normally, you know, with against a Varus with Hail Blades, it's just going to be hard to accrue souls in the laning phase. When everyone else on the team has long range, you're going to be reliant on your jungler to kind of feed you souls if you want to get a range advantage here.
I mean, I really do like what MDK have brought to the table this time around. We're going to see another Varus Senna matchup down in the bot lane. Can Mad Lions Koi bring us to a game 5? Or will G2 will look to cement their dominance here. Match point, we're jumping into Rift for game 4.
Here we are on the Rift, and frankly, I'm just excited to see what happens, because you're right. Elyoya is going to have a great time itemizing tank against this enemy composition. Aftershock, full MR. It'll be very tough for them to find those kills.
Howling Radiance into Kainic Rukan and
just say more just say every magic resist item and I will give you this reaction.
The Nature's something or other.
Force of Nature.
Force of Nature, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. And in the meantime, G2, I think the thing that's going to be a struggle for them is their sustained damage with champions like Lilia, with champions like Azir, Senna, and in drawn-out skirmishes is going to feel great. It's going to be really hard to find those skirmishes against the sheer range and poke that Mad Lions Koi are bringing to the table. I
will say that the beauty of Gragas, for a scout we showed, is a great example of what you can do on this champion. Flanking, like Dagda was talking about it, can be so disruptive to your setups. You think that you've got this nice poke layout, oh, you're all grouped up, kind of just chipping away at the enemy HP, and then all of a sudden Gragas comes in behind you, the barrel completely splits everyone up, and then it just becomes a free-for-all that G2 could then look to try and take advantage of. And you kind of look at their ultimates and their tools, they have a lot of CC in their kit inherently, just thanks to things like the Azir Wall, the Nautilus kit, the Gragas ultimate, and so perhaps that level of disruption is something what they're going to rely on when playing up against the poke that's going to be coming out from him.
A huge amount of that, though, does rely on getting vision control for Mad Lions Koi. It was actually the downfall of Fnatic was the fact they didn't get the vision for those flanks from Fresskowy that set him up for those plays. So I want to keep my eye on Mad Lions Koi as we get into the mid game. Are they warding their flanks? Are they making sure that G2 can come in from multiple angles? Because so far, it's kind of been where G2 have found their success, is great flank opportunities at the cost of Mad Lions Koi.
The other thing I think we have to track, in the previous game it was carry versus carry. This time Mad Lions Koi put Elyoya back on a more supportive role, but Yike remains on one of these scaling jungle picks on the Lilia. Need to see how quickly he can get ahead of the clock. We expect his clear to be faster. We know how important early itemization is for AP junglers. If he can find an edge in the early game here, he can really start to snowball this out of control.
Good word. Spot out Elyoya. We already talked about it. Fresskowy will have push. Super should be able to get push as well. So just trying to see if he can get the invade. But Mickey's now starting to wrap in around in behind him. I don't think they're ready for this.
Yeah, health advantage. Red buff as well. Yeah, trying to get fancy with it. Alvaro level 2 on the way forward. Hook out to safety here. G2 losing early lane prio as expected, not costing Yike too much at this point as it's a decent trade on the top side of the map. Mickey trying to input buffer the hook out to safety, but he's not quite under the tower yet. It's free damage coming in from Mad Lions Koi, but Mickey's still standing for now. Super trying to finish the kill. Mickey's still living! So close to first blood for Mad Lions Koi, but they might have to survive another dive. Yike sprinting down to the bottom side of the map. Mad Lions Koi, are they willing to commit? A nice hook back in. They're going to finally finish off Mickey. Good first blood. Alvaro making it out alive. And G2 overeager.
Mickey with an ambitious play there. Was quite a way off level 3. Thought that he could bring Alvaro underneath the tower. Perhaps the chain CC combo of Hansama on the center with the Nautilus would be enough to trade 1-for-1. But MDK walk away with first blood, and this Varus once again is off to a good start.
Body slam connecting. Comet there as well. Mirwin trying to win out on the extended trade. Nice knockback. Anticipating the follow-up for Broken Blade.
BB's about to get his cooldowns though.
Yeah. Brokenblade's a big boy, and Mirwin's running for his life. Flash away. BB holding on to his. And frankly, this is fantastic for BB and G2.
Especially if you look at Yike, who's already on this top side. Mirwin had already TP'd back into lane, doesn't have that available, so nicely done by BB to get that advantage. And now, as Yike, it just feels like rinse and repeat to top side. Is BB going to be able to set you up perfectly there?
I mean, that whole difference was a level advantage. But the fact that BB was level 4 to level 3 just meant that he could go for this extended trade and win out. Now he's level 5 to level 3. He can zone him away potentially from the lane. The good news for MDK is that Elyoya is hovering around the top side. Is Lilia going to lose both Scuttle Crabs, but already on the resets of those, on the respawns of the Raptor camp, I should say.
And really, the sole strong point on the map right now for G2 Esports is Broken Blade. Yike burned so much time, what should have been a favored early jungle clear, kind of evening out because he had to commit a lot of resources just to showing up bottom lane. Headbutt Pulverize going in. Hansama straight into the Shroud. The follow-up not quite there. Hansama still living, trying to extend the trade. Has to be careful when Supa has cooldowns up. He will drop. But if Hansama's forced to recall here, that's devastating.
It's going to give a lot of control here towards Mad Lions Koi, because now they can push him bot. You could even try and threaten on towards like a rotation up towards Void Grubs if you really want to with Elyoya. Elyoya is a little bit down on XP because of that play he went for on the bottom side compared to Yike, but he's still sticking around here trying to make sure they can pick up this wave.
Next flash forward. Mickey continuing to walk up. Just threatening, just looking menacing. Yike on the way down as well. Hook is going to connect. Alvaro potentially in trouble here. Decent damage now coming from earlier. They're going to try to find the CC. Keep your eyes on Supa. The damage for the Varus is massive, as expected in the early game. G2 not giving the respect to Supa that he deserves. The double kill coming through. G2 overstep.
I mean, the CC is just too much from the side of MDK. And Varus is all you need from the damage department. G2 are getting demolished in this early game by Supa. And Elyoya, he's just going to be playing with his food right now. The reset can come through. 3 kills on the Varus, a 1.4k gold lead, and we're only 6 minutes in.
Incredible from Supa, the setup from the team as well. And once again, G2 just over-eager.
And G2, as you say, the ones that started off, and it's Elyoya who'd already made his way down to this bottom side. So Alvaro with that aftershock buying a ton of time, and Yike is the one who ends up footing the bill as MDK just jump in on top of him, even Mickey falling as well. And Elyoya did try to stop the wave, see if they could go for the dive on towards the Senna as well, but don't even get it, but it doesn't matter. Now you get the reset timer coming in, and early, the full Youmuu's Ghost Play completed for Supa. He is so strong.
And in the game that G2 dominated, game 2, they took their gold leads, they tried to move them around the map, they tried to get as many objectives as possible, but when Mad Lions Koi have a lead, they play for kills. They look for these angles. Mickey just barely able to make it out of that one. G2 have to be careful. Mad Lions Koi is always bloodthirsty, but doubly so when they have an advantage. Broken Blade level 6 on the top side of the map. Mirwan trying to find an advantageous trade. No ulti available for Broken Blade, had already used it, but level 7 now. A gap in the top lane starting to emerge, and Yike trying to get something back here.
Freskevi's not moving top. Mirwan's going to be shown now, so they're actually going to go for the counter punch on bot lane to this.
Good damage, and instantly the play's already worked out in the favor of G2 on the bottom side of the map. Mickey could find himself in trouble, but can't hook back to the tower. Supa's damage has to be respected here. Mickey should just drop, waiting for the aftershock to fade away. Fall up now coming in as Alvaro tanks. An easy dive for Mad Lions Koi.
They make the play on the opposite side. I think Mad Lions Koi making the right one. Sure, Mirwan might fall behind, but in the grand scheme of things, Fed Gragas is going to have nothing on a 4-kill Supa with a nearly 2,000 gold lead for himself on this bottom side. Maybe there's a rinse and repeat angle here for Yike on that top side, though, as Mirwan gets back, but with BB resetting, that's not going to be there.
You know, lads, I felt like that it was G2 that learned that you can't afford to give the Varus to the center matchup. Turns out that there's still some
Nobody
learning to
has
do.
learned, Caps. Full committing to the play there. Frescowi forced to respect Flash in fear of the shuffle coming through.
But look at this Varus now. 1.8k gold lead. He's already going to have an item on his next base.
And I think this
getting
is
dangerously low.
Flick back not quite going to connect. Caps with just enough movement speed, has the brown bags, boots level 1.
So how does this now shift the dynamic moving forward? Because we think back to the previous game, even though G2 fell at a deficit, Yike being on the Diego gave them the opportunity to turn these fights around thanks to the resets that he was able to find. I don't know if Lilia has that same type of carry potential, especially when you kind of look at the utility that's sitting on the side of MDK. Yeah, their top side of the map is struggling for the time being, but Mirwan just needs to provide that poke later on into the game. There's now a 2-level difference.
Knockback there. Good damage from BB. Does he want to go for the dive, though? Mirwan not too concerned quite yet, but might be forced to recall again.
But Mirwan right now is sitting there saying, like, you can emote me, you can bully me, you can do whatever you want. My Varus is 4-0. Okay, you're going to have to deal with that later.
And I got to say, credit to Supa. You know, we talked to this guy, obviously, when we look at EMEA Masters Finals, he wasn't able to perform at the level that he wanted to. He talked very openly about, like, the nerves playing on stage. He said it was rectified, and we can see that. He played 2 back-to-back 5-game series. Yes, there were some hiccups. Yes, there were some lackluster games. But here, backs against the wall against G2 in a finals that not a lot of people expected you to reach. I would say just about nobody outside of the Koi fans here. He is performing. He is 4-0 once again, and G2 just continue to underestimate what he can do.
Mad Lions Koi on the cusp of bringing us to another Game 5. What an incredible achievement that alone would be from these young players. We already talked about the physical toll playing this many games can have, playing on stage, but the mental, the emotional stress. Yet these players still play with the utmost confidence. Look at this, already threatening another dive. Hansama being zoned away from this tower as more plates get funneled in. Now G2 is trying to answer.
Caught out in the rotation, Aftershock still ticking, Blast Cone denied. Want to take this one slow, don't want to overcommit here. Supa still waiting over the wall. Rue coming in from Hansama, follow-up damage there, but Mad Lions Koi just threatening. Do it, you won't, they say. And now looking to make a counterplay of their own. Instant engage! Taxiing off of Mickey into Hansama, but Elio can't quite find the fall. Forcing out the flash. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, in the picture-in-picture, it's a 1v1. Broken Blade finding the Bomba. The knockback into tower. One shot landing onto Mirwin in the meantime. Mirwin now running. Broken Blade, the angle was good. Creep wave there to block the body slam. Mirwin now needs to backstep. Acceleration gate for a bit of extra movement speed. And Super now looking to follow up. Ulti connecting onto Mickey. Elio off to the side. Should be a quick kill. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, the 1v1 continues. Super unstoppable in the bottom lane. But Caps looking to follow up. Yike taking down Frescowi as well, and it's blood all across the rift.
So Broken Blade tries to go for the body slam, but the flash from Mirwin means that BB isn't quite able to follow on that top side of the fight, which is why Mirwin able to reset.
Eljoy is here again.
Hansama respects it. He's learned this lesson the hard way more than once.
BB still thinks the Mirwin's here.
Well, I think he's just setting it for a freeze right now. He knows that he's going to slowly regenerate that HP. Doesn't want to go back to base just yet, forcing Mirwin to lose as much farm as possible. Credit to Broken Blade, he's playing this lane incredibly well. But we kind of break down what's happening there. Caps was able to work with Yike to find a kill onto Frescowi. That gives him a bit of an advantage in the mid lane. Meanwhile, in bot, Super continues to extend his lead. 2.2k now. Ghost Blade completed, working on his second item. And Caps is looking for a play. Here comes Mickey.
Frescowi in trouble. Pushback is there. Yike in the area. Alvaro knows there's nothing left for them in this exchange. Another quick kill pickup by the side of G2, excuse me. And just like that, G2 have found a gold lead, just about even things out. Mirwin only level 7 to Broken Blade's level 10.
leads.
He just keeps getting forced back. The trades look okay, but the sustain of Gragas is making this so difficult.
But the split map is real now for G2. They can play towards top side, whereas MDK need to play around Supa on this bot lane, and wherever Supa is, that's where Mad Lions need to put their focus. Eljoya, though, starting to move top side. This means that you can actually have G2 come up towards this top half and turn this around.
Broken Blade just trying to find the solo kill on Mirwin. The knockback is clean, though. Broken Blade caught out here. Eljoya, the follow-up now coming through. Broken Blade just looking for the reset. Yike goes in! And that's going to be more than enough damage. Eljoya now running for his life. G2 find the counter punch on the top side of the map, barely holding onto their bottom lane tower. Super stepping forward, gets that one down immediately. Also follow-up. Nice sidestep from Hansama. That could have been a death sentence. And again, plays across the map.
But Mad Lions should not be making plays towards the top side. You don't have your strength there. I think they thought they could get in before Yike could move top because he was clearing out the Void Grubs, but mistakes were made. Mirwin takes way too much damage, and Betty alluded to 3-level difference makes it so difficult for you to be a factor in these ganks, and G2 capitalize on that on the top side.
I mean, credit to Broken Blade, a laning masterclass here. The fact that he was able to build these advantages, just smart trades, also holding the wave in a state that just made it difficult for Mirwin to get XP, constantly forcing it back. Perhaps Broken Blade could be the difference maker, even though Super has the lead he has.
Eljoya waiting on the CC, won't quite connect, is just going to leap out to safety. Alvaro there to cover.
I think wise not to look for that hook, given that Super is there. His arrows ready to be pulled. Dragon is alive. Would be the second dragon of the game, and it's MDK who's first to the objective. Gragas still sitting top lane, no TP available to him. I imagine that G2 are going to concede this one for now, recognize their AD carry is far too weak. I want to very quickly look at Hansama's stacks. He's only sitting at 29, 13 and a half minutes into the game. You don't have to be an expert in Senate to know that that is not a lot.
Nope. I'd certainly like to have a lot more at this point in the game. And the top side of G2 is incredibly powerful. Mad Lions Koi, the path out of this.
I mean, look at the goal.
He's leveraging the strength of Supa, and Supa is damn strong. Yike! Do not forget about the Varus. No matter how good your jungle is going, no matter how good BB is doing, Supa is a threat to be respected.
Again, look at the gold. You have a 3k gold advantage spread across 3 members on the top side, and all of it funneled into Supa on the bot. Caps looking for a 1v1. He should win this.
Continuing to put Mirwin even further down. He's going to flash commit for the play. Mirwin backstepping into the brush here. Hexdrinker buys him a bit more time, but there's not really a counterpunch. There is in the mid lane. Supa! Godlike. Mad Lions Koi do not take their foot off the gas. Mirwin's still running. Cap spending so much time to try to finish off this Jace. We'll finally get the kill back, but he's already lost the mid lane tower.
And you've lost control over the mid lane, which means you've lost control over Rift Herald. MDK going to move over. Supa, though, isn't there. He's moving bot side, so maybe G2 going to look for something, but it's gone already. And Mad Lions Koi, they're just trying to play around Supa and make sure he's safe, but Mirwin struggling a lot in this game.
Mirwin certainly put down, but for G2, you can keep bullying the Jace. You can try to find these pressure points, but Varus is so strong. It feels so similar to Game 1. Kill Supa and the gold lead disappears, but they don't have the buy that they did in Game 1. It's not the easy access target that it once was, and now, once again, I feel like we're looking at Broken Blade. to be the one to find that angle to shut down the enemy backline.
But it's so difficult for BB to be everywhere at once. MDK are going to put Soup in the mid lane. He clears and moves towards sides, particularly towards that top side where BB is, to get that last remaining outer tower. And because of how strong Supa is, you can't contest the vision control MDK can establish in top side because they'll just one-shot you with Supa. So now the ability for BB to have that impact is going to be nullified because of how well MDK can move off of this mid lane. You're seeing at the moment, just immediately establish vision, threaten that top wave, Supa's cleared the wave, fantastic. Let's all move top and BB has to skedaddle ASAP or he's in trouble.
He doesn't though? Well, he has to skedaddle at least a little bit, to Rob's point.
Because my question is like, who's he afraid of? Super. As long as Super's not there, I feel like he feels pretty confident.
Yeah, but I think this is where, so you can see he pushes in mid and you roam with Supa towards top, so now he has to move back. Now Supa will move back towards mid as the wave is coming in again, but you just get to keep doing this over and over. It's really hard for G2 to play this game right now.
Merwin
do have the cross map option available, and it looks like Merwin is going to be the
pushback is there. Merwin will die. Yike! A little bit close there, but G2 just going to look to follow up with a tower of their own. Broken Blade, nice interrupt on the headbutt pulverized combo. Supa coming up to the top side of the map. Flash out early, knowing that if that bar assault connects, he's dead. Broken Blade doing everything he can to clear that wave to make sure that Mad Lions Koi cannot win out on the trade. Cap's willing to tank the tower just to make it a 1-for-1.
BB managing to clear the wave before that ends up happening means that you're just about able to match the play from MDK. So at least G2 managing to keep themselves in somewhat check, but I think again this is where it starts to get more and more difficult. With Dragon in a minute 45, you just rinse and repeat, but move towards bot side here as MDK. Establish all that vision control on the bottom side jungle, make sure that there's not really an opportunity for G2 to contest the next Dragon. The only thing you have to be aware of is what Alvaro is looking for right now and about to clear out is the vision control that G2 have littered on this bottom side to make sure there's no like TP flank for BB, because that is pretty much the only way that Supa dies, and they are from Caps getting involved. And right now, BB and Caps are at very strong points. One more item completed for Caps, and he will be able to take toe-to-toe against Supa if it gets to the point where Caps can be in range of Supa.
I mean, this game is just, I really feel like it's, can Supa die? That will be the win condition. G2 have a goal of attempting to assassinate Supa, whereas MDK are going to look to protect him.
Okay, just to put it in perspective, Caps is 2k ahead of Frescowi, but Supa is 2k ahead of Caps.
Yeah.
I want to look at that ward in mid lane though. You can see it there. Really nice one that they've actually placed just in that mid. So you can look for that. Thank you, observers, for a TP ward for BB. And I think that's all they're trying to play for. Maybe you can look for Caps instead with his flash being up a little bit sooner. But as long as MDK are able to avoid mid wave, they're going to be fine. This is the struggle though, as wave
On running, Mount Mortius not nearly enough. G2 continue to push forward. Frescowie taking out a wave on the top side. Should just do it. Yike chasing for one final kill. Full confidence. You could be a rookie, you could be a veteran, but nobody takes a title from G2.
G2 will hold on to their winter split dominance. An impressive game 4 with a Cinderella story cut short. Nothing but congratulations needs to be given to Mad Lions Koi for their incredible run, but today is G2's day.
G2 Esports claim the winter split shield in our trophy ceremony presented by Kia. Incredible story of success for G2 Esports. Favorites coming into the split, no doubt, but making it happening, delivering in every possible way, and this final best of 5.
Congratulations as well to our first team qualified for MSI. We'll see which seed they'll represent after spring, but a bit of a tumultuous start for G2. Shaky performances, but they definitely brought it together towards the end of the split. And they maintain control over holding the titles of winter.
I think you can see all the work that they put in behind the scenes, though. Their mid-game just feels impenetrable in the LEC. They're so good at finding these opportunities to play off side lanes, find these opportunities to TP in, find a flank, find something that will get them back into the game no matter how far behind they are. And MDK, I mean, bless them, they tried their hardest to try and get something, but unfortunately it just was not enough at the end of the day. And it will be the 13th title now that G2 Esports have picked up in the LEC.
An incredible story and an incredible run for MDK. We are, of course, super excited to see them back in spring. You know that this is only going to add more to the rivalry. We know that it was Mad Lions last year that made that run in spring, that was able to bounce back. And I'm excited to see the potential of this roster. But G2 keeping those core members together, proving that they can do something internationally, and that is what their goal is. This is the first step in their ultimate mission of being competitive on the international level.
And the first step in what feels like a long journey for Mad Lions Koi, an impressive first step as well. But today, of course, belongs to G2 Esports. Really coming together in the final moment. Broken Blade, especially in that final game. Even Mickey, caught out as he was, still managing to make the play. You know what? Sprinting it, but sometimes that's the Olympic event you sign up for.
11 assists though, so still positive KDA.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and credit like Yike getting himself the pentakill.
2 back-to-back games where Yike just took over, right? Yeah. Especially after the start, where remember he was kind of put off to a bit of a deficit covering for bot lane.
And overall, a super exciting series. It was incredibly fun to watch. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for listening. That's enough from us at the Cash Desk. Let's head down to Lore and the victorious Yike.
Another title for G2 and another title for you, Yike. But when I came in this morning talking to the casters, most of the people, the community, people were predicting a 3-0. One way or the other, maybe, but a 3-0. Can you tell me about the series, the pace of the series, and the fact that Mad Lions managed to win one game against you guys?
Yeah, I think everyone got a bit scared when Mad Lions won the first game. I didn't play good as well, so I was very unhappy with my performance. So I really wanted to step it up, and I'm happy. I think I stepped up the last 3 games, so I'm very happy with that.
I mean, I think getting a pentakill is one way of stepping up, maybe. Are you happy about this one? Were you guys chasing this one for you? Because we saw you skipping around in the jungle, Hans setting you up. How important was it for you to get a pentakill in finals?
When we got the triple kill, I didn't even know I had a triple. I was like screaming, penta, 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 because I know I could kill the quarter kill. And I was like telling my team to help, and everyone tried to help me, and it was amazing. I'm very thankful for the team trying to give me the penta.
Well, thanks for the team, of course, and amazing performance from you guys as well. Talking to Romain before the game, he was telling me these guys, talking about Mad Lions Core, of course, these guys have the momentum. They've been smurfing all weekend. Even Dylan was really proud of the run that they had. What was your mindset going into this series? Being maybe the favorites, but also not getting too cocky here, because these guys were impressive.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we had to stay humble, because everyone probably said that we were going to win, we were going to stomp, because we also did 3-0 against BDS. And I didn't want to have that mindset, and I wanted to be humble coming in today. And I think we all had that mindset, because I respect MDK a lot, and I think they played very well throughout the whole season, and I'm very impressed with them having the 4 rookies and Joya as well. I think they all performed very well this whole year, so I'm just looking forward to see more of them, because I'm always happy seeing rookies perform.
And you were in this situation last year, actually, when you won your very first title in the LEC, Winter, Summer, Season Finals. This is the 4th one for you, Yike. What is it about?
Yeah, this one was very special for me, even though we won last year as well, same winter. It was a bit hard for me sometimes to perform, and I got I got very nervous by performance if I play bad or things like that. I don't wanna, because I had a rookie year last year, and then it's easy to he's a rookie, he can make mistakes. But now I actually want to perform. I don't want to make my mistakes, and I want to keep improving.
I feel like you've had an amazing year, and it shows with the results you had, but also the performance you had on stage. When you think about your first steps in the LEC and your first title 1 year ago to your 4th one today, what is the biggest improvement? What are you the most proud about?
Probably the way my team taught me to play. I think Dylan helped me so much with how to become such a great jungler, and my teammates as well, always supporting me in game, and then outside of the game too. I got so much support and so much help from the team. And now I'm trying to give it back. I'm trying to help the players as well, help the team, and give my opinions. I want to be, because I want to just win as much as possible.
I want to know a bit more about this, because there's so many flavors in the jungle, and I think it's fair to say that we're one, if not the best jungler we have in the LEC right now. What do you want to be remembered as? What is going to be Yike about? What is going to be your jungle journey?
So I'm known for being, I guess, more of a carry jungler, but I don't want to be that really. I want to be able to perform on the tanks, on the even supports like Ivan, this kind of champs.
Wow.
And I want to help my team. I want to be good at everything. I want to be adaptable. And I think last year I was not so good at it. This year I'm not that happy with how I played, because the bye game, for example, I don't think I played good. But I'm still learning about it, and I'm still just going to keep on improving.
Last year you guys won in winter, didn't get the chance to fight for this title in spring. Any ways for you guys to make things different this year and actually contest for the title in 3 months?
I think last spring we might have been slacking a bit extra, because we already won winter, we qualified for MSI, so I think the team, me as well, we probably didn't try hard as much as we actually should. And that's something that I regret. I think everyone regrets. And we're going to make sure that we don't do it this time. We want to win every single title, and that's the goal.
We'll touch on the MSI side a bit later. Celebrations for now. Thank you so much for the interview.
Very much.
Congrats on winning yet another title. And Shocks, back to you on stage for the rest of the team.
Thank you so much. Wonderful interview, Laure. Always great to hear from Yike. I'm here with Finn, with Broken Blade, and with Mickey X. First off, though, I heard from Yike that he said he wasn't that happy, he was a little bit nervous, he needed a team to do things. So, Mickey, is that why you were feeding so hard? Because you were like, listen, you can all look at me,
I was making his game very easy to play.
Yeah, see, that's a real teammate for you. No, seriously. Congratulations, insane performance. I know we were laughing just about it. You're like, you take me for PGL after that. But we don't just look at the game, we look at the whole series, Mickey. So tell me about that when you look at the whole day and how you played versus Mad Lions Koi.
Well, if I did the whole day, it's still not a very good one. I think the Renata game, I was playing fine. But in the Nautilus games, getting caught a little bit too often for my liking. I think the last game, they were actually just playing with nameplates, and they were just trying to kill me over and over again. But but all the Nautilus games, I was kind of dying a lot for no real reason, except like there was like maybe 2 or 3 good devs in the last one, where they just went to me and then they died for it. But yeah, I was kind of into.
Well, I only bring it up because Finn here was very, very adamant about, I can't even remember if it was game 3.
It was game
there was
3.
like an insane clutch moment. And I think, you know, when you can pay it forward in those ways, that's enough.
There was a Rumble trying to mark a Kennen flank, so Kennen had to fight the Rumble, and then Mickey was the only one that realized this fight was happening, flashed over, killed the Rumble, and then you guys won the fight because it was clean after that. That was very impressive, I thought.
The flash auto attack?
Yeah. Clutch.
Clutch. So clutch.
Me.
Anyways, Broken Blade, congratulations, yet another title. We were so looking forward to this matchup versus Mirwin. So how was it in a best of 5?
I definitely have to say the first game he played good. I was surprised that he pulled off Yasuo, and I have to give him huge respect for pulling something like that off in a final as a rookie. But I also think that was about it for the series. I think he definitely played well throughout the split. I think today he underperformed a little bit. I think I was just always an advantage. I think in the NAR game he was playing very well in the lane early phases, and then once he started dying, he just kept on dying. The second game, no, the third game. What did I play?
You also
Kennen Rumble.
Had
Rumble.
Yeah, you had a sick,
and I was really smashing lane. I think he just didn't know how this lane is going. And the last game, obviously, we don't want to talk about it. But yeah, I think they
were trading sides, so.
They were trading sides. My support carried this game so hard by just dying for us, for the team. But yeah, it was a very, very fun series to play. After the first game, I was a bit like, oh, it's going to be interesting. And it was. We had some nice games, some good deaths from support in some games, but it was very fun to play.
But unironically, though, when we were watching it, Finn, we were saying, okay, a lot of the times here, Mad Lions in 3 and 4, they kept going in. I think they definitely got baited by sometimes you dying or getting someone very, very low, and G2 just turned around, right? So even though they're joking, it did work, Finn.
I mean, I think Mickey has mastered the art of dying at the right times. Is very, very, very masterfully done by him. He usually knows when the fight should be good for his team, and then he tries to create a fight in any way possible, even if that includes him dying. And I think a lot of supporters are afraid to do that. So I think kudos.
Thank you.
This whole thing could read like an ironic
Real ones know, yeah.
an ironic PGL or not, but it's not. It really is it isn't. And what isn't either is that we have to reveal our finals MVP. Can you give me a Broken Blade! Top fighter. Nice, nice. Yeah. It's pretty impressive because your jungler got a pentakill and you still got it. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, as I said, I think I had very, very solid performances in all 3 games, other than the loss we had, right? I think a lot of the situations we played were very nice. I also was put in very good situations. I actually played a lot of champions that we didn't actually practice too much, and it was like, oh, he's picking something that is very weird, right? Like the Jace blind pick is not as common nowadays, and like Rumble blind pick is a bit more common, but like I had to counter pick very, like in like 20 seconds you have to find the right pick, and I think I did both games today, and also had some really crazy plays, which probably led to the MVP.
Probably.
Nikki, what do you think?
I think I got robbed, but no, I think he played quite well today. Yeah, I think not too shabby. Yeah, there was definitely a difference in the top lane department, I would say. Your picks worked pretty well, and yeah, looked good, man.
Listen, we talk a lot about like international performance for EU and like EU's strength, but that starts with G2 getting challenged in Europe, of course. And what I'm hearing you say now is, yeah, I had to be on my toes. I had to make sure that I had this pick, even though I didn't practice it so much. So is this helping? The fact that, you know, rookies come in and say, well, can you handle us?
I mean, it's definitely helping. I think the whole Mad Lions roster, I again have to give huge respect because they got so far with just, you know, they just come in and this guy on top lane playing really crazy picks and performing on those, you know, like the Varus top lane. I was really scared when I came into today with, oh, what if it was Varus top lane and stuff. But definitely I actually forgot the question.
Oh, it was about if it helps you, you know, in your growth.
It helps. Sorry,
yeah,
it really helps.
It's right.
I also think that we were challenged in this split by multiple teams, right? But in the end, we came out on top. That's what we wanted. That's our path to domination in Europe.
Not the room.
In a second, we are going to talk to Alvaro, I know, but I just want to lead that in by talking about just how absolutely incredible Mad Lions Koi have been to watch this entire winter split, and kind of lighting a path in the absolute best way, Finn, with youngsters, with an Elyoya who took a huge risk and is doing his very best with this project, and the fact that the fan base is always here, that we have this energy of both being very aggro on the Rift, taking it to G2, but everything around it as well.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Elyoya, truly. I think when this roster was created, everyone was saying this is Elyoya's do or die, kind of ride or die. And I feel like what he's shown with his roster, the development they've shown, the progress, and the fearlessness they come into every game with, I think has to be put on him. And I think the coaching staff has done a great job just creating one direction with his team and making sure they're always getting better.
Absolutely, the sky is the limit. So let's hear from Alvaro.
Thank you, Sharks. Thanks for the fans, of course, for sticking around. And Alvaro, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Obviously, this is not the way you wanted to end the split, but I want to focus on the positives, the amazing journey that you offered us with Mad Lions Koi this split. And when you think of the progress you made, how far you've made, what is going to stay with you? What is going to be your best memory of this rookie season in the LEC?
I mean, of course, right now, after losing the game, you are like really sad. You are looking forward to play again. But anyways, probably when I'm at home, I will think about it and I will be like, okay, I think we are doing great. We are on the right track, but yeah, it was not enough today, so I'm just...
It was not enough, but challenging, one of the best teams we had in the LEC, and also a team who stayed together since last year, I think is massive props for you guys. I mean, I had Yoya yesterday saying that it is his project, your project. You guys are like a family, and when I see how far you've come, I only have high hopes for Mad Lions Koi for the rest of the season. What are you looking forward to the most? And what is going to make you stronger growing from this experience?
I mean, I think from this loss, like, you can learn a lot. Probably when we are starting on the next split, we're going to take this loss as even more motivation to keep going. And on the days that you are not feeling it, or like you don't want to scream or something, you just remember the loss of today and thinking that G2 kind of won into you. So yeah, I think we can take it as motivation, and it's like something that it can be a positive feedback, but we need to use it in our advantage, and that's it.
You came in with a bang. Thank you, guys. Kept on shutting up the haters for 2 months straight, becoming the second best team we have in the league right now. You guys are a family with Mad Lions, but I feel like the family is much bigger than this when I see the guys and people around us. Anything you want to tell the fans who've been cheering for you? Ibai, of course, who's also here as well. And yeah, everyone who stayed here to listen to this interview and look at your play today, Alvaro.
First, I say to the camera, to the people watching from far, thank you for everything, for all the support. I see every single message. I think you are doing insane support, and it's helping us a lot. And to the people here, I just have to say thank you. And also,
like this, Alvaro. Gracias, adoro. And thank you so much for the interview. Can't wait to see Mad Lions Koi in spring, and Sharks back to you on stage.
Thank you so much. Beautiful moment. I don't know if anyone else caught it, but I think he was about to turn to the G2 fans and also say to you guys, thank you, but we had to go. I'm pretty sure. I don't put words in his mouth, but he seemed like he was gesturing. Or am I just angering everyone out? I don't know. Anyways, before we go, let's talk MSI. Maybe we talk again after spring. Who knows? Last time I banked on that. Didn't happen though. So Mickey, MSI is locked in with this title now. And you've all been very vocal about the improvements that you want to make. And I gather from your reactions to my questions that you are not too happy. So how much work is there still left to do before that?
Well, I think if I play like today, probably there's a lot of work. But I think I would like to believe this was a one-off. So I think we can do much better during MSI. And I just think that overall as a team, we're just way better playing around the map. So even if I do have these games where I'm 0-10, we still play well around the map. And most of the times when I was dying as well, our waves were pretty good in like a good spot. So we were not losing that much for it. Like they were dropping a lot of farm. And just in general, I feel like we're just way smarter about the game compared to last time we went to MSI. So I think we're gonna do much better. We'll see how good we will do. But yeah, what do you think, Broken Blade?
Thank you for asking me. Yeah, I think I completely agree with your points. I do think we are playing League of Legends way smarter than before. Before we kind of relied on being better mechanically, outplaying the enemy a little bit. You know how it is, Finn, right? Playing the skill matchups in top lane. Talking about those, I want to give a huge shout out to Alfari, who has been helping me throughout this split. And I think he did a really, really great job at helping me understand certain matchups and like how you know, just laning phase works. And it was nice to see in different perspectives. So I want to give a huge shout out to Alfari. And yeah, next is spring first. Then it's MSI.
Then
so
it's
let's
MSI.
talk what's next first, right?
Yes.
So I have a question. Let's say you want to elevate the region of Europe, and there's a team in the European League that wants to beat you. How would you approach their practice so they can come up to your level and actually challenge you regionally?
He's asking for a friend.
Yeah, asking for a friend, of course.
That's you, I think, right?
Yeah, it's for you, Mickey X.
Oh, it's for me?
Yeah.
I think it's doomed. But I think, yeah, I think people just need to actually take practice a bit more serious. There's a lot of, you know, random fighting and not enough stage-like gameplay. And people need to play more solo queue so they get better individually.
Keep going, yeah.
Be more creative and open-minded.
Creative solo queue, don't int in scrims.
Yeah. And then you might have a chance, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So it's not doomed.
It's not completely.
Let's go.
Because Finn is back.
Finn is back. Anyways, let's hear it one more time for your winter split champions, G2 Esports. And to everyone at home, thank you so much for watching this split. Now, we do want to apologize to any fans that might have experienced issues watching the last moments of our game. I know we made you watch K-Drill, am I right? But anyways, we did experience some technical issues. They had an impact on our feeds. So, following the end of today's broadcast in a little bit, we will immediately re-air the game from the point the outage occurred. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in spring. And good night. Bye-bye.
Willing to burn a TP here? Do they think there's a counterplay? There's nothing here. They've lost so much. Hook back in. Auto. E. Mickey at least getting one back. But MDK taking everything from G2 backside. Keep your eyes on that Zach. Here he comes. Q set up auto to catch. Boom. Kiss and die, baby. Mad Lions Koi taking over on the bottom side of the map. Mirwin playing like a madman. Keeping the fight going. He cannot miss. A tornado. It's a quadra. Knockup is there, but Frescow is just too damn low. Caps has the cooldowns, taking his time, waiting for the flash back out to safety. Stretching strikes, is it enough? Caps on the hunt, Frescowy, first blood for the side of G2. Nice knockback there, hoping to catch Mirwin out, but Mirwin has not hit him under tower. Broken Blade is going to go for the all-in. Sentinel now coming down for a little bit of extra shielding. Broken Blade determined to find the solo kill, and he will get it. Back in the waiting arms of the rest of the team, just barely going to get the shutdown. Hostile takeover coming through, but G2, too much damage. Hansama untouched.
They'll spot the red buff still up.
Caps flip back there. Elioya immediately going to follow. First blood for Mad Lions Koi. Shepard then flash. Hook onto Alvaro. Salazar going in and instantly finding everybody he needs to. Frescowy getting cut down. That's one reset coming in. And now it's the opportunity for Yank to take over. GC, keep your eyes on Supa. The damage for the bars is massive, as expected in the early game. G2 not giving the respect to Supa that he deserves. The double kill. The Swordsman connects. The sleep coming through. They have to kill Supa. The Mad Lions Koi will not let it happen. G2 find the angle. The shutdown. Broken Blade and Caps together. Topside is too damn strong, and once again, it is just the Yike show. They're gonna give him the penta kill for Yike. You could be a rookie, you could be a veteran, but nobody takes a title from G2.
As long as MDK are able to avoid mid-wave, they're going to be fine. This is the struggle, though. As wave is about to bounce, and Sam is going to shove this wave out, that's when you can look for... Oh my Jesus! That is so much damage.
That's all the gold. Mickey now fishing for the angle, and that's the ward that you called out earlier, Rob. Here comes the double TP from the side of G2. They found a bit of CZ, but Supa flashes out to safety. The Varus still standing. The Swordsman connects. The sleep coming through. They have to kill Supa. The Mad Lions Koi will not let it happen. G2 find the angle. The shutdown. Broken Blade and Caps together will take down Supa. G2 find the fight.
They have enough CC to lock the AD carry down. Supa immediately on the retreat. There's just not enough to keep him alive. G2 find the assassination. They get, I think, 1,000 gold over to Broken Blade. And this man in the top lane now, level 13. He's just doing as he pleases.
And this is why it's so hard to play against G2. One ward, one opportunity, and G2 find that chance to jump on Supa. And just great placement of the ward as they walk away. You think this is it. Supa shuts down Hansama. He can't get into this fight. But with that double TP, they realize Supa's overextended. Ult from Mickey locks him up. Caps and BB come through. And then Yike with this great swirl seed straight onto the back, channels the Drowsy, and buys time for Caps to get in, to not come back with the swoop of boom.
Really want to acknowledge how well MDK peeled, and it still wasn't enough. The Rel ultimate was incredible. The Talia using what she can to keep the Nautilus from connecting on. When Alvaro joined the fight, he's CCing everyone from diving on top of him, blocking the engage from Broken Blade, and it still couldn't stop Caps from getting on top of him and using the Emperor's Divide.
And that was everything. Every single cooldown G2 could bring to bear, they brought to bear against Supa. He dodges everything but one swirl seed. And that is what kills him. And that's what's infuriating about playing against this G2 composition. As we highlighted, they have so many tools. Supa can't afford to get hit by anything. Any single piece of CC could result in his death.
But this is the thing now. Supa has no summoner spells. And you got BB with Flash coming up, Caps, Flash coming up. These are the plays that you can make to get on towards Supa and turn this fight around. And Mirren is just nothing in this game. All he has is a maw and a dream that he can maybe deal damage one day, but he's a long way away from that. So if you can get Supa, this game is so easy for G2 to continue forward from.
Nothing but credit to Broken Blade. 15 to level 11 in the top lane. It has been an absolute top gap in this game. Mickey, though, I think he's been caught out.
Buffered hook isn't going to matter. The flick back is there. Good pick from the side of Mad Lions Koi. What do they want to follow up and try to get after this? Supa getting another kill here.
Do they use this to start Baron? I think their Baron take is a little too slow. So I think that it's too much of a gamble.
Supa. Whoa. Everyone holds their breath.
Yeah, I think if they had pressure from Mirren on that bot side, maybe they could look to start Baron and like force G2 to decide between losing a tier 2 bot or the Baron. But because Mirren's so far behind, BB's just consistently able to push in, so they can't really do much. And this is where that lack of a Jace on a side lane is coming back to bite MDK, because picks like this should lead to big advantage, should lead to opportunities to bring this game back, but they're just not being able to do so because of that deficit on the side lane.
And Broken Blade is huge, and that's one of the big problems. You can see Mad Lions Koi are going to get mid-prio here, but leveraging the advantages of Supa is tough to do, unless they're willing to fully commit to a Baron. But Mickey has once again been caught out trying to re-get control of the vision line. Shock Blast over the wall does very little, but the damage from Supa more than enough to finish the job.
70% of the deaths have been on Mickey this game. That bot lane bearing the brunt of the assault from MDK. 9 kills sit on Supa's shoulders. And it's all well and good getting these picks onto Mickey, but that gold injection really doesn't mean that much. They're not really converting these picks into that many objectives. Mickey makes his way back out onto the map.
And he's going to die again in the exact same spot. Now, at this stage, reset's coming through. They're aware that, look, a dragon coming up soon. They want to try and make sure they can shift that vision control into that bottom side. And once more, just try and fight G2 on the approach to the dragon, because in these little choke points, the zone control from the Weaver's wall, the ultimate from Supa, the knock-ups from Alvaro, there's so many different angles of attack that it becomes very hard for G2 to, 1, contest you, and 2, have good opportunities to look for the TP flank or a flank in general. So for Mad Lions Koi, again, keeping that vision, being a little bit more diligent after that last play that from G2 found Supa.
And I think it's important to note that everything came together in that last play to make it work out in the favor of G2. Mad Lions Koi are still incredibly strong. Yes, Broken Blade is ahead, but him bringing his power to bear is a tricky task. There's a lot of CC, there's a lot of tools to stop him from getting on top of Supa. G2 cannot find the flank, and you can see already they're struggling just to retain control of their topside vision. As Mickey is once again getting caught out, Supa can just follow up with another ultimate. Broken Blade in the area, flash out from Mickey, still gonna get hit by the Varus ultimate. Yike now throwing down the swirl seed. Supa uncontested over the wall, just laying down a bit more damage. Yike now chasing in. Supa caught out though, and it might be enough for G2. Bomba knocking him back into the safety. Alvaro buying as much space as he possibly can. Arrow doing good damage, but 3 members of the entire G2 topside here looking to finish off Supa. The shutdown coming through. Mad Lions Koi are scattered. Can they recover? Mirwan just doesn't have the damage. He goes in, he tries to give his life, but it's not enough. G2 topside is too damn strong, and once again, it is just the Yike show. They're gonna give him the Penta. 4, looking for 5 as Elyoya runs for the hill. Swirl Seed will not connect. G2 on the chase down. Penta kill for Yike. In match point for G2.
And once again, G2 find that opportunity to get the flank onto Supa. MDK think they've caught Mickey, but BB was in the bottom lane. He's able to join. The TP wards were there once more for Caps. He joins in. And with a pentakill to boot, G2 in game 4 will take the Baron.
Broken Blade just makes it so difficult for Supa to play the game. This man has put a masterclass on in the top lane. He has shut Mirwan down. And they think, oh, we've caught Mickey out again, another free kill, but this time his brother in the top lane is there providing that peel. But he says, you know what, Mickey, you're fine. I've got a new target in my eyes. Yike flashes, Broken Blade flashes, and Supa's now isolated from his team.
And it's the ward that Mickey placed right as he was going forward that ties that gets Caps into this play, so they completely sandwich Supa on the back line. And then G2, these isolated skirmishes work fantastically for their solo laners who have these massive leads. Again, Mirwan can't even finish off BB as Yike finally gets the Penta to round it out.
And it takes a bit of time here, but the important thing to highlight is that without Supa, they don't have any damage. It took them 10 seconds to kill Mickey, who's been dying the entire game, just Aftershock keeping him alive. If they cannot protect Supa, they don't have a chance in hell winning any of these fights.
But this is the thing, every single time Mad Lions Koi are advancing, it's just Mickey sneaking in and getting a ward in behind them, having that the pink ward that's in Tribrush. G2 consistently have this vision that allows them to come in from multiple different angles, and because you have to worry about Caps, because you have to worry about BB, there's just too many angles of attack, and Mad Lions Koi just haven't got their back covered, and G2 are taking advantage of it every time.
Supa, bless him, he is doing his absolute best, and he has had an incredible playoffs run. This young AD carry, with all of the responsibility on his shoulders, he's got many hungry G2 players that are eyeing him down, and there is only so much that he can do. Mirwan will cross map. He will secure a tier 2 tower, but this is a Baron empowered G2 that are very close to breaking open your base.
G2 continuing to push forward. Broken Blade just keeping an eye on Mir1 on the top side of the map. Does have access to his TP if he wants it. Tower set up behind G2 to cover any potential avenue of attack. Cover those flanks. TP now being used by Broken Blade. Weaver's Wall, nice placement. Buys a bit more space, allows Mad Lions Koi to clear another wave. Supa's ult not quite connecting. Could have been a window of opportunity for Mad Lions Koi. Flick back onto the empowered cannon minions, good as well. Mad Lions Koi, good diligence around the push here. Headbutt pulverized to kick things off, but the follow-up damage isn't there.
But this is where you're safe as Supa. This is what you want, is G2 in a line in front of you, and you don't have to worry about them trying to go for you. Mickey, though, wants to try and change that. Flashing forward, no hook, but it guarantees the tower.
Wide. G2 looking to bully their way into the base. They win a fight here, they can just end the game. Mickey hooking in. Caps going for the scoop, and he hits Supa, and that might just be it! In the blink of an eye, Caps finds the angle! Mir1 off to the side doing absolutely nothing. Frescowi untouched, but there's just no damage left for Mad Lions Koi. Everything was in their AD carry, and it is Caps who hand delivers Supa to his backline. Frescowi caught as well. Mickey X fishing for a bit of redemption here on the back of that one, but Frescowi still standing. Wave now coming in. One last desperate hold. Mir1 is up. Can he be the difference maker? Moving in on the Caps has 1,000 gold. G2 want to end it, but they've given away 1,000 gold just for the attempt, and then we forced to back away.
Alvaro got the knock up onto Caps as he went for the kill onto Frescowi, barely able to succeed. The Crypt Bloom heals Frescowi, and now it's MDK who are looking to try and push forward. They'll be able to toss G2 out of their base, but it's in shambles and there's not much left to defend.
What a crazy fight, and it's off the back of Caps. The Knight's Edge gonna get procced by his shuffle in. Keep your eyes on Caps in the fight. Procs the shield there, and then the ultimate to connect. Airborne, and he gets assassinated by Ansama once again. The fight then ends in chaos. A really good engage from Aljoya, keeps 3 members locked up. Frescowi is doing what he can, but it just isn't enough damage. Mirwin gets zoned away, and at this point, G2 just getting a little overzealous. Caps goes for an extremely ambitious play. A nice interrupt from Alvaro to punish him, and they hand 1,000 gold over to Mirwin. MDK will buy themselves a little bit more time. They'll look for another opportunity to bring us to a game 5, but G2 are in firm control of this game.
A minute and 20 seconds until Soul on the line for MDK. I don't think they're going to have access to that area of the map if G2 are diligent in their vision control, but potentially an avenue to regain some power in this game. 1K shutdown does mean that Mir1 finally has a third item. Bit of a delayed Sorelda's here with no other lethality, so maybe not going to feel like the most impactful buy at this stage of the game. Broken Blade still level 17, ticking over to 18. So far ahead of Mirwin. And you can see, yes, Jace Poke still good, but not nearly enough.
The problem is, though, you've now got push on bot automatically thanks to super minions. Means that you can immediately get access on that flank opportunity if you want to. Mickey on his hero mission as well, Secret Agent, to try and get some vision in behind them as well as MDK start to push up mid. And it's all about these wards, all about these TPs. BB's nearly up but not quite, should be available as they try and go through. And now you can push mid and always have access to G2 to wrap in behind them. Caps on that top side as well, making sure that he's going to be able to push in to get that tower for himself. And Mirwin honestly can't really deal with this. He's just too far behind.
Tower getting taken down in the meantime. Mad Lions Koi grouped up, desperate to get this Soul. Caps keeping the pressure on the top side of the map. Mickey looked like he might have been caught out, but Mad Lions Koi don't want to overcommit. He's buying a bit more time for the team, for the lineup. Knock-up going down onto Supa. Not really much of an angle to pick is there, but here comes Caps once again. Supa this time has flash, but he's already been rooted up. Dashing in his Caps, desperate to finish off the kill. Supa blinking health bar. Hansama looking to finish the job. Supa has a bit more space to work with. Mad Lions Koi looking to turn it back. Their AD carry still standing. Mad Lions Koi holding the line.
They need to keep Mad Lions Koi back. They need to keep G2 off the dragon. Supa so low, has to go back. There's a massive minion wave that's about to crash onto one Nexus turret, so G2 going to start up the dragon.
MDK can afford to lose this. Supa needs to get away with his life though. Alvaro overstaying.
Aljoya behind
them, ready to come over the wall. Oh, body slam doesn't go over. Crucially, Yike, godlike. Objective should go down, but Aljoya waiting in the darkness.
If he can steal this, they get the soul. I guess that's why he's hanging around, but that opportunity will not be given. Baron is up. Sama gonna walk right past Aljoya. Level 16 nearly coming through for Yike. The Baron seems to be the call for G2. They know they have the numbers advantage. Caps is going to be up in 10 seconds, no TP though.
But the thing is, G2 are so far ahead that they can lose a play, that they can lose a couple of kills when it doesn't matter. Supa lost flash in that fight, and that means he has to play even more flawlessly in the next one. He has to dodge even more than he did in the previous exchange. It is so hard for Mad Lions Koi to climb their way out of this deficit.
And there's even more TP opportunities to try and come in. You've got the wave, you've got vision in this as well, so if MDK even try and contest, G2 will pounce. They back away, but again, G2 playing out the map, keeping their eyes on Supa and making sure that they can get them.
G2 staying composed, eyes on the prize, looking to end this here. Mad Lions Koi put up a valiant effort thus far. Would take an incredible hold to bring us to a game 5. G2 barreling down the top side of the map.
A sense of tension after that last fight. MDK proved that it only takes a single fumble from G2 for them to keep their AD carry alive and potentially turn around the fight. And that's what they're hoping for. G2 looking to not mis-execute. They can't afford to greed here.
X-Flash from Elyoya has taken away the veil from Caps. Headbutt Polarize is not going to connect from Alvaro. He's immediately going to ult and try to make his way out to safety. Initial advantage to the side of G2. A lot of resources burned from MDK.
Edge of Night burned on Supa, though, means that he can't really step up. And that means that Caps might have an opportunity to try and go for, or BB. Can they move in here? Terror's going low.
Poke onto Hansama is big, but he's not the carry threat for the team. Broken Blade essentially unaffected. Another inhibitor going to fall. Wall behind. Mirwin.
Who's locked in with who, though?
Unleash a little bit of poke here, but it's a bit awkward overall. Alvaro trying to force the engagement. Supa on the backside again. Just gets scooped up. Caps will not give him a chance to play this game. G2 going for the throat. G2 looking to end it here. Mirwin holding on, running. Maw of Malmortius not nearly enough. G2 continue to push forward. Frescowie taking out a wave on the top side. Should just do it. Yike chasing for one final kill. Full confidence. You can be a rookie, you can be a veteran, but nobody takes a title from G2.
G2 will hold on to their winter split dominance. An impressive game 4 with a Cinderella story cut short. Nothing but congratulations needs to be given to Mad Lions Koi for their incredible run. But today is G2's day.
G2 Esports claim the winter split shield in our trophy ceremony presented by Kia.